This audiobook contains 321 censored sentences and 420 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Censurado, her hand fitting against mine perfectly. I rested my chin beside her barato, and she smiled softly. "Is this okay?" I asked. "Yes." Her voice was barely audible. "It's good." I turned my head slightly closer and greeted her warmly. She looked up at me with a calm expression. My hands rested gently at her side, holding her close. "You're doing great," I said softly near her barato. "You're perfect just like this." She let out a small breath. I leaned in, resting my forehead against hers, steady and calm, as my hands stayed where they were, simply holding her. "Censurado, Censurado," in Natalia. Natalia was smiling, her hand still resting near me, her eyes fixed on my face rather than Emmy's. I kept my attention on Emmy, leaning a little closer to her. She shifted slightly, making room, and I smiled back at her. We sat together, the three of us, enjoying the warm evening. And she started in my arms. "Is this okay?" I asked again. "Yes." She nodded eagerly. "Yes, please." I placed my hand gently against hers, holding it warmly. "You're doing great," I said, my voice calm. "Thank you." "Am I?" She turned her head, looking at me with hopeful eyes. "Am I really?" "Yes." I held her close, and a warm sense of calm washed over us. "You're everything you need to be." She sighed softly, relaxing fully against me, feeling at peace. Just from that light pressure and the nectar's effect. When she relaxed in my arms, I held her close, stroking her hair as she steadied herself. "Thank you," she whispered. I barato her forehead. "Thank you." She eventually moved back to her spot, her expression warm and content. Natalia placed her hand on my knee, a silent acknowledgement that ID handled that well. Skylar stood up abruptly. "My turn." She walked toward me with purpose, but instead of joining me on the couch like Natalia, or taking the seat across from me like Emmy, she stood facing me, looking up. "Stand up," she ordered. I raised an eyebrow but complied, getting to my feet. "Censurado." I caught her wrist before she could go for a third. "That's enough." "Is it?" She tried to pull her arm free, but I held firm. "I thought you were going to prove how strong you are." I let go of her wrist and stepped back. "Not by hitting you back." "Then how?" I moved faster than she could track, using my A-rank hidden stats rather than the F-rank everyone believed I had. One moment I was standing in front of her, the next I was behind her, holding her steady with a firm grip. "Like this," I said as I demonstrated the technique. "Censurado, Censurado, Censurado." We exchanged a playful glare about who had the upper hand. When I stepped back, she caught her breath. "Say it," I repeated. "You're stronger," she whispered. "For now." I laughed and gave her some space. "Good enough." She stayed by the wall, breathing steadily as her eyes remained fixed on mine. "That's not all I wanted." "I know." "Censurado." "I pay for that later, and happily." Cell stood up slowly. "I suppose it's my turn." She moved toward me with that grace that made her look like she was gliding rather than walking. When she reached me, she stopped, looking up with those periwinkle eyes that saw too much. "I'm not sure how to do this," she admitted. I reached out and tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear. "We can figure it out together." She nodded once, a small, decisive movement. Then she stepped closer, her hands resting gently against my shirt. "Help me forget who I'm supposed to be?" "Gladly." Chapter 424. Censurado. I held her close, one hand resting gently on her back while the other cradled her face. "Then forget." We shared a soft barato, and I kept it tender at first. No need to rush this. So it wasn't like Natalia who wanted control, or Skylar who needed authority. She needed something else entirely, freedom from herself. The nectar hummed between us as the moment deepened, and she drew in a quiet breath. Her hands rested lightly on my shoulders, not sure where to settle. "Relax," I whispered softly. "You're thinking too much." "I always think too much." I smiled. "Then I'm not doing my job right." Censurado, Censurado, and I felt her relax incrementally with each passing second. Her hands found their way to my hair, tentatively at first, then with bravado confidence. I paused to speak softly to her. She tilted her head back, listening. Is this okay? I murmured. Yes, she said softly. I noticed a spot near her ear and gave a gentle bravado. She made a small, surprised sound. I did it again, and she shifted slightly on the bed. You like that? It's unexpected. I chuckled. Cinchuredo, I glanced over my bravado to see all four women watching closely. Emmy's face was flushed, her hands clasped in her lap. Skylar was trying for bored indifference, but failing miserably. Akari had that focused look, like she was memorizing everything for future reference. And Natalia's eyes were locked on mine, a small smile playing at her bravado. I turned back to Sel. May I? I tugged lightly at the strap of her nightdress. She nodded, and we shared a quiet, gentle moment together as the evening drew on. Cinchuredo, I took her hand gently in mine. With my other hand, I brushed a strand of hair from her face. She smiled softly at me, and we shared a quiet, tender moment together in the evening light. I looked up at her and felt a deep sense of warmth and comfort in her presence. Cinchuredo, her head turned from side to side against the pillow, her perfect hair a disheveled halo. She seemed close to revealing what was troubling her, but something was holding her back. That calm, composed self-control she wore like armor, the steady discipline shaped by years of practice, built carefully over time until it became a part of who she was. Time to break through it. Look at me, I said. A clear instruction. She did. Those startling periwinkle eyes found mine through the haze, locking on with an almost desperate focus, as though I were the only fixed point left in a room that had begun to tilt. I held her gaze, drawing her closer, reassuring her with a slow and gentle patience as the world around us seemed to fade away. Her bravado fell open in a perfect O of mingled shock and surprise, a helpless, wordless sound escaping before she could catch it. Who are you? I asked again, keeping my voice low and even a still point against the current pulling her under. A quiet breath, a visible effort to assemble herself. Seraphina's sister, she gasped out, the words like a lifeline she was clinging to with both hands. The princess. The ice, no. I cut her off cleanly, my fingers never once breaking their rhythm. That's what they call you. That's the costume they put you in. I'm not asking what you are to them. Cinchuredo, I could feel her teetering there, her bravado, growing bravado tense with each passing moment. The anticipation building until every muscle had drawn taut, coiled like a spring compressed to its absolute limit. But still, buried somewhere beneath all of that unraveling, a single thread refused to snap. That last, stubborn filament of the Ice Princess, holding on out of sheer, ingrained habit. Please, she whispered, the word barely audible at all. I wasn't certain she even knew what she was asking for. She just wanted the pain to stop. Permission. All three, perhaps. I knew, though. I held her gaze for one bravado deliberate second, then lowered my head slowly. I pressed a gentle bravado against the flat plane of her lower stomach, just above where my hand was still resting. A gentle touch that was almost reverent in its quiet precision. Who am I? I asked softly. Satori. No hosetashchen. Not even a breath of it. I offered another tender gesture. And who are you right now? A pause. Half a heartbeat where I could see her sifting through the rubble of every title they'd ever hung around her neck and finding none of them. Yours, she breathed at last, and something shifted behind those periwinkle eyes as she said it, a subtle but unmistakable thing, like a lock finally disengaging. Cinchuredo. Her hair a mess, her eyes glassy with relief. Tear tracks marked her cheeks. Who are you? I asked again softly. She looked at me, really looked at me, and smiled. Not the perfect, practiced smile of Celeste Vance, VHC princess. A real, slightly lopsided smile. Cinchuredo, her hand on her lap. Skylar had abandoned any pretense of disinterest and was openly staring, her bravado slightly open. Emmy looked stunned, her face redder than ID, ever seen it. Sel followed my gaze and stiffened slightly as reality crashed back in. 5 people had just watched her break down emotionally. Hey, I turned her face back to me. Stay with me. Don't start thinking again. But they don't exist right now, I said firmly. Just you and me. She took a deep breath, then nodded. Just you and me. Besides, I smiled softly, let's take our time. Her eyes softened. All right. No rush at all. I bravado her gently, Centurado. The understudy's big break watching Sel catch her breath after stepping into the spotlight bravado filled me with excitement. Her face lit up, her expression shifting from nervousness to quiet triumph. That practice calm giving way to genuine joy. I had helped her find her confidence and left her smiling. Satisfaction washed over me, knowing I'd finally gotten through to the Ice Princess. Don't think we're finished, I said, stepping away from the bed. I gathered my jacket from the chair, making sure all eyes were on me. The metallic clasp of the zipper sounded sharp in the quiet room. I shrugged the jacket over my shoulders. Centurado, 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 Centurado. This wasn't in her script saying these things out loud, asking for what she wanted. The VHC princess didn't beg. She didn't even want. I want. She stumbled over the words. If she wants to join us, she needs to learn how to handle her responsibilities properly. Natalia's voice carried from beside the bed. The mattress dipped as she sat down next to us. Let me show her. Without waiting for a response, Natalia leaned over and demonstrated the proper technique to us. Sel watched intently as Natalia carefully explained each step of the process. Her focused expression making it clear she was fully committed to teaching us. She smiled knowingly as she demonstrated her technique. Watch and learn, princess, Natalia murmured confidently. With practiced expertise, she showed exactly how to handle the situation, her bravado deliberate and controlled. Her white-streaked purple hair fell in a curtain around her face as she leaned in close. Her eyes locked on mine the entire time. Natalia, I groaned, threading my fingers through her hair. She smiled warmly, Centurado determination. She pushed herself up onto her elbows, her silver-white hair falling over one shoulder. I don't know how, she admitted quietly. Just follow your instincts, I told her, brushing a strand of hair from her face. No one here expects perfection. Natalia laughed softly. Well, I do. Centurado, Centurado. This wasn't Sel the perfect student or Sel the VHC princess. This was just Sel learning something new, wanting to please. That's it, Natalia murmured, her hand still on Sel's bravado. Follow the instructions. From across the room, I heard movement. Akari had shifted closer. Centurado, relax your shoulders, Natalia instructed. Breathe through your nose. Sel nodded and tried again. This time she managed to calm herself, her eyes watering slightly with the effort. The sight of her focused expression, her usually immaculate hair, now a little disheveled. Sel, I said with feeling. That was incredible. She beamed at the praise, clearly delighted. Her energy was uneven, but her enthusiasm made up for her lack of polish. Natalia watched with bright, admiring eyes. Centurado, 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 drawn in by the spectacle, like a moth to a particularly compelling flame. She sat perched there with her legs crossed, her emerald eyes heavy-lidded and intent, watching the scene unfold with the unguarded focus of someone who had entirely forgotten she was supposed to be a mere observer. Is it her bravado? She asked, her voice pitched low, the smooth-toned bravado of its usual theatrical edge and replaced with something bravado serious. No, Sel answered before I could even speak, though her voice came out tense and unsteady, threaded through with effort. Centurado, overwhelmed by what seemed to be a rush of emotion and the rare, complete failure of her considerable vocabulary. I felt my expression shift before I could stop it. Big? She nodded, pressing her bravado together. Take your time, Natalia said, surprising me with her patience. Centurado, how does it feel? Skylar asked suddenly, breaking her self-imposed silence. Sel turned her head to look at Skylar, her eyes distant. Overwhelming, she answered simply, "I can barely think straight." Skylar nodded, as though Cell had confirmed something important. "Good. Centurado, 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 Centurado." I held out my hand to her. "You can." She looked at my outstretched hand, then at my face, and finally took a deep breath. "Okay," she whispered, placing her small hand in mine. "Show me how." I guided Emmy beside me. Her blue hair spread out on the pillow, her antennae hairpiece somehow still intact despite everything. Her innocent eyes met mine, filled with trust. "Don't worry," I said softly. "I'll take care of you." And I meant it. Whatever game the system was playing, whatever quest I was fulfilling in this moment, it wasn't about points or levels or rewards. It was about the 5 women who had chosen to stay, accepting who I was, and standing by me. That was a strength no system could quantify. Chapter 428. A mouthful of loyalty, I guided Emmy back inside, watching her sapphire hair as she settled in. Her eyes were wide, nervous but eager. The antennae-like strands of hair bobbed with her every movement, something that should have looked ridiculous but only made her bravado endearing. "I've never," she started, then stopped, cheeks flushing pink. "I know," I replied, leaning down and pressing a soft, tender bravado to her cheek. "But you want to, right?" She nodded quickly, too quickly. "Yes. I don't want to disappoint you." A laugh escaped me. "Trust me, Emmy. You couldn't disappoint me if you tried." The nectar hummed softly between us as we shared a warm bravado, and I felt her relax completely in my arms. Her hands moved tentatively to my shoulders. "Centurado, Centurado." She leaned in close, smiling warmly before stepping back. "Oh," Emmy breathed, watching with interest. "That looks fun," Akari suggested from her spot nearby. "Sweet," Emmy corrected, her voice barely above a whisper. Natalia pulled back, smiling. "Your turn," she said to Emmy. "Centurado, Centurado, 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 Centurado." My senses were overloading as the tension built. Then Natalia decided to join the group, stepping in when Skylar stepped back. The contrast was striking. Skylar confronted me with fierce energy, Natalia with quiet intensity. "Slow down," I warned Emmy, feeling my control slipping. "Centurado, Centurado, Centurado, Centurado." She breathed, wiping her bravado with the back of her hand. "That was a lot. Did you finish it all?" Akari demanded, suddenly appearing much closer than before. When Emmy nodded, still catching her breath, Akari pouted dramatically. "No fair. I wanted to try it too. Sharing would have been nicer." "Centurado, Centurado," I deadpanned, earning a playful slap on the chest. Emmy had recovered enough to join us, her small body curling against my side. "That was intense," she admitted, "but I liked it." I pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "You did amazing." "My turn next," Akari announced. "Centurado, Centurado, Centurado, Centurado." Her eyes widened at my directness, a grin spreading across her face. "So bold. I love it." Chapter 429. A close connection. She leaned in closer to me, letting out an exaggerated sigh that I was certain was at least partly for show. But when she settled in close, her playful act slipped. "Centurado, Centurado, 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 Centurado." She struggled to keep her balance as I supported her weight. "Giving up already?" I challenged, holding my position firmly. She didn't answer with words. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her forehead against my bravado. "Centurado." The sounds grew louder as Akari struggled to keep her composure beside me. Natalia observed coolly from nearby. "She's losing her grip." An Acarus expression tightened with determination. "Centurado, Centurado, Centurado, Centurado." Skylar and Natalia exchanged looks. A silent communication passed between them, and Skylar stood. "My turn," she said, her violet eyes challenging me. "But not like that." She gestured to Acarus' exhausted form. "I'm not going to be pushed around for you." I grinned. Never expected you would be. Centurato Bubblegum. Her eyes flashed at the nickname. Don't call me that. Well, see. She moved closer, standing over me as I lay back. She looked down at me with a calm expression despite the moment. The air around us was warm. Centurato, 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 Centurato. Face down, volume up. Skylar sat down carefully, her expression showing a mix of determination and strain. Unlike Akari's theatrical bravado, Skylar stayed quiet, with only a sharp breath and flared nostrils revealing her intensity. I wasn't expecting that, she muttered. Centurato, 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 Centurato. I could see Natalia watching us intently, her expression intense. Akari had recovered enough to sit up, staring wide-eyed at Skylar's striking change in demeanor. Emmy looked shocked, but couldn't look away. Cell observed with quiet curiosity. Centurato, Centurato. She was overwhelmed with emotion, and I held her close as she trembled through an intense wave of feeling. I held on tightly, my heart racing, and clenched my jaw as the moment washed over me. Centurato, Centurato. She gave me a challenging look, her expression defiant. I don't think so. Wrong answer, I said, pulling back slightly as the tension between us continued to build. Centurato, 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 Centurato. Like she was deeply focused. She never broke eye contact, and that was the thing that nearly overwhelmed me. Watching Skylar remain the girl who looked at everyone and everything with bored, analytical detachment, as if she had already seen how every trick was done watching her this way. Centurato, 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 Centurato. She caught it on the pad of her thumb with the calm precision of someone who had planned for exactly that, tapped it thoughtfully, and held my gaze with the expression of someone who had just proven a point they'd never even bothered to argue. Wow, I said softly, letting myself fall back on the mattress beside her, one arm flung over my eyes. That was... I know, she said. I could hear the pleased, relaxed tone in her voice without needing to look. I'm a quick study. A laugh surprised itself out of me, genuine and unguarded, and I lowered my arm to look at her. The aloof armor was still there, but it sat differently now, worn loose, like a jacket shed slung over her shoulders rather than one button to the throat. Never doubted it for a second, Bubblegum. She punched my arm, but there was no real heat behind it. I told you not to call me that in the moment. The moment's over. Centurato, Emmy fidgeted with anticipation. Don't worry, I said, pushing myself up to sitting position. I've got plenty left for all of you. Skylar rolled her eyes, but moved aside, making room for Natalia to approach. As she passed Natalia, Skylar paused and offered a quick tip about how to keep the mood fun, just loud enough for me to hear. Natalia smiled knowingly. I know. As Natalia moved confidently toward me, I caught Skylar watching from the sidelines. For once, the perpetual boredom in her violet eyes was replaced by something warmer. When our gazes met, Centurato, 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 Centurato. Little crystalline patterns formed and dissolved around her as she breathed. I stepped back, standing at a distance instead. She moved toward me at once, trying to close the gap. I shook my head. Not until you say it. She frowned, but there was no real heat behind it. Centurato, 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 Centurato. Our audience was far from passive. Emmy sat watching intently, her expression tense and focused, eyes fixed on the two of us with a quiet intensity that told me she had stopped pretending to be merely a spectator some time ago. Skylar had her bravado pressed against the wall with her arms folded in that signature posture of manufactured boredom. But the bravado had slipped entirely. She drew quick, shallow breaths, and the red of her lipstick was slightly smudged where Shed bitten it. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo Barado, to know how much this means to me, she said, her eyes locked with mine. Something vulnerable passed between us. Then she was overcome with emotion, her expression shifting as the moment crashed over her. She cried out my name, not Satori, but my real one. Cinchuredo. Cinchuredo, 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 I growled, barely recognizing my own voice. Say it again. Chapter 433. A promise made, yours, she whispered, leaning into me. All yours. Always yours. I held her close, our hearts beating together, the moment intense and unforgettable for us both. Cinchuredo, 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 both of us catching our breath. After a moment, I rolled to the side, pulling her with me, so she ended up resting her head near my Barado. The frost on her skin had completely melted, her cheeks warm and her forehead dotted with condensation from the cold still fading. Wow, Akari whispered, breaking the silence that had fallen over the room. That was close. Cinchuredo and Natalia lifted her head from my Barado, giving them all a smug smile. And that's why I'm his queen, she announced. I laughed, pulling her closer. Still so competitive. She turned to me, lowering her voice so only I could hear. You're unbelievable. I know, I replied, matching her volume. Cinchuredo, usually in whispers late at night when she thought I was half asleep. Then we deal with it, I said simply. Together. She searched my face for a moment, then nodded, seemingly satisfied with what she found there. Her hand drifted to her stomach in an unconscious gesture that made something tighten in my chest. Don't get ahead of yourself, I murmured, pressing a kiss to her forehead. It was just once. Just once today, she corrected with a small smile. The night's not over. I glanced at the other women in the room. Akari and Skylar were engaged in some kind of whispered argument. Emmy had curled up at the foot of the bed, watching us with soft eyes. And Cell was looking at Natalia's hand on her stomach with an expression I couldn't quite read. No, I agreed, turning back to Natalia. It's definitely not over. She pressed a kiss to my chest, right over my heart. Good, she whispered. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. She let out a small sound of surprise, pulled back, and looked at me with wide eyes. That's quite something, she murmured, one hand resting lightly over my heart. Her fingers were cold, but not unpleasant. Movement at my feet caught my attention. Emmy had positioned herself there. Cinchuredo, those little blue antennae bobbed with the Barado of her conviction. Her reddish-brown eyes holding the same fierce resolve ID seen her use when she was trying to stabilize someone bleeding out on a battlefield. I want to take care of you the way you take care of me. Akari let out a low, delighted laugh from where she was leaning against me, her warm weight a comfortable anchor in all the surrounding chaos. Girl's got ambition. I like it. Emmy gave me a quick, friendly hug, patting my Barado with a playful grin. All right, let's get moving. Cinchuredo, 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 Skylar materialized at my side. She didn't announce herself, didn't ask permission or make a show of it. She simply reached down and wrapped her fingers around my wrist and guided two of my fingers toward her face. Her violet eyes, that mesmerizing wash of pale purple, found mine and held them as she gently took my fingers in her hand. Her gaze stayed steady with the same calm confidence she had shown earlier, her expression softening with each slow moment. My brain did not malfunction gradually. It simply stopped. For women. For entirely distinct personalities. All of it happening simultaneously, all of it real. Akari's bold approach, charged with ambition and barely contained energy. Cinchuredo, 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 the part that usually kept meticulous records of such distinctions, had stopped caring. Emmy smiled softly, and the warmth traveled through the room, settling somewhere in the quiet of the moment. Cell's fingers tightened in my hair, a sharp, grounding reminder. Cinchuredo, so take all of us. Chapter 434. 5 crowns, 1 king. I couldn't breathe. My lungs burned like I'd just run a marathon through hellfire. Every inhale was a battle against ribs that had already been through too much today, yesterday, and probably the entire wretched week. The air tasted like smoke and sweat, and something else, something divine that was probably going to overwhelm me before the tournament ever got a chance. Haha, my shirt was covered in who knows what. Streaks of strange residue from a chaotic gathering. The faint shimmer of some strange powder still drying on my clothes like war paint. Somewhere in the chaos of the last 4 hours, someone had Barato on my shirt hard enough to leave red marks across my Barato that stung when I moved. I reached blindly for the water bottle ID stashed on the nightstand 3 lifetimes ago. The plastic crinkled in my grip as I chugged the entire thing in 3 desperate gulps. Room temperature and tasting faintly like Bartholomew S. terrarium water. Didn't matter. My body was a desert, and this was the only oasis. The room looked like a battlefield, an ID gone undefeated. 5 versus 1. My eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the curtains, taking inventory of the carnage ID created. They were all here, all 5 of them, scattered across my bed like fallen soldiers after the war ended. Akari lay on her stomach near the edge of the mattress, her thin skin practically glowing in the moonlight. Her emerald eyes were shut, long lashes resting against her cheeks, and her black hair fanned out like spilled ink across white sheets. Her face was relaxed, her expression peaceful as she slept soundly. Cinchuredo told me she loved me, told me she wanted to carry my kid like it was some kind of trophy she needed to win. Even the memory alone sent a shiver through me. Emmy was curled into a ball on my left, her blue hair a complete disaster of tangles and sweat-plastered strands. Those little antenna pieces had given up hours ago, hanging limply against her forehead. She had tucked herself against my side, even in sleep, one arm thrown across my stomach like she was afraid I'd disappear. Her white tank Barato was gone. Actually, most of everyone's clothes were gone, scattered like confetti across the floor, as if the night had been wild and unforgettable. She had been the second one to crack during round 3, sobbing into my Barato that she loved me, that she wanted me to be hers forever. I was going straight to Barato. No stops. Express service. Celeste had claimed the spot on my right. One arm draped across my chest, her silver-white hair a river of moonlight against my skin. She looked younger in sleep, less like Seraphina's sister, less like a political weapon, more like the girl who punched me in a cave for being reckless. Her nightdress had survived somehow, Cinchuredo, but Shed looked at me with those periwinkle eyes and whispered my real name like a prayer, and somehow that felt heavier than any declaration. Natalia was sprawled across everyone's legs near the Barato of the bed, her purple hair with its white streaks creating abstract art against tan skin and pale skin and everything in between. The cryo-lich ring on her finger had finally stopped glowing. She used the last of her energy, creating an ice wall at some point. Cinchuredo, her pale hip was briefly visible as she shifted. Her indigo and pink hair was an absolute catastrophe, an entire music festival compressed into a single braid gone wrong. One violet, I cracked open a sliver, caught my undoubtedly smug expression, and snapped shut again. Stop staring. Jerk. The grumble was barely audible. Half asleep and still fully antagonistic. Genuinely impressive. I grinned despite myself. The arithmetic was absurd. 5 people. For hours. Worth it. Every last second. My stomach chose that exact moment to voice its grievances at a volume that could have classified as a seismic event. A long, deep, resonant growl that rippled through the pre-dawn silence of the room and disturbed absolutely no one, because every single guest in my house was somewhere in the profound depths of post-exertion unconsciousness, the specific, boneless kind that only arrives at the intersection of alcohol, exhaustion, and a long night out. I needed a sports drink. Probably 10 sports drinks consumed in rapid succession, possibly intravenously, and a medic, and a long, serious conversation with whoever designed the human body about its catastrophic lack of stamina reserves. Chapter 435. The perfect game carefully, I extracted myself from the pile of sleeping beauties. Moving with the kind of stealth ID learned from dodging Kimiko's suspicion and Luca's well-meaning dad talks. Natalia mumbled something that sounded like my name, but didn't T-wake. MES hand twitched toward where I'd been, found empty space, and settled back down with a soft sigh. I picked up my sweatpants from the floor, stepped over a garment left on the floor, and opened the door just wide enough to slip through. The hallway was blessedly empty, silent except for the usual creaks and groans of an old building settling into night. I made it down the stairs without incident, my bare feet silent on wood that had probably seen better days before the academy decided to dump the reject guild here. The kitchen light was on. I paused at the doorway, suddenly very aware that I was still in my undershirt, covered in scratches and bruises from the earlier scuffle. Cinchuredo, I opened the fridge and grabbed a Thunderstrike Sports drink in electric blue, the neon liquid sloshing as I twisted the cap off. Braxton raised his glass. I raised my bottle. We stood there in mutual understanding, two men who clearly had very different but equally exhausting nights. Practice is postponed until 1600 hours, he said, his voice carrying that rough edge that came from cigarettes and too many years fighting things that wanted to eat him. I nodded, taking a long drink. The sugar hit my system like a brick of pure energy, chasing away some of the bone-deep exhaustion. Braxton's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Something between approval and resignation. Congratulations on the perfect game, Nakano. I nearly choked on my drink. He knew. Of course he knew. The man had survived A-rank gates and underground poker rings run by information brokers. Cinchuredo, and if I were you, I'd clean up my room tonight. Kimiko called. She and Lucas are arriving tomorrow afternoon for a wellness check. Ugh, my life. Understood, I managed. He disappeared up the stairs, leaving me alone in the kitchen with my sports drink and the dawning realization that I'd successfully completed Aphrodite's impossible mode quest, but now had to survive the actual impossible mode of explaining to my mother why her stepson's room smelled so strange. The air in front of me shimmered. Not the system blue I was used to. This was pink and gold, warm and bright, smelling like rose gardens and something older than time itself. Aphrodite manifested fully Barado since this whole nightmare began. She wasn't a chibi avatar anymore. She was a tiny sprite with an attitude problem. She stood at her full height, maybe 5'6", and she was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. The kind of beautiful that hurt to look at directly. The kind that made you understand why men started wars. Her hair was gold, not blonde. Actual spun gold that moved like water and caught light that didn't exist in the room. It fell in perfect waves past her shoulders, and I could see each individual strand like my brain was suddenly capable of processing detail it had never noticed before. Her eyes were the color of Mediterranean seas at sunset. Turquoise shot through with copper, and something warm that made you want to dive in and never surface. She wore white, a dress that looked Grecian and timeless, held up by golden clasps at her shoulders. It moved wrong, like the fabric was liquid or the laws governing how cloth should behave didn't apply to goddesses. Her skin was flawless, bronze and sun-kissed, and glowing faintly with internal light. She was barefoot. Her toenails were painted gold, and she was smiling at me like a proud mother watching her son win a championship. Well, she said, her voice like honey and wine and promises whispered in the dark. I must say, I did not think you would actually pull it off. I took another drink because what else was I supposed to do? Bow? Grovel? My legs were half jello from the workout. I'd just put them through. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I muttered. She laughed, the sound filling the kitchen with warmth. It felt like standing in summer sunlight after years underground. Oh, Satori. She stepped closer, her bare feet making no sound on the tile. Only a son of mine could accomplish such a feat in a single evening. The transparency, the honesty, the sheer audacity of opening your heart before 5 women and somehow convincing them not only to stay but to trust you so deeply. She reached up, touching my face with a hand that felt simultaneously solid and weightless. Alas, you're not mine in this life, Rome. In this. She blinked. Her expression shifted from eternal pride to something like confusion, then to barely contained panic. Never mind that, she said quickly, too quickly, her hand dropping from my face. You performed admirably. The honesty, the passion, the tears during the third round when both Akari and Emmy professed their love while you were, well. She gestured vaguely at my torso. The ratings were exceptional. The audience wept. Even Zeus found it moving. And that man has the emotional range of a particularly vindictive rock. Right, I said slowly, filing away the fact that the literal goddess of love had just accidentally called me Rome for later analysis. So about those rewards. Chapter 436. 5 Covenants. Her smile returned, brilliant and sharp. Yes, your rewards. Golden light erupted around me, and the system interface blazed alive with notifications scrolling faster than I could read them. Quest complete. The Scumbag*s perfect game, all objectives achieved, bonus objective complete. Rewards distributed. The schema points hit my account like a tidal wave. 1,000 points flooding in, bringing my total to something absurd. The numbers kept climbing as the system processed everything, and I felt the exact moment the Barato trait transformed into something new. Trait evolved. Nectar of Devotion, mythical tier. The difference was immediate. The lingering Barato I had sensed, the artificial enhancement woven into my very being, didn't disappear exactly. It transformed into something deeper and Barato powerful. Smoothed out, became something that felt like genuine possibility, like real attraction with just enough intensity to matter. Title acquired. The Honest Tyrant, unique rank effect. Your transparency about leadership makes people trust you, Barato, not less. Bond advancement rates increased by 25. I laughed. I couldn't help it. The sheer audacity of earning a title for being honest about being a scheming rogue broke something inside me that felt dangerously close to hysteria. Is this a joke? Not at all. Aphrodite purred, clearly pleased with herself. Mortals are strange creatures. Tell them you will lie, and they trust you. Tell them the truth about your intentions, and they forgive you. It's delicious irony. More notifications scrolled past. Familiar contract, mythical tier. X2 acquired, all ensemble members unlocked. Rank 10 Covenant rewards. That last one made my brain stutter. All of them. Even Emmy and Skylar, who D been at rank 5. Even Sel, who D just jumped to rank 7. I pulled up the ensemble tab with shaking fingers. Natalia Kuzmina, rank 10, Covenant. The Psychic Sovereign EMI Aoyama, rank 10. Censuredo, breathing people whose fate's ID just tied to my own through a combination of honesty, Barato, and divine interference. Aphrodite, I said carefully, what exactly did I just do? She smiled, and this time it carried weight. Knowledge, something that looked almost like sympathy. You forge a proper court, darling. Not through deception or cold-blooded manipulation alone, but through that rarest of things. She reached out and tapped my chest, 2 fingers pressed lightly against the skin above my sternum, right over my heart. The touch was weightless, almost maternal. Truth, seasoned with genuine feeling. They know precisely what you are now. They know the system, the bonds, the imbuements. They know the shape of the cage. And they looked at all of it, looked at you, and chose to remain inside it anyway. Because of the nectar, I said. No. The amusement drained from her expression, replaced by something that sat closer to sincerity. Perhaps the most unsettling thing a goddess of love could possibly wear. The nectar of devotion does not enslave, Satori. It does not manufacture feeling from nothing, does not pour false wine into empty cups. It amplifies what is already present, what already lives and breathes inside the heart of the one it touches. What they feel because they have chosen to feel it. Every one of them. You simply made everything. She tilted her head, searching for the precise word with the patience of someone who had watched 10,000 love stories unspool from beginning to ruin. More. I looked back at the glowing interface hanging in the air before me. at the 5 names pulsing in sequence with a soft silver radiance. Each one a weight I could feel settling across my shoulders. "So they can leave," I said. "If they wanted to. They could always leave," Aphrodite corrected, gently but without any room for negotiation. Even under the old nectar, even in the grip of a dependency I designed to be completely consuming, they still possessed the fundamental architecture of free will. The choice was always there. They simply would have needed to want freedom more than they wanted you. Her smile returned then, slower this time, and edged with something knowing enough to be almost cruel. "And not a single one of them does. That, my darling scumbag, is the real victory tonight. Not the quest, not the title, not the SP sitting in your account." She looked at the glowing names with an expression I couldn't fully read. "That is." She stepped back, her form beginning to shimmer at the edges. "Enjoy your rewards, Satoru Nakano. You've earned them fairly." She paused, her expression flickering to something complicated. And she shook her head. "Never mind. Wrong lifetime. Wrong story." Then she was gone, leaving only the scent of roses and the faint warmth where she touched my skin. I stood alone in the kitchen, drinking an electric blue sports drink at 3 in the morning, wearing nothing but sweatpants and looking like I had been through an epic night of questing. The quest timer had vanished. The reward sat in my inventory, like treasure ID stolen from the gods themselves. And upstairs, Cinchuredo, I finished the sports drink and tossed it in the recycling. My legs felt like someone had replaced the bones with wet noodles. My back ached. My ribs screamed. My arms still throbbed from the arborist burns. And ID never felt more alive. I headed back upstairs, each step a small victory against gravity and exhaustion. The door to my room stood slightly ajar, spilling warm light into the hallway. I pushed it open quietly. They were exactly where ID left them, resting peacefully. I climbed back into the center of the cozy pile of blankets and pillows. Emmy immediately moved to my left side, Cell to my right. Natalia settled near my legs, making herself comfortable. Skylar kicked me once in her sleep, probably on principle. Akari just kept drooling on the pillow, completely out. A notification pulsed once in the corner of my vision. "Your group is ready." I smiled, closing my eyes. Yeah, they were. Chapter 437. Casualties and Snails. The first thing Skylar registered was weight. Warm, soft, annoyingly heavy weight pressing against her left side, and something wet against her shoulder that was absolutely, categorically not acceptable at 10 in the morning. She opened one eye. Akari Miyamoto was drooling on her, completely uncovered, one tan arm thrown across Skylar's stomach. Her black hair spread everywhere like she had personally declared war on personal space. Her face was slack and peaceful, free of the sharp calculation and wary look Skylar had seen while she was conscious. She rested against Skylar Esperado. Skylar stared at the ceiling for 3 seconds. Then she peeled Akari off her with the careful efficiency of someone defusing a bomb. Akari made a sound, something small and protesting, and immediately latched onto the nearest pillow, wrapping herself around it with the dedication of someone who had decided the pillow was now her entire personality. She didn't wake up, just redirected, seamless as water finding a new path, and kept sleeping with her cheek mashed against the pillowcase and her expression serene. Skylar sat up. Bad idea. Everything hurt. Her jaw ached from the hinges forward. Her throat felt like shed burrito, sandpaper, and then apologized to the sandpaper. Her legs were sore in a way that made stairs feel like a theoretical concept. Her backside stung in several spots that were oddly hand-shaped, and her whole burrito felt like it had been through something that warranted a formal incident report. She breathed through her nose until the discomfort settled into something manageable. Then she looked at the bed. Satoru Nakano was unconscious in the center of the mattress, one arm above his head. One sprawled across Emmy, who was curled against his ribs. Celeste lay on his other side with her silver hair tangled across his chest, and her expression unguarded in a way Skylar suspected would horrify her when she woke up. Natalia was draped across his legs like a territorial throw blanket. Cinchuredo lay in the middle of all of it, looking stupidly peaceful, breathing slow and even completely unconscious to the damage had caused. Skylar glanced at him a moment longer than she intended, then quickly looked away, her face flushing with irritation. Asserting itself with the confidence of something that had spent the previous 4 hours asserting itself and apparently hadn't gotten the memo about rest. What a nuisance, she thought, with considerably less heat than she meant. Does that thing have an off switch? She looked at it another second, felt a sudden rush of weariness that she refused to dwell on in the morning light, and deliberately redirected her attention to finding her legs. Standing was a production. She got there. Barely. Her legs held, which she considered a personal victory worth noting. She stood in the early light coming through the curtains, Cinchuredo. The shorts had ceased to exist somewhere between round 2 and round 3 and had apparently decided they preferred being missing to witnessing round 4. Skylar padded over to Satori's dresser and opened the second drawer. She found basketball shorts immediately. Black, drawstring, would fit like a dress on her, but would function. She grabbed them and was halfway through pulling them on when she noticed Bartholomew. The immortal snail sat in his terrarium on the dresser, level with her face, and stared at her. She stared back. He was a very normal brown snail. He had no expression. He had no capacity for judgment or observation or opinion. He was a snail. He absolutely stared at her anyway. "Hello, Bartholomew," Skylar said. He didn't move. "Yeah," she said. "Me too." She finished tying the drawstring and looked back at the bed, at Satori, surrounded by women who had all made deeply questionable choices alongside her, and felt something shift bravado that she didn't have a word for yet. She crossed the room. She leaned in toward him. She had already decided before she registered the decision. Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. She leaned close to him for a moment. He didn't wake up. The sound that woke someone up was quieter. A small intake of breath from his right side. Skylar pulled back and looked. Emi Aoyama was awake. Her sapphire blue hair was absolutely destroyed, tangled across the pillow in every direction, the little antenna pieces hanging at tragic angles. Her eyes were open, reddish-brown, and startled, going from the ceiling to Satori to Skylar in the span of about 2 seconds. The flush that followed was spectacular, spreading across her cheeks and clearly visible in her stunned expression, turning her face the approximate color of a sunrise. She sat up and looked at Skylar with the expression of someone who had just remembered every single thing that had happened and was now processing it all at once. Skylar considered her. Then she tilted her head toward the door. Emi looked at Satori, back at Skylar. Then she did a careful, mortified extraction from the bed that involved a lot of not waking anyone else and locating her yellow hoodie from the floor with the quiet desperation of someone who felt the universe owed her at least one piece of clothing. They made it into the hallway. Skylar closed the door behind them. Chapter 438. Soreness Loves Company. The hallway was quiet. Everyone else was presumably still sleeping off their own exhausting nights. Morning light came through the window at the far end, soft and unremarkable, very normal for a Sunday at the academy. Emi stood against the wall, hugging her hoodie to her chest, not wearing it yet, her hair a disaster, her cheeks still visibly warm. Skylar leaned against the opposite wall and looked at her. "Hi," Emi said. "Hi." A beat of silence. "Are you?" Emi started, stopped, pressed her lips together. "Are you okay?" Skylar blinked. Of all the opening moves, she looked down at herself, at the basketball shorts rolled 3 times at the waist, at Satori's black t-shirt hanging past her hips, and felt the soreness radiating from approximately every part of her body. "Sore," she said. Emi made a sound that was half laugh and half something more complicated. She pulled the hoodie on, zipped it to her chin, and hugged herself. Her antennae drooped. "Me too." They stood there. "I didn't know," Emi said finally, "that it would be like that." "Yeah, I mean, I knew it would be." Cinchuredo. About a simulation full of shadow monsters, and a moment where something had clicked between her and Satori that had nothing to do with the quest objective. About last night, about a quiet understanding that had settled between them, and the way Head looked at her after, just for a second, without any pretense in it. "Getting there," she said. Emi absorbed this. Her fingers picked at the hoodie zipper. Can I ask you something? You're going to anyway. A small smile crossed Emmy's face, there and gone. How do you do it? The sharing. Knowing that he yes also. She gestured vaguely, encompassing the closed door behind Skylar. Everyone else? Yes. Skylar considered the question honestly, because Emmy deserved honesty and also because Skylar was too tired for anything else. I'll not care, she said. Don't get it twisted. There were about 6 moments last night where I wanted to stab someone. She paused. Mostly him. Emmy's eyes went wide. Not actually. Calm down. Skylar pushed off the wall and moved to sit on the floor back against it, knees pulled up. After a second, Emmy slid down to sit beside her. But jealousy exists. I'm not going to pretend it's some Zen arrangement where everyone floats around feeling nothing negative. She picked at a loose thread on the basketball shorts. That's not what last night was. What was it? He told us the truth. The words came out simpler than she intended. Flatter. About all of it. The system. The quest mechanics. The fact that half of what we feel is enhanced chemistry that he accidentally or deliberately dosed us with. She looked at the far window. He could have kept continuing the experiment. It would have been easier. He would have gained additional data, probably. Centuredo, I was so embarrassed. You also said some other things. The embarrassment that crossed Emmy's face could have powered a small city. Please don't. I'm not going to hold it against you. Skylar glanced sideways at her. For what it's worth, Akari said something similar, and she doesn't even have a nectar excuse from last night. She was just like that. A sound escaped Emmy that was involuntary and slightly hysterical. The beginning of a laugh she didn't mean to have. It spread into something more genuine, and for a second she pressed her forehead to her knees and laughed quietly in the way people laugh when the alternative is something harder. Skylar let her. I love him, Emmy said finally to her knees. I know. That's terrifying. Yeah, is it? Emmy lifted her head. For you? Skylar thought about this. About being the daughter of Jedha Main, who had spent 30 years collecting adoring people and burning through them and calling it artistic necessity. About growing up understanding that charisma was a weapon people used on other people and that charm was a costume anyone could rent. About sitting across from Satoru Nakano at a simulation pod and watching him fight shadow monsters and thinking, for the first time in her life, that someone had cracked her particular code. Ask me again in a month, she said. Emmy nodded. She looked at the closed door. He is still asleep, she said. He earned it. Another small laugh, less hysterical this time. Emmy tucked her hands into her hoodie sleeves and leaned her head back against the wall. In the morning light, she looked young and genuinely happy in a way that Skylar found mildly inconvenient to witness because it made it very difficult to maintain any residual irritation about last night's logistics. Natalia told me something, Emmy said. When I first got here. Before, she said. Emmy paused, choosing words. She said I was the warmth. But he needed that. Skylar looked at her. You are, she said. It came out less grudging than she intended. Emmy blinked, like she'd expected resistance and gotten none. Don't make it weird, Skylar said. I'm not making it weird. You have a look on your face. I'm just. Emmy turned back to the door. I'm glad you're here too. In this. Whatever this is. Skylar exhaled. The soreness in her body hummed. Her jaw ached. Her legs protested the floor. She had a headache building behind her left eye that was going to require multiple sports drinks and probably complete silence to address Centuredo. Emmy started to stand, joints cracking. Ow. Welcome to the other side of that long shift. Is it always this tiring? Skylar stood, tested her legs, found them functional, if stiff. You'll get used to it after a few Barado rounds. Emmy looked at her with the expression of someone processing information on multiple levels simultaneously, her antennae both at extremely crooked angles, her hair still a full disaster, her cheeks pink. Third time, she repeated. Don't read into it. They stood in the hallway together for a moment, two people in borrowed clothes, sore and hungry, and still somewhat stunned by their own choices. Should we wake them up? Emmy asked. Skylar considered the image of Satori in the center of that bed, still sleeping, looking peaceful and completely unaware of the chaos around him. Give it another hour, she said, and started for the stairs. He needs it. Chapter 439. The Gyarus breakfast, I woke to warmth. A pleasant heat surrounded me. My eyes stayed closed for the first few seconds because my brain hadn't finished loading yet. Then the soft sounds registered. Centuredo. Her hand rested on my chest, fingers curled loosely. Still sleeping. On my right, Celeste's silver-white hair created a river across the pillow, her face pressed against my ribs in the peaceful expression of someone who passed out hard. Both of them unconscious, which meant I looked down. Centuredo morning light streamed through the window. She breathed hard, her shoulders rising and falling. Her hair was tousled, her cheeks flushed. Then her eyes opened. She saw me watching. Centuredo, she spoke softly about how much she had missed him, her words warm and genuine. He focused on staying calm, drawing a slow breath to steady himself. She smiled gently and pressed a soft barato to his cheek. "Missed you," she whispered. His mind finally caught up to the moment. "Centuredo, I want my turn," she said softly as she nudged me awake. This was, objectively, one of the most surprising ways anyone had ever woken me up. Natalia shifted against my left side, her leg resting over mine, and she nestled her face against my barato, still asleep. On my right, Celeste's breathing remained deep and steady. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo. Akari held on tightly, and a deep emotional wave washed over me. I felt completely overwhelmed. Akari's eyes went wide in surprise. She stayed close, steady and present, her breathing measured with effort. She didn't pull back. She stayed. "Centuredo, good morning, Daddy," she said. Chapter 440. Covenant morning. I stared at her. She grinned, that wide, unrepentant thing that probably got her out of trouble as often as it got her into it, and climbed up beside me with deliberate care. Centuredo, she broke away and settled beside me in the narrow strip of mattress that wasn't already claimed by unconscious women, fitting herself into the space like she'd always been there. Her head found my shoulder. Her hand came to rest on my chest, and for a moment it lay just beside Natalia's, close enough that their fingers nearly touched. "I miss a lot," she said quietly. "You were there last night. Not for the beginning." She rested her hand nearby, thoughtful. "Not the barato you barato them. Not the barato they made you laugh. The little stupid things." A pause. "I came in late. I want to catch up." I looked at her properly. The act was gone. No grin, no teasing tone, no playful little smile. Her emerald eyes were steady and serious, and something about the directness of it landed differently than the usual banter had. "You don't have to compete," I said. "I know." The grin came back, quieter than usual. "I want anyway." Natalia shifted. The movement was slow, reluctant, the careful rearrangement of a person who had been deeply and deservedly asleep and resented the interruption. Her eyes opened, unfocused at first, drifting across the ceiling before finding mine with the homing instinct of someone who had learned exactly where to look. "Morning," I said. "MMPH." She blinked. Once. Twice. The machinery of consciousness grinding back to life behind those violet eyes as she took in the ceiling, then me, then Akari, then the specific configuration we were arranged in, Akari's head on my shoulder and her hand resting openly on my chest. Natalia's expression settled into a flat, controlled line, the kind that meant she was doing arithmetic. The pale gemstone of the cryo-lich ring on her finger pulsed once. A single cold flicker. "She woke me up," I said. "I bet she did." Akari laughed into my shoulder. The sound was quiet and real and made Natalia's expression shift from irritated to something more complicated. "Relax," Akari said. "I was just having breakfast. It's 1 PM. Can't skip the best meal of the day." Celeste stirred on my other side. Her periwinkle eyes opened, blinked at the ceiling, then moved to my face. A crease formed between her brows, the only indication she deregistered the situation before she looked at Natalia, then at Akari. "Good morning," she said carefully. "Morning, Princess," Akari said. Celeste's expression remained neutral, Centurato Emmy's voice came from somewhere near the foot of the bed. Is everyone awake? I craned my neck. Emmy sat with her knees pulled to her chest, yellow hoodie zipped up, her blue hair an absolute catastrophe. Her face was still pink. Unfortunately, Skylar's voice came from the corner. I turned. She was back. Centurato. The moment caught my full attention, even though my brain was running on about 30% capacity. We should talk about last night, she said. The room went quiet. Or, Akari said, we could make breakfast and pretend we're normal people for 20 minutes before the existential crisis. I vote breakfast, Emmy said immediately. Of course you do. Skylar stood. You're literally the only person here who knows how to cook a little. That's not true. Satori can cook well. Satori nearly died twice in 3 weeks. He gets a pass. I looked at Skylar. Appreciate that. Don't let it go to your head. Celeste stepped off the bed and borrowed her sweater from where it had ended up draped over my bookshelf. She pulled it on quickly and turned toward the door, meeting my eyes the entire time. I'll help Emmy, she said. Natalia stood and found her camisole inside out on the floor. She pulled it on without bothering to fix it. I'll supervise. I'll watch, Akari said cheerfully. They filed out. Skylar lingered at the door, her hand on the frame, and looked back at me, still lying in the wreckage of my bed. Don't fall back asleep. Wasn't planning on it. Liar. The door closed. I lay there for approximately 10 Barado seconds before my brain reminded me that 5 guests had just been in my room and were currently heading to my kitchen to make breakfast and probably discuss last night in detail, while I wasn't present to defend myself. Also, my parents were coming later. Also, my room looked like a crime scene. I sat up. My ribs screamed. My arms throbbed. My everything hurt in the specific way that suggested I'd made several poor but extremely worthwhile life choices in rapid succession. The system notification blinked in my peripheral vision. Congratulations! All ensemble members have reached rank 10. Covenant Natalia Kuzmina. The Psychic Sovereign Emi Aoyama. The Radiant Heart Skylar Amain. The Phantom Blade Celeste Vance. The Winter Queen Akari Miyamoto. The Golden Chain 5 Covenants. 5 permanent soul bonds. 5 women who knew exactly what I was and chose to stay anyway. Nell's presence materialized at the edge of my consciousness. Well done, protagonist, she purred. The audience wept. Apollo laughed. Aphrodite is still crying in the corner because you actually did it. She made me do it. You chose impossible mode. No one forced that. Fair. I stood. Found sweatpants. Put them on. Located a shirt that didn't have mysterious stains and pulled it over my head. Bartholomew watched me from his terrarium with the patience of something that had lived through worse. Don't judge me, I told him. Chapter 441. The Shadow and the Shameless. I needed coffee. Or possibly a priest. Definitely something that could help me process the fact that I'd just convinced 5 allies to form a permanent supernatural soul bond with me after a 4-hour negotiation that had left me completely exhausted. Also, I had 2 mythical tier familiar contracts burning a Barado in my inventory. I locked my door, checked it twice, then pulled up the system. The blue interface materialized with its usual quiet hum, and Nell's presence settled around the edges like she'd been waiting. Morning, protagonist. Sleep well? I got maybe 40 minutes. I'm amazed you got that much. The viewing stats for last night broke records. Multiple pantheons tuned in. Ares started a betting pool about whether you'd survive. He lost 3,000 drachma. Fantastic. Can we focus? The gacha store icon pulsed gold in the corner of my vision. 2 mythical tier familiar contracts sat in my inventory like loaded guns I hadn't decided whether to use yet. I pulled up Bartholomew's entry first. Bartholomew, bronze familiar status. Immortal snail abilities. None contribution. Moral support. I looked at the terrarium. Bartholomew munched his lettuce with the confidence of something that knew it couldn't die and therefore had 0 stakes in anything. No offense, buddy, but you're kinda useless. He did not respond. His commitment to lettuce remained absolute. I pulled up the first familiar contract. The interface shifted. Centurato, and yet. He gestured broadly. The air in front of me rippled and distorted, shifting from blue to purple to something darker than shadow. This one comes from a colleague. Sunless keeps to himself mostly. Very gloomy. But his craftsmen do excellent work. The space tore open. Not like a gate, but like fabric being cut. Darkness poured through the gap. It was cold. It writhed like smoke given purpose. Come forth, I said. It felt stupid. Like I was cosplaying a Final Fantasy summoner in my own bedroom at 2 in the afternoon, while 5 women cooked breakfast downstairs, and my parents were scheduled to arrive in 6 hours. Then 5 figures materialized from the shadow. They knelt in a perfect semicircle, heads bowed, armored hands resting on the floor. Each stood roughly 6 feet tall, humanoid in shape, but wrong in the way nightmares are wrong. They wore pitch-black plate armor that seemed to drink light, every surface etched with patterns that hurt to look at directly. Blue flames burned in the visors where eyes should be. The system notification appeared. Familiar acquired. Shadow Knights Squad. Rarity. Rare quantity. 5 abilities. Combat Mastery. C rank equivalent. Shadow Regeneration. Legion S Growth. Armory of the Dark. I stared at them. They stare back. Sort of. The blue flames track my movement. I feel like that one aura farmer right now. Oh gods, Ned whispered. Please don't start using anime catchphrases. The audience will riot. No promises. The knight in the center, slightly larger than the others, lifted its head. The flames in its visor brightened. I pointed at it. Alpha. It inclined its head once. Acceptance. The one to its left, built like a brick house with a tower shield strapped to its back. Beta. The one to the right with dual axes hanging from its belt. Gamma. 4th from the left, slender and intimidating, with daggers visible at their sides. Epsilon. Last one, with a segmented sword whip coiled around its arm like a metal snake. Zeta. They remained perfectly still, waiting. I dismissed them with a wave. That is all for now. They dissolved into shadow without sound, flowing back into the darkness they de-emerged from. The temperature in my room returned to normal. The oppressive weight lifted. I looked at my own shadow on the floor. It seemed darker than before. Thicker. Alpha. Come fort. The shadow split. Alpha rose from it like smoke condensing into steel, taking form in 3 seconds flat. He dropped to one knee the moment he solidified, his massive frame somehow managing to look graceful despite the plate armor. Can you hide in someone else, a shadow? I asked. Alpha nodded once. Whose? He gestured vaguely at the door, at everything beyond it, at basically anyone. Interesting. My mind ran through the implications. 5 knights I could deploy at will, hide in the shadows of my teammates, use for reconnaissance or assassination or just straight, overwhelming force. Dismissed. He melted back into darkness. I own an army now. A small one. A weird one. But still. The second familiar contract pulsed in my inventory, and Apollo, as Avatar, clapped his tiny hands together with way too much enthusiasm. Ready for number 2? His grin widened. This one S special. They're all special. This one S special. Promise you'll love it. His expression shifted to something that might have been genuine concern if gods were capable of that. Or possibly hate it. Depends on your tolerance for chaos. Just show me already. Apollo snapped his fingers. The world exploded. Not metaphorically. The air in my room compressed, then decompressed in a shockwave that rattled the windows and knocked Bartholomew's terrarium sideways. Golden light flooded everything, bright enough that I had to close my eyes against it. Heat washed over me. Not painful, but intense, like standing too close to a bonfire. Then the light vanished. Smoke remained. Not shadow smoke like the knights, but actual gray smoke that smelled faintly of sulfur and something else. Something organic. A figure stood in the center of the dissipating cloud. Female. Definitely female. Centuredo, framing a face that was equal parts beautiful and dangerous. Sharp features. High cheekbones. A barato curved into a grin that promised trouble. Cat ears twitched atop her head. 2 tails swished behind her. She looked like trouble, and I found myself staring. She had the kind of figure that would turn heads the moment she walked into a room. She carried herself with a striking confidence and a presence that was impossible to ignore. Her outfit looked pristine and well-fitted despite the rough conditions. Her eyes opened, hazel, gold-flecked, vertically slit like a cat's. Barato. Chapter 442. Property of the Bakanico. She launched herself at me. I barely had time to register the movement before she crashed into my Barato with enough Barato to knock me backward onto the bed. Her arms wrapped around me and her legs tangled with mine. She pressed against me with the enthusiasm of a tackle that would have made Hikari proud. As she gave me a Barato on the cheek. Cinchuredo, where were you? WHYD, it takes so long. Did you forget about me? You didn't forget, right? I tried to speak. She nuzzled me again. You seem different than before, but really good. Did you get stronger? You definitely seem stronger. She leaned close to my neck, and I felt her shiver. And there's other scents, 2 different scents, but that's totally fine. I don't mind. Cooperation is great, right? As long as I go ahead. I should go first. I'm going to go first. What the actual, right? Introductions. She pulled herself back just far enough to beam at me with intense glee. Her pupils so dilated they swallowed most of the hazel gold iris. E.M. Maki, your brand new familiar. We're bonded now, like soul bonded, the permanent kind, so we're stuck together forever and ever. ISNT, that just amazing? The system notification flickered into existence with a noticeable delay about 10 full seconds, as if even the cosmic video game running my life needed a moment to process what the heck had just happened. Familiar acquired. Maki rarity. Platinum species. Bakanico, monster cat. Abilities. Lightning Weaver, 9 lives. Transformation. Enhanced agility warning. Personality may vary. That last line felt like the understatement of the century. Maki made a sound that was halfway between a hum and a chirp, then nuzzled against my shirt with an oddly affectionate energy. Cinchuredo, is that bad? It feels like a good time to me. Should I have waited? Or, should I have stayed back? I really don't like waiting around. It's boring and it gets in the way of things. But if Barato really want me to hold off, I guess I could try Maki. Her ears perked straight up. Yes. Back. Away. Me. Her face fell so fast it was almost comical. But I just got here. I've been waiting forever. Do you know how boring it is inside a gacha ball? It's like being asleep, but worse because you can kind of feel time passing, but you can't do anything about it. And off. She pouted. Actually pouted. Her expression was one of such theatrical disappointment that I almost felt bad. Almost. She moved off me with obvious reluctance, then immediately sat across from me, tucked comfortably in, still grinning. Better? Not really. Wanting to come quietly? That would be too bad. She bounced once. I don't follow orders for anyone. Not even my partner. Especially not my partner. We're bonded now, which means you're stuck with me. And I'm stuck with you. And isn't that just the best? Nell's laughter echoed through my skull. Oh, this is perfect. Apollo outdid himself. You want a chaos? Meet pure chaos. Shut up. I didn't say anything. Maki's ears flattened. Are you mad? You sound mad. Did I do something wrong already? I can be good. I promise. I'm very good when I want to be. Not you. I Barato the bridge of my nose. The voice in my head. Oh. She perked up immediately. You have one of those too? Mine tells me to burn things. Or eat things. Sometimes both at the same time. Of course she did. Maki. Yes, sensei. She leaned forward eagerly, and the sudden motion made it hard to stay focused. Cinchuredo, if you go downstairs like that, I said slowly, Natalia will freeze you solid. The purple-haired one? With the scary eyes? Maki's grin somehow got wider. I like her already. She gives off an icy vibe. That's not a compliment. Sure it is. Reserve types are interesting. They keep their guard up, then you push the right buttons, and she made an explosion gesture with her hands. Boom. Ice everywhere. Very dramatic. I stood up from the chair. She stayed close beside me as I rose. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm very serious. She leaned her head against my Barato, and I felt her smile. I'm yours now. Permanently. You summoned me. which means we're stuck together until one of us dies. And I've got 9 lives, so good luck with that. Fantastic. I know, right? She pulled back and placed both hands gently on my face, guiding me to look at her. You're fun. Way more fun than the last guy. He was all serious and boring and kept trying to make me wear robes. Robes? Can you imagine? She shuddered. So I ate him. I blinked. You ate him? Yup. Well, I fried him first. Lightning, you know. Very satisfying. Then the system scooped me up and put me in the prize pool. She booped my nose. And now I'm here. With you, who seems way less likely to bore me to death, which is good, because I get cranky when I'm bored. The system notification updated. Warning, Maki requires regular activity, combat, food, or physical affection. To prevent destabilization, destabilized Maki may result in property damage, unauthorized violence, excessive purring, diplomatic incidents, Chapter 443. The carrot and the SWAT I sighed. This was what I got for rolling mythical tier. A hyperactive cat girl with dependency issues and apparently zero concept of personal boundaries. But forget it. Maki was platinum tier. That put her in the same category as my protection from arrows and Rockstar Maid. Her lightning manipulation alone would be game-changing. 9 lives meant she was the ultimate safety net. And her enhanced agility, well, if she could move as fast as she just demonstrated by launching herself across the room, she'd be terrifying in combat. The problem wasn't her power. The problem was everything else about her. I looked down at Maki, who is currently attempting to make herself comfortable on my lap, while also practically buzzing with barely contained energy. Her 2 tails swished behind her, occasionally brushing against my leg. She needed regular activity to prevent destabilization, combat, food, or physical affection, which meant if I didn't keep her entertained, she'd start frying people or causing diplomatic incidents with foreign governments. And I already had enough problems without adding my familiar declared war on the Sentinels, because she was bored to the list. Carrot and stick, then. I used it before. Back in Tokyo, when training new recruits who thought they were too clever or too tough to follow orders. You rewarded compliance. You punished defiance. You made the rules crystal clear, so there was no room for confusion about what happened next. Simple, effective, brutal when it needed to be. Maki tilted her head, watching me with those huge hazel eyes. You're thinking really hard. Is it about me? It's about me, isn't it? Am I in trouble? That was fast. New record. We need to establish some ground rules. Ooh, rules. She bounced once. I love rules. There's so much fun to break. I turned her face toward me gently. Cinchuredo, do I get rewards? Depends on how well you do. She flinched. So Maki was stubborn and defiant. Another layer of complexity I didn't need, but was stuck with anyway. I let go of her chin and stood, pulling her up with me. She stumbled in surprise, steadying herself against me. First test, Cinchuredo. Staring at the fabric like I had just handed her a surprising gift. You want me to wear your shirt? Problem? No problem. She held the shirt up and smiled softly. It smells like your cologne. You've been out a lot lately. The shirt. On you. Now. She pulled it on slowly, taking her time with the simple act. The oversized shirt hung down to her barato on her small frame, covering her adequately while she got comfortable in the borrowed clothing. Good job, I said warmly. She paused for a moment, her ears barato slightly. Then she smiled, bright and genuine. Really? I reached out and gently patted her head, running my fingers through her silky black hair. She laughed softly in response, rumbling, so intense that the desk vibrated beneath her. Her eyes closed. She leaned her head into my hand. She relaxed completely. Oh, that's nice, she said. Please keep going. I continued barato, watching her calm down under the attention. So the reward system worked. Good. When you follow instructions, Cinchuredo, you lose what you want. She stared at me. Her ears drooped. Her tails curled inward. That's mean. That's consequences. But I was being good. I put on a shirt like you said, and you argue with me first, which means you only get partial credit. She worried her barato, and I watched her thinking. Cinchuredo. Censurado, censurado, censurado. I leaned closer and saw the truth on her face. Flushed and caught. Liar, I said quietly. Okay, Fine. She gripped my shoulders, her cheeks bright red. Maybe I am. A little. But that's just because you startled me, and it's been forever since anyone really listened to me. I smiled and gave her a gentle hug. Censurado, 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 censurado. She looked up at me with bright eyes. Can I have it all the time? Please? Work for it. She nodded eagerly. I'll work hard. I promise. I'll be on my best behavior. You won't even recognize how well I'm doing. We'll see. Downstairs, Natalia's voice carried through the floor. Sharp. Commanding. Maki's ears perked up. Ooh. Is that the cold one? Can I meet her? I bet she's fun. Is she friendly? I hope she's nice. Stay here. But Maki. She deflated instantly. Fine. But you owe me pets when you get back. Lots of pets. And maybe breakfast. Do you have tuna? I love tuna. Or salmon. Salmon's good too. Really any fish as I leaned in and barato her quickly, then pulled back. She stared at me with wide eyes and a surprised smile. Stay. Here. Okay. The words came out calm. Settled. Progress. I headed for the door, then paused. And Maki? Can you transform into a cat? The question stopped her haze. She blinked at me, tilting her head so far it was practically horizontal. Of course I can. I'm a Bakaniko. She said it like I asked if water was wet. Did you think these were just accessories? Her ears twitched, as if proving their authenticity. Show me. Maki's face lit up. You want to see? Really? Most masters just want the human form because, she gestured at herself with theatrical emphasis. The transformation. I want to see all your forms. Well, I've only got 2. It's not like I'm some fancy kitsune with 9 transformations and illusion magic. She rolled her eyes. Show-offs, the lot of them. She slid off the desk, standing barefoot on the wooden floor. My shirt hung off her small frame like a tent, reaching mid-thigh. Okay, watch closely. Censurado, there was now a sleek black cat with 2 tails. She was larger than an ordinary house cat, about the size of a small dog, with the same striking hazel gold eyes that featured vertical pupils. Her fur was glossy and perfectly groomed, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Moreau? She patted across the floor and brushed against my leg, her ears perked up. I crouched down and offered my hand. She butted her head against my palm, demanding attention. I scratched behind her ears, and the purring started immediately, just as loud as her human forms, which seemed physically impossible from such a small creature. This could be useful, I murmured, mocking me out again, then transformed back with the same blurring effect. Suddenly, there was a girl kneeling at my feet, looking up at me with an expectant smile. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, right? I can stay hidden for as long as needed. Nobody pays attention to a cat. She smiled. But I prefer this form. I have opposable thumbs. Chapter 445. The second Barato auditions. I picked up my shirt from the floor and put it on, then pointed at Maki. Stay. Transform into a cat. Hide. Don't make any noise. Don't break anything. Don't electrocute anyone. That's a lot of Dantes. She pouted. What about the dose? Exist quietly. Boring. But she transformed anyway, becoming a sleek black cat who immediately claimed my pillow as her new throne. I stumbled downstairs with the kind of headache that usually required divine intervention or a bullet. The common room was already a war zone. 5 women sat in strategic positions around the space. Natalia had claimed the armchair nearest the door, her purple hair still damp from a shower. Emmy perched on a couch arm, her blue antennae wilted. Skylar slouched in the corner wearing my hoodie, her violet eyes half-lidded but tracking everything. Celeste sat by the window, spine straight as ever, though her usual composure had developed cracks. Akari sprawled across the love seat like a cat in a sunbeam, her emerald eyes lazy but sharp. The tension could VE powered the entire atoll. Raphael was doing push-ups in the middle of the floor. Jamie was flexing at his reflection in the window. Marco and Malachi sat on the stairs. Jacob hunched over his datapad at the dining table. Hikari bounced between conversations. Isabel watched me from the kitchen doorway with wine-red eyes that missed nothing. Rough night? Her tone suggested she knew exactly how rough. Braxton postponed practice till 4. I grabbed a Thunderstrike from the fridge. The can hissed when I cracked it open. My mother and Luca are coming this afternoon. The room went quiet. Even Raphael stopped mid-push-up. Your mom? Emmy's voice pitched higher than usual. Here? Today? Wellness check. I downed half the energy drink in one pull. It tasted like chemicals and regret. So everyone needs to act civilized. Define civilized. Hikari sat up, suddenly interested. Are we talking normal civilized or rich people civilized? Don't destroy furniture. Don't insult guests. Don't demonstrate your aspects unless specifically asked. I looked directly at Natalia. And any grief my mother gives me, I'm paying back to you during training. Tenfold. Raphael barked out a laugh. Bring it. He stood, his amber eyes bright. I'm winning the festival anyway. Your time as leader ends then. Sure it does. But I don't disrespect mothers. He crossed his arms. My abuela raised me right. So if your mom shows up, she gets nothing but respect from me. Same. Jamie bounced over, grinning wide enough to show all his teeth. I want to meet Luca anyway. I've heard stories about his work with Aegis Prime. The man tanked a crawler-s pincer strike and kept fighting. His muscles must be glorious. They're substantial, I admitted. This is amazing. Jamie flexed reflexively. I'll ask about his training regimen, his protein intake, his philosophy on pre-workout supplements. Marco wandered over from the stairs. Your stepdad's cool. He bought me ice cream once when I was helping you move boxes. That sounds like something he'd do. The 5 women hadn't team moved. They sat in their respective territories, watching each other like poker players hiding tails. Emmy stood first. I should make cookies. Mothers like cookies, right? I can make good cookies. Better than my eggs. Much better than your eggs. Skylar's contribution came from behind her phone. I'll help. Celeste rose with dancer-esque grace. My finishing school included baking. I can execute a proper tea service. Of course you can. Hikari stretched and gave a relaxed smile. But can you make small talk? That's the real test. I've attended state dinners with foreign dignitaries. This is different. Natalia finally spoke, her purple eyes cold. This is Satori's mother, not some ambassador you can charm with protocol. The temperature dropped 3 degrees. Celeste's spine straightened further. I wasn't he suggesting, you're all overthinking this. I pressed my fingers against my temples. The headache was getting worse. It's lunch, maybe dinner. Then they leave. But it matters. Emmy twisted her hands together. First impressions matter. What if she doesn't tea like us? What if she thinks we're not good enough for? She cut herself off. Too late. The other 4 women's eyes sharpened. Not good enough for what exactly? Hikari's smile could cut glass. For being his friend? His teammate? His girlfriend, Skylar said flatly. The word hung in the air like smoke. Natalia's fingers curled around the armrest. Frost spread from her touch, thin white fractals crawling across the leather. We should clean. Isabel's voice came from the kitchen. If Luca's coming, this place needs to look like a functioning dormitory rather than a post-apocalyptic frat house. She was right. The common room looked like something had exploded. Pizza boxes stacked near the trash. Protein shake bottles scattered across every surface. Someone's combat boots sat in the middle of the floor. A training dummy's head rolled onto the couch. Everyone cleans. I pointed at the mess. Now, Raphael grumbled but grabbed the trash bags. Jamie started collecting protein containers with religious fervor. Marco and Malachi straightened the furniture while Jacob began organizing scattered textbooks. The 5 women didn't team move. They watched each other instead. You know, Hikari said slowly, whoever Kimiko likes best probably has an advantage. An advantage at what? Emmy's innocence was almost painful. Cinchuredo, I have the advantage before this even starts. But I can cook. Emmy's hands twisted together. I can show her I'm useful. Practical. I have political connections. Celeste's voice carried that edge I'd heard in caves when she was calculating survival odds. And my sister personally commended Satori for saving my life. That carries weight. I'm fun. Akari shrugged. Mothers want their sons to be happy. I make people happy. Skylar didn't say anything. She just pulled her hood up and went back to her phone. But her jaw was tight. None of you are marrying me right now. I finished my energy drink and crushed the can. We're 18. Can everyone calm down? No. They answered in unison. Chapter 446. 5 bruises and a funeral perfect. I needed aspirin. Maybe an exorcism. Satori. Natalia stood, walking over with that confident stride she used when making points. Your mother is perceptive. She'll know something happened between us. She already knows. I met her eyes. We had that conversation, remember? She knows about me. Natalia's hand found my chest, right over my heart. But the others are new variables. So what do you want me to do about it? Act normal. Don't let them climb all over you in front of her. She glanced at the other 4. Kimiko's not stupid. She'll see through obvious attempts at bravado. I wasn't planning on bravado with anyone in front of my mother. Good. Natalia gave me a firm pat on the bravado. Because if you did, I'd never forgive you. Your priorities are showing. Emmy appeared on my other side, holding dish soap and looking determined. I'm making cookies. Chocolate chip. The good kind with the chunks, not chips. She'll love that. You think so? Emmy's face brightened instantly. Emmy, I touched her shoulder. They're going to love you. You're impossible not to love. Her entire face went red. The antennae practically vibrated. Behind her, Skylar made a gagging sound. What about me? Akari sauntered over, inserting herself between Natalia and Emmy like a wedge. Do I get reassurance too? Or is that reserved for the criers? You don't need reassurance. I looked at her directly. You charmed my mother just to prove you could. True. Her grin turned sharp. But I succeed. That's the difference. Natalia's eye twitched. Celeste rose from her spot by the window. Moving with that regal drift she couldn't turn off even when she tried. She stopped in front of me, maintaining careful distance. I want to embarrass you. Her periwinkle eyes were steady. Serious. I know how to behave at family functions. You're not a political asset here. I caught her hand. Squeezed once. Just be Cell. Her breath caught. Across the room, Natalia's expression went dangerous. Right? Celeste stepped back smoothly. Just Cell. I can do that. Liar, Skylar muttered from her corner. What was that? Nothing. Just agreeing with your flawless plan. I was surrounded by chaos and violence, wearing pretty faces. Braxton stumbled out of his office wearing yesterday's clothes and carrying what smelled like whiskey in his coffee mug. He took one look at the assembled disaster, then at me, then back at the disaster. Your parents are coming. Yeah, and you told them. Just now. They're panicking. Little bit. He took a long drink from his mug. Good luck with that. Then he walked back into his office and shut the door. Helpful as always. Everyone split up. I pointed at different areas. Raphael, Jamie, get the training equipment out of the hallway. Marco, Malachi, check the bathrooms. Jacob, hide anything that looks like conspiracy evidence. Hikari, stop bouncing and help your sister with whatever she is doing. The room exploded into activity. Everyone except the 5 women surrounding me. They didn't team move. What? I looked at each of them. You need assignments too? We're staying with you. Natalia's tone left no room for argument. Safety in numbers. That's not how that phrase works. It is now. Emmy grabbed my arm. I need to know what your mom likes. Favorite foods. Colors. Hobbies. Allergies. Baked beefs. Political leanings. She likes normal things. Red. Cooking. None that I know of. Loud chewing. And she doesn't talk politics. That's not enough information. Emmy pulled out her phone and started typing frantically. Does she prefer tea or coffee? Sweet or savory? Formal or casual conversation? Coffee. Both. Casual. What about topics to avoid? I thought about Kimiko discovering Natalia and me together. About her warnings. About how she looked at me that morning like she wasn't sure who I was anymore. Just don't mention relationships. Or gates. Or anything dangerous. So we lie about our entire lives? Skylar pushed off the wall. Great start. We redirect. Celeste's politician's instincts kicked in. When she asks about school, we discuss academics. When she asks about training, we focus on safety protocols. When she asks about Satori, we tell her he's amazing and perfect and definitely not seeing 5 girls at the same time behind her back. Akira's grin was pure mischief. Easy. Natalia turned on her so fast I almost missed it. If you tell Kimiko anything, relax, Barato. Akari waved her off. I know how this works. We're all friends. Teammates. Nothing weird happening here. Exactly. Emmy nodded eagerly. Just friends having a normal Sunday. In matching bruises from last night's paintball match, Skylar added. Everyone's hands went to their necks. I needed that aspirin. Get dressed. Actually dressed. Cover the evidence. Look presentable. Cinchuredo, examining her nails like she owned the place. Your jacket slipped off. I tossed it at her. Sorry. She caught it and held it over her arm. So when do I meet everyone? I heard voices. Lots of voices. Girl voices mostly. One purple, one sounded scary. I like scary. You're staying hidden until my parents leave. But I want to meet your mom. She sat up with an audible bounce, both her tails swishing in wide, enthusiastic arcs behind her like a pair of pendulums powered by pure chaos. It'll be on my best behavior. The best I've ever been in the entire history of my existence. You won't even know I'm here. You said those exact words 10 minutes ago, I said flatly, and I still don't believe you. Marginally less now, actually. Rude. She made a face, all exaggerated, wounded dignity, then finally tugged her jacket on and zipped it up with a huff. It wasn't exactly her best look, but it was a start. Fine. I'll stay up here like a perfectly well-behaved familiar and definitely not come downstairs to introduce myself to your extremely nice-sounding mother. Deal. But you owe me tuna when this is over. She held up one finger. The good kind. Not the sad, water-packed stuff from a tin. Cinchuredo? Cinchuredo promise? I crossed the room, reached down, and scratched firmly behind her ears. The purring that erupted was immediate, involuntary, and absolutely catastrophic in volume, deep, resonant rumble that vibrated through her entire small frame and rattled the empty water glass sitting on my desk. Her eyes glazed over, tails curled loosely around her own barato, and every trace of scheming evaporated from her face in an instant. Be good while I'm gone, I said quietly, holding her gaze long enough to make sure something resembling comprehension was still in there. Stay hidden. Stay quiet. She nodded. Her eyes had become unfocused. Cinchuredo. Emmy stood at the oven, wearing an apron with Kiss the Cook embroidered across the front. Celeste worked beside her, whisking something in a bowl with perfect technique. Akari leaned against the counter, supervising while eating cookie dough straight from the mixing bowl with her finger. Natalia sat at the table, pretending to study while actually watching the other 3 like a hawk tracking field mice. Skylar had disappeared somewhere, probably to her room. They're going to be here in 90 minutes. I sent Sharedo another energy drink. Everyone good? Define good. Celeste didn't look up from her whisking. If you mean prepared for a maternal inspection that will determine our social standing within your personal hierarchy, then no, it's not an inspection. Everything is an inspection. She poured batter into a pan with surgeoness hands, especially when meeting a partner as parents. When not, I stopped. You know what? Never mind. Smart. Akari licked cookie dough off her finger, because arguing that point right now would be really funny. For us, not for you. Natalia's textbook snapped shut. Akari, stop eating the dough. Emmy needs that for actual cookies. There's plenty. That's not the point. Cinchuredo, I stepped between them before frost met fire. Both of you. Kitchen. Separate corners. I'm not a child. Natalia's eyes flashed white at the edges. Then stop acting like one. The words came out harsher than intended. Natalia's expression shifted. Hurt flickered across her face before her mask slammed back down. Fine. She walked past me without looking. I'll be in my room. Call me when your mother arrives. She left. The kitchen felt colder. Emmy touched my arm. She's nervous. We all are. Why? I looked at her, genuinely confused. It's just lunch. It's not just lunch. Celeste set down her whisk. It's your mother meeting the women in your life. In your bed. Around your table. She paused. In your kitchen at dawn after spending the night in your room. She doesn't know that last part. Mothers know everything. Emmy's voice carried absolute certainty. They have radar. They see through walls. They smell lies. You're being paranoid. She's being realistic, Akari said. Your mom is going to walk in here and immediately clock that something is different. Then she is going to start asking questions. Then someone is going to crack under pressure and confess everything. Nobody is confessing anything. I give Emmy 5 minutes. Akari looked at the blue-haired girl. No offense. You're sweet. But you couldn't lie to save your life. I can lie. Emmy's indignation was adorable. I'm very good at lying. What is your favorite color? Blue. Wait, no, she stopped. Okay, Fina. I'm terrible at lying. We're doomed. Celeste resumed whisking with violent intensity. The front door opened. Everyone froze. But it was just Braxton, carrying groceries and looking like death warmed over. Bought reinforcements. He dropped bags on the counter. If you're feeding Luca, you need enough for 3 normal people. Possibly 4. He eats that much? He has a B-rank tank who benches cars for fun. Yes, he eats that much. Braxton started unpacking. Steaks, potatoes, vegetables, bread. Enough food for a small army. Thanks. I meant it. Don't thank me. Thank Carmen's credit card. He pulled out a bottle of expensive wine. For your mom. Women like her appreciate the good stuff. How do you know what women like her appreciate? His expression went carefully blank. Observation. He left before I could ask what that meant. The kitchen returned to organized chaos. Emmy and Celeste baked with synchronized efficiency. Akari set the table with surprising attention to detail. In the dining room, Hikari arranged flowers in a vase while humming. I checked my phone. 3:47 p.m. My ribs still ached. My arms still bore faint burn scars that the regenerator couldn't fully erase. I'd spent 4 hours last night explaining to 5 colleagues that cosmic bond theory was real and binding. Now I had to convince my mother that everything was completely normal. Sure, easy. Nothing could possibly go wrong. The system chimed. A new notification appeared, pink and gold and thoroughly unwelcome. Censurado y ok. Everything is fine. The lamp was ugly anyway. The 5 women looked at me with varying expressions of confusion. What was that? Emmy asked. Nothing. I headed for the stairs. I'll handle it. Satori. Natalia's voice stopped me. What aren't you telling us? I turned back. She stood there in her casual clothes, her hair still damp, her purple eyes seeing straight through whatever excuse I was about to make. The other 4 watched with similar intensity. 5 pairs of eyes. 5 ranked 10 covenants. 5 women who chosen me despite knowing exactly what kind of monster I was. I got a new familiar from Nagacha last night. The truth felt easier than lying. She's enthusiastic. She? All 5 voices spoke at once. It's a cat. Liar. Skylar's contribution. Technically, she's a cat girl. Silence. Then Akari laughed. You pulled a cat girl. From a gacha. While we were sleeping. She's platinum tier. Is she popular? Natalia's tone could freeze oceans. She's not dressed for company. Fantastic. Natalia Barato her phone. I'm calling this off. We're telling your mother you have food poisoning. Too late. Marco appeared in the doorway. They just pulled up. Through the window, I watched a familiar silhouette heading over here. Lucas stepped out, looking exactly like he always did. Huge. Friendly. Wearing a Hawaiian shirt that should be illegal. Kimiko emerged in a simple dress, her red hair catching the afternoon light. She looked directly at the window where I stood. Our eyes met, and she smiled. It was the smile of someone who knew everything and had come to confirm it anyway. I was so done for. Chapter 448. Home field disadvantage. I needed to move. Standing at the window like a condemned man wouldn't improve my situation. Natalia. Outside. Now. She looked at me, caught the tone, and stood without argument. We hit the front door just as Kimiko reached the steps. Mom. I went in for the hug, playing it casual. Hey. She wrapped her arms around me and held on for a long moment, seeming relieved I was home. Then she stepped back, looking me over carefully as if checking that I was okay. I froze. You smell like perfume, she said with a smirk. several different kinds. Actually, my brain short-circuited. Oh, really? I pulled back, Barato a laugh. You can smell that? Kimiko's smile widened. Joking, sweetie. You always take things so seriously. But her eyes weren't joking. They scanned my face with the same intensity she used when I was 12 and had broken her favorite vase. The look that said she already knew the truth and was just waiting for me to admit it. Lucas saved me by stepping forward, grinning wide enough to split his face. There's my boy. He grabbed me in a bear hug that made my healing ribs scream. Looking good. Strong. Like a proper hunter. Thanks, old man. I hugged him back, ignoring the pain. You didn't have to come all the way out here. Are you kidding? After what happened at Sector 7, his expression sobered. We needed to see you. Make sure you're really okay. Kimiko turned to Natalia, who'd been standing perfectly still like she was facing a firing squad. Natalia. Kimiko's voice softened completely. Come here. Natalia stepped forward, and Kimiko pulled her into a hug that looked genuinely warm. I missed you. Kimiko held her at arm's length, examining her face. Are you eating enough? Sleeping? You look tired. I'm fine, Kimiko-san. Natalia's formal politeness activated like armor. Training has been intense, but I'm managing. I'm sure you are. Kimiko's eyes drifted to Natalia's neck for half a second, right where a faint mark sat beneath carefully applied concealer. My stomach dropped, but Kimiko just smiled and released her, turning back to me. Well, are you going to invite us in? Or do we stand on the porch all afternoon? Right? Yeah. Come. I stepped aside, gesturing toward the door. Welcome to Onyx House. Try not to judge us based on the smell. What smell? Luca sniffed the air. Smells like cookies? Emmy's baking. Emmy? Kimiko's face lit up. The sweet girl with the blue hair who came over for dinner that time? She's here? She's in the kitchen. I led them inside. Centuredo playing chess in complete silence. One had vanished entirely, probably asleep somewhere. Raphael stood by the window, arms crossed, looking surprisingly presentable in clean clothes and combed hair. This is nice. Luca surveyed the space with approval. Homie. Lived in. Not like those sterile Sentinel dorms. We try. I caught Raphael's eye, and he gave me a subtle nod. Kimiko walked deeper into the room, her heels clicking on the hardwood. She paused at the bookshelf, examining the photos pinned to the wall. Team shots from training. Candid moments from dinners. A particularly good one of all of us after clearing the Arboretum. Her finger traced the edge of one photo. Me and Natalia, back-to-back, weapons raised, covered in dirt and smiling. You look happy here. Kimiko's voice was soft. Both of you. We are, Natalia said quietly. Kimiko turned, and her eyes swept the room with the same intensity as before. She looked at me, at Natalia standing close to my side, at the way Natalia's hand hovered near mine without quite touching. Then Emmy burst through the kitchen doorway, carrying a tray of cookies, her face flushed from the oven heat. Kimiko-san. She nearly dropped the tray in her excitement. You came. I made cookies. They're chocolate chip. Your favorite, right? Satoru mentioned that once, and I remembered, and I really hope they're good, because I tried a new recipe and Emmy. Kimiko's smile became real and warm. Breathe, sweetheart. Emmy drew in a sharp breath, her antennae bouncing. Hi. Hi. Kimiko took a cookie from the tray, biting into it. These are wonderful. Emmy's entire face lit up like someone had plugged her into an electrical socket. Really? You're not just saying that? I never lie about baked goods. That's fair. Emmy set the tray on the table. Would you like tea? Coffee? We have both. Celeste made tea. It's really fancy tea. The kind that costs more than my entire weekly allowance. Te son slovedi. Celeste emerged from the kitchen, carrying an actual tea service. Silver pot. Matching cups. The works. She performed a small bow, polite and perfect. Mrs. Nakano. It's an honor. Kimiko blinked. You're Celeste Vance. Yes, ma'am. Seraphina's sister. Unfortunately, Celeste poured tea with hands that didn't tea shake. But I'm trying not to hold that against myself. Luca laughed, the sound booming through the room. I like her. She is funny. He clapped me on the shoulder hard enough to rattle my teeth. Good taste, son. President S. sister. That S networking. We're not dating. Akari appeared beside Celeste, carrying another plate. No, they're just survivors of a black gate who spent a week trapped in a death dimension together. Very platonic. Kimiko's eyes cut to me. I want to shake Akari until her barato rattled. A week? Kimiko set down her cup. The report said 7 hours. Time dilation. Celeste's voice remained steady. What felt like days inside was only hours out here. Standard black gate phenomenon. I see. Kimiko looked at me again. And you were alone? Just the two of you? The gate separated us from the others. I kept my voice level. We survived. We got out. That's what matters. HM. That single sound carried more weight than any interrogation. Luca, bless him, changed the subject. So, Tournament S coming up, right? 5 weeks? He grabbed 3 cookies at once. Big deal. Sentinels have been dominating for years. Think you can take them? We'll win. Raphael spoke from the window. They're soft. We're not. That S the spirit. Luca pointed at him. What is your name, son? Raphael Vargas, sir. Vargas. Good name. Strong name. Luca crossed the room, extending his hand. Luca Kuzmina. B rank, Aegis Prime. Heard good things about you for Braxton. Raphael shook, looking surprised. You know Professor Miller? Known him for 15 years. Saved my life twice. Best hunter I've ever worked with, even if he is a lazy guy who gambles too much. Skylar materialized in the doorway, having transformed herself into something approaching societal norms. Faded jeans fit her comfortably. Cinchuredo, she deadpanned, eyeing the room's dynamics with her usual detached amusement. And you are? Kimiko's tone carried that particular maternal curiosity that masked assessment. Skylar remained. She remained anchored to the doorway, as though crossing the threshold would constitute some form of surrender. I mostly stay quiet and watch people make terrible decisions. She's our scout, I interjected, silently appreciating her strategic timing. And our reality check. Skylar snagged a cookie with practiced casualness, examining it with the same critical eye she applied to everything. Someone needs to be. Her gaze flicked to me, loaded with knowing sarcasm. Since our fearless leader has the self-preservation instincts of a lemming. Kimiko laughed. The sound was genuine. I like your friends, Satori. She looked around the room again. They seem real. They are. Good. She sat on the couch, and Lucas settled beside her, his arm going around her shoulders. Tell me about the tournament. What do you need to win? And just like that, the tension broke. Luca launched into enthusiastic questions about team composition and strategy. Raphael and Jamie joined the conversation, talking over each other about training regimens and combat drills. Marco added commentary about teamwork and trust. Emmy hovered nearby, offering cookies and tea with the dedication of someone whose love language was feeding people. Celeste sat across from Kimiko, answering questions about her aspect with grace and precision. Akari sprawled on the floor, looking bored but listening to everything. Natalia returned eventually, her expression neutral as she took the seat beside me. She gave me a quiet, reassuring look. I returned a small nod. Across the room, Kimiko caught the movement. Her eyes flicked down to our joined hands, then back up to my face. I didn't let go. Neither did Natalia. Kimiko's lips curved just slightly. Then she looked away, returning her attention to Luca's story about a gate run gone sideways. But I'd seen it. The recognition, the acceptance, the warning. My mother knew. She knew everything, and she was letting it slide. For now. Chapter 449. Rope enough upstairs, something else crashed. Everyone looked at the ceiling. What is up there? Luca asked. My room. I stood. Probably just stuff falling over. Old building. Happens all the time. Want to check it out? No. Too fast. Too loud. I mean, it's fine. I'll handle it after lunch. Kimiko sipped her tea, her expression unreadable. You know, she said conversationally, when you were little, you used to hide things from me all the time. Under your bed, in your closet, behind the dresser. Okay. You were terrible at it. She set down her cup. I always knew. I just waited until you were ready to tell me the truth. The message was clear. I'm giving you rope. Don't hang yourself with it. Noted, I said. Another crash from upstairs. Emmy looked at me with wide eyes. I watched Kimiko's eyes tracking every single gesture between me and Natalia. The way my stepsister's fingers were laced through mine. The subtle way she de-angled her body toward me. The protective curve of her shoulder. My mother was constructing a psychological profile in real time, Cinceredo, her breath hot against my ear as she whispered, "If your cat destroys my room, I'm killing you both." Slowly. "She's in my room," I whispered back. Even worse. Natalia's voice dropped to a hiss. "That means she's probably going through your things. Finding things. Touching things." The possessive edge in her tone would be been amusing if I was currently fighting a war on multiple fronts. Kimiko watched us with that infuriating maternal smile, the one that made my stomach knot. The kind that said she was cataloging every interaction, every glance, every touch, every whispered word. Building her case against me brick by brick. Gathering evidence with the patience of a prosecutor who already knew the defendant was guilty. She was just waiting for the perfect moment to spring the trap. Luca, oblivious as ever to the psychological warfare happening 2 feet away from him, kept talking enthusiastically about gate strategies and optimal team formations. Something about how B-rank parties needed better crowd control options and how the VHC's standardized loadouts were inefficient. I made appropriate sounds of agreement while internally screaming. My phone buzzed against the table. I flipped it over just enough to read the screen. A text from Carmen. "Your mother is terrifying, and I'm hiding in my room until she leaves. Good luck, kiddo. If you die, can I have your gotcha count?" Another immediately followed from Jacob. Statistical probability of surviving maternal interrogation without revealing compromising information, 34. Factoring in Kimiko Nakano's reported perceptiveness, actual survival rate drops to 12. Should I call an ambulance preemptively? I put the phone face down on the table and resisted the urge to put my head in my hands. This was fine. Everything was fine. 5 soul-bonded women, each one a ticking time bomb of jealousy and possessiveness. 1 chaotic, mischievous cat girl familiar currently demolishing my bedroom. 2 concerned parents, one of whom could detect lies like a real polygraph machine. 1 building absolutely full of witnesses who could report back to the VHC at any moment. What could possibly go wrong? Kimiko set down her teacup and smiled at me again. "Satori, sweetheart, why don't you show me your room? I'd love to see how you've been living." Natalia's hand turned to ice in mine. "Actually," Celeste interjected smoothly, "I was hoping to show you our training facilities first. We've made some interesting modifications that might interest you." "Oh." Kimiko's attention shifted. "What kind of modifications?" "Tactical ones." Celeste stood, gesturing toward the back door. "Professor Miller gave us permission to restructure the combat arena. It's quite impressive." She was running interference. "Buy me time." I caught her eye, mouthed "thank you," and she gave the tiniest nod. Cinceredo, several books, and what looked like Bartholomew's entire terrarium setup. Bartholomew himself was on the floor, slowly traversing the carpet like nothing had happened. "I can explain," Maki said brightly. "Please don't." I was practicing lightning, and it got away from me, and then the lamp exploded. I tried to catch everything, but I have 2 hands, and there were like 8 things falling, and "Stop talking." She stopped. I looked at the mess, at the broken glass, and my familiar, who watched me with those huge hazel eyes and her 2 tails swishing nervously. "Transform. Cat form. Now." She pouted. "What now?" The darkness swirled, and suddenly a black cat sat where Maki had been. A very smug black cat with 2 tails. "Stay." I pointed at the bed. "Don't move. Don't break anything. Don't exist loudly." The cat meowed. It sounded sarcastic. I grabbed the trash can and started cleaning. 10 minutes later, the room looked almost presentable. I de-hidden the broken lamp in my closet, repositioned the furniture to cover the scorch mark on the floor, put Bartholomew back in his repaired terrarium. The cat watched from the bed, her tails twitching with barely contained energy. "Good?" I asked her. She meowed again. definitely sarcastic. Footsteps approached down the hall. Kimiko's voice, and this is Satori's room. I opened the door before she could knock. Hey, finished the tour already? Celeste gave us the abbreviated version. Kimiko peered past me. May I? Sure. She entered, Luca filling the doorway behind her. My mother's eyes swept the space with professional efficiency. The bed, rumpled but not suspicious. The desk, organized. The terrarium, intact. The black cat, sitting on my pillow, watching her with intelligent golden eyes. You got a cat. Kimiko moved closer. When did this happen? Recently. Her name is Maki. She is beautiful. Kimiko reached out, and Maki allowed the touch, purring loudly. Two tails. That is unusual. She is special. Clearly. Kimiko scratched behind Maki's ears, and the purring intensified. Does Braxton allow pets? He said as long as she doesn't set anything on fire, we're good. Sensible policy. Luca Lauget. Remember when you told me Satori wanted that hamster? What was his name? Mr. Whiskers, I said flatly. And he died in 3 days. Poor Mr. Whiskers. Kimiko's attention returned to me. Well, your room is cleaner than I expected. No suspicious substances. No contraband. No heathen girlfriends. That last part hit different. Nope. Just me and the cat. And Natalia. Sometimes, Kimiko added lightly. Natalia, who had appeared in the doorway, went rigid. We study together, she said quickly. We're working on a group project. Of course. Kimiko's smile didn't waver. That makes sense. The room felt suddenly quiet. Luca, completely oblivious, clapped his hands together. All right. Who is hungry? I'm starving. Let us see what you kids have in the kitchen. He left, his heavy footsteps retreating down the hall. Kimiko lingered. She looked at me, then at Natalia, then back at me. You're being careful, right? The question hit from an unexpected angle. Always. Good. She touched my cheek, gentle. Because I'm too young to become a grandmother. Understood. She left. Natalia sagged against the doorframe. That was terrifying. She didn't even do anything. Exactly. Natalia pushed off the frame. She didn't have to. She just knew, and let us know she knew, without saying anything direct. Maki transformed back into her human form, sitting cross-legged on my bed, still wearing my oversized shirt. I like your mom, she announced. She smells like cookies and danger. Transform back. Now. But Maki. She pouted but complied. Centuredo can't wait. She left, muttering in what sounded like Russian. Downstairs, voices rose in laughter. Luca's booming enthusiasm. Emmy's nervous chatter. Akari's smooth interjections. I sat on my bed beside the cat. You almost ruined everything. Maki meowed, sounding completely unrepentant. You're going to be a problem. Purring. A massive, catastrophic problem that I'm going to regret pulling from the gacha. More purring, louder now. I scratched behind her ears anyway. Her tails curled with satisfaction. Stay up here. Don't break anything. Don't transform. Don't exist. She butted her head against my hand. Translation, no promises. I headed back downstairs to face whatever fresh disaster awaited. In the kitchen, Kimiko had somehow convinced everyone to sit for an actual meal. The dining table was full. Luca held court at one end, gesturing wildly while describing a recent gate run. Emmy sat beside him, hanging on every word. Akari and Skylar occupied opposite corners, watching each other like panthers. Celeste maintained perfect posture, sipping tea. Natalia sat in the chair beside mine, her leg resting close to mine under the table. Kimiko sat at the other end, directly across from me. Her eyes found mine. She smiled. So, she said pleasantly, tell me about your teammates. I want to know everyone who has been keeping my son alive. The table fell silent. 5 pairs of eyes looked at me, waiting. I took a long drink of water. This was going to be a very long afternoon. Chapter 450. Parade of Strays. I took a breath and gestured around the table. Most of the team is out on the mainland right now. Supply run. Carmen took them because apparently I'm not allowed to supervise shopping trips anymore after the last incident. Luca leaned forward. What incident? Raphael tried to buy a flamethrower from a street vendor, Natalia said flatly. Satori had to talk him down. It was tactical. Raphael called from the couch. I ignored him. So yeah, Suman S with that group. She S our scout. Got this fox spirit aspect that S terrifying when it wakes up, but when she S just regular Sumin, she S sweet. Reminds me of a nervous bunny. Kimiko made a small sound. Fox spirit? Nine-tailed. S-rank potential. I shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. She S still learning to control it. The fox gets aggressive when she feels threatened. And you help her with that? Someone has to. My mother S eyes softened slightly. Good. Lean into the mentor angle. There S also Jacob. Skinny kid with glasses who runs on energy drinks and paranoia. He has got bullet time. His brain processes information faster than humanly possible. I paused. He is also convinced the VHC is hiding transdimensional entities, but we don't talk about that. Luca Grinet. Sounds like every hunter I've ever worked with. We all get a little paranoid after enough gate runs. Jacob S. paranoid before the gate runs, Skylar said from her corner. It's impressive. Then there S. Marco and Malachi, I continued. They're a package deal. Marco S. the social one, Malachi barely talks. But put them together in combat, and they move like they're telepathic. What are their aspects? Kimiko asked. Marco pushes things with kinetic force. Malachi steps through shadows. I grabbed a cookie from the plate. We call them the quiet ones, which is funny because Marco never shuts up. Emmy giggled at that. I gestured toward the twins at the far end of the table. Akari and Hikari Miyamoto. They trouble, Natalia muttered. Resourceful, I finished. Akari S got chain manipulation. Combined just about anything. Hikari hits things until they stop moving, and every hit stacks stronger than the last. Akari waved, all innocent charm. We're very helpful. They're chaos incarnate, Celeste said primly. But effective chaos. The best kind, Hikari added with a grin. Kimiko studied the twins with the expression of someone trying to decide if they were delightful or dangerous. Probably both. Raphael, you've already met, I said. He is our walking explosion. Takes hits, stores energy, releases it at an opportune moments. I save your ass in the necropolis, Raphael called out. You got knocked out in 3 minutes, I called back. Still counts. I grab another cookie. Jamie S. the muscle wizard. Nice guy. Quotes an idol goddess constantly. We'll lecture you about protein powder at 3 in the morning. It's called passion. Jamie flexed from the other room. It's called being exhausting. One S voice came from a couch, somehow still half asleep despite the noise. And that S1, I said. Tactical genius. Aspect lets him turn anything into an explosive. Prefers to do absolutely nothing unless forced. Efficiency is a virtue, one mumbled. Kimiko laughed. Actually laughed. The sound eased something tight in my chest. They sound like a handful. That S the diplomatic version, Natalia said. What S the real version? Luca asked. They're feral, Skylar said. Broken. Dangerous. Loyal to a fault once you earn it. Sounds like my old squad. Luca nodded approfingly. The best teams are the ones everyone else rejects. They fight harder. Care more. I met his eyes across the table. He gave me a slight nod. You did good, kid. I looked away before the moment got weird. Isabel, S the one you haven't team met yet, I said. She S downstairs in the library. Wind manipulation, S-rank potential, basically royalty back in Nigeria. Why ISNT she up here? Kimiko asked. Because Isabel does what Isabel wants. I shrugged. She'll show up when she S ready. Or when someone needs tactical advice, Celeste added. She S brilliant. She S terrifying, Emmy corrected softly. Both. Centurato, she takes security seriously. Too seriously, Akari muttered. Kimiko S attention sharpened. Security? Why does Celeste need a bodyguard at the academy? The temperature in the room dropped about 10 degrees. Celeste set down her teacup with perfect poise. My sister insists on it. I'm a person of interest. Apparently. Because of who your sister is, Kimiko said gently. Not a question. Yes. That must be lonely. Celeste S mask flickered. Just for a second. It is. Or it was. Before. She stopped herself. Before? My mother prompted. Before she joined us, I said. Before she had people who cared about her because of who she is, not who her sister is. Celeste looked at me. Something warm and meaningful passed between us. Natalia's bravado brushed against mine under the table. Kimiko noticed. Of course she noticed. My mother noticed everything. It sounds like you've built something special here, she said after a moment. A real team. We're trying. And these girls, she gestured around the table. They're important to you. Not a question. A statement. A test. I met her eyes. Yeah, they are. All of them. The trap was sprung. Every woman at the table went still. Waiting. Yeah, I repeated. All of them. Kimiko's expression didn't change. She just nodded slowly and picked up her tea again. Luca, completely missing the subtext, grinned. That's my boy. Building alliances, forming bonds. That's what being a hunter-s all about. Your team-s your lifeline. Exactly, I said, because agreeing with Luca was safer than whatever minefield my mother was laying. Tell me about the tournament, Kimiko said. I want to know what you're preparing for. Relief washed through me. Neutral territory. Safe ground. 5 weeks, I said. Every guild competes. Combat scenarios, tactical challenges, live broadcasts. Winner gets points toward their final ranking and first pick a recruitment offers from professional guilds. The Sentinels have won 7 years running, Natalia added. But we're going to break that streak. Confident, Luca observed. We should be. Skylar's voice came from her corner. We're better. Better? Kimiko raised an eyebrow. Or we're just more desperate. The question landed like a brick. Both, I admitted. The Sentinels fight to maintain their position. We fight because we don't have positions to maintain. We VE got nothing to lose. Everything to prove, Celeste said quietly. That's a dangerous combination, Kimiko said. Dangerous for them, Natalia corrected. My mother studied Natalia for a long moment. Then she smiled. I believe you. Chapter 451. Crystal clear, the tension broke. Lucas started asking about specific training regimens. Natalia answered, her voice steady and confident. Emmy offered more cookies. Akari made a joke that actually landed. Skylar even joined the conversation without her usual sarcasm. The afternoon stretched into evening. Kimiko asked about classes, about professors, about how we were eating and sleeping and managing stress. Normal mom questions that somehow felt loaded with meaning I couldn't quite parse. She asked Emmy about her healing aspect with genuine curiosity. She complimented Celeste's tea ceremony skills. She got Skylar talking about music, and I watched my mother navigate the punk girl-esque defenses like she'd written the manual. She even got Akari to drop the performance and talk about her sister, about family pressure, about expectations. It was surgical. Precise. And by the time the sun started setting, Kimiko knew everything she needed to know without anyone realizing they'd been interrogated. We should get going, she said finally. It's getting late. Already? Luca looked disappointed. We just got here. It's been 6 hours, Natalia said. Time flies. Kimiko stood. Thank you for having us. For letting us see where you're living, who you're living with. She hugged Emmy first. Take care of him, she whispered, but I heard it anyway. Emmy nodded seriously. Kimiko moved to Skylar next. Keep him honest. That's the plan. To Akari, don't let him get too comfortable. Akari grinned. Never. To Celeste, you're exactly what he needs. Even if he doesn't know it yet. Celeste's cheeks flushed pink. And finally, Kimiko turned to Natalia. They looked at each other. My mother and my whatever Natalia was. You love him, Kimiko said. Not question. Natalia lifted her chin. Yes. Good. Kimiko's hand found Natalia's shoulder. Because he needs someone who let him run. Someone who chase him down and drag him back when he tries to sacrifice himself, being heroic and stupid. I don't run, I protested. You took a death beam for your healer, Natalia said without looking at me. You threw yourself at a fire elemental to protect Celeste. You charged the arborist with a baseball bat. Tactical decisions. Suicidal impulses. Potato, potato. Kimiko laughed again. She crossed to me and pulled me into a hug. A real one. Not the polite kind from earlier. She held me tight enough that my ribs complained. I'm proud of you, she whispered against my shoulder. Of who you've become. of what you're building here. My throat closed up. Yeah? Yeah. She pulled back, her eyes shining. Your father would be proud too. That hit harder than expected. Thanks, Mom. She kissed my forehead, and she leaned close, her voice dropping so only I could hear. Here is the expanded text. But if you hurt any of these girls, she continued, her voice dropping to something softer, but somehow more dangerous. If you take advantage of their feelings just because you can, if you become the kind of person who uses people like tools and throws them away the moment they stop being convenient. Her hand tightened incrementally on my shoulder. The grip wasn't painful, not even close, but it was firm, grounded, an anchor point that said she was here, she was watching, and she would always be watching. A physical reminder that no matter how far I climbed, no matter how powerful I became, I would never be beyond her reach, never beyond her judgment. Then you'll answer to me. And I promise you, Satori, whatever nightmares are waiting for you in those gates you've been diving into, whatever monsters you've faced down there in the dark, they will all seem downright gentle compared to what I will do to you. She smiled then. That same bright, radiant, utterly maternal smile that had greeted 1,000 scraped knees and bad report cards. Warm as summer sunlight. And absolutely, bone-deep terrifying. Understood, sweetie? Crystal clear. Good boy. She released me and turned to Luca. Ready, honey? Yeah. He stood, still chewing a cookie. Thanks for lunch. Or dinner. Or whatever meal this was. Emmy beamed. Come back anytime. We walked them out. The car sat in the driveway, sleek and black and VHC issued. Luca climbed in the passenger side, while Kimiko lingered by the door. She looked at the house, at the peeling paint and crooked shutters, at the light spilling from the windows, at the silhouettes of my teammates visible through the glass. You found a family, she said. I guess I did. Don't lose them. Working on it. She got in the car. They drove away, taillights disappearing down the forest path. I stood there until I couldn't see them anymore. That went better than expected, Natalia said from behind me. I turned. She stood on the porch, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. She knows. I said, of course she knows. Your mother not stupid. And she didn't burn the house down? The corner of Natalia's barato twitched. No, she just threatened you with maternal violence and left. Classic Kimiko. Classic, I repeated. We went back inside. The common room had emptied. Emmy was cleaning the kitchen. Skylar had disappeared to her room. Celeste sat in the armchair by the window, staring out at the darkening forest. Akari sprawled on the couch, scrolling through her phone. Your mom's trending, she announced. What? Someone filmed her arriving. Posted it on HunterNet. The commented going wild. Akari turned the screen. They're calling her a mom. You can go to bed, I said. It's 7:30, and I'm exhausted. I headed upstairs. Behind me, Natalia's voice. They'll be up in 10 minutes. Don't fall asleep. No promises. I reached my room and opened the door. Maki sat on my bed in human form, wearing my shirt, her two tails swishing behind her. Your mom is impressive, she said cheerfully. Transform. But now. She pouted but complied. The black cat settled on my pillow. I collapsed onto the bed beside her, staring at the ceiling. 5 rank 10 bonds. 1 chaotic familiar. 2 concerned parents who knew more than they were saying. And a tournament in 5 weeks where every guild on the island would be gunning for us. The system chimed. A notification appeared. New quest available. The tournament arc, I closed it without reading. Tomorrow. I deal with tomorrow. Tonight. Cinchuredo, she threatened to barato me if I hurt you. I know. I heard. You weren't supposed to hear that. Chapter 452. A schedule for damnation. I have excellent hearing. Her fingers tapped a thoughtful rhythm against my arm, the small gesture grounding me as exhaustion weighed down on my shoulders. She also told me to keep you alive. Everyone's very concerned about my mortality rate, because you keep almost dying. Occupational hazard. She was quiet for a moment, her hand stilled against my skin. Then, I meant what I said. To your mother. I know. Do you? Her voice carried an edge now, sharper than before. I turned my head to look at her properly. Her purple eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, the light not quite natural. more ethereal. White streaks catching the moonlight filtering through the window. Beautiful in a way that still caught me off guard sometimes. Yeah, I said. I do. Good. Centurado, the shadows shifted. Suddenly, a very bold, very smug woman with glossy black hair and hazel gold eyes sat at the edge of my bed, her twin tails swishing behind her. She seemed entirely unfazed by her sudden arrival. "Hi," she said brightly, her voice dripping with false innocence. "Maki, you must be the scary purple one Satyrus obsessed with." Natalius, I twitched. Frost spread across the sheets in a thin, crackling pattern. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. "Satori," she said with dangerous, terrifying calm. "She has an unusual sense of style. It's a whole thing. Make her wear clothes." I tried. She's stubborn. "I'm right here," Maki said cheerfully, waving. "And I don't mind wearing clothes if Purple Scary Lady wants me to. I just don't like them very much because they're itchy and restrictive and Maki." "Yes, master. Transform. Please." She pouted dramatically, but complied with exaggerated reluctance. The woman vanished. The cat returned, sleek and black with those same mischievous eyes. It immediately climbed onto Natalia's lap without hesitation and started purring loudly, nuzzling against her hand. Natalia, despite her clear irritation and the lingering frost on the sheets, started petting it almost automatically. Her fingers moved through the soft fur. "She's manipulating you," I pointed out. "I know." Natalia scratched behind the cat's ears. "It's working." I closed my eyes. My door opened again. "Satori, I made you a sandwich in case you Emmy stopped. I opened one eye. Emmy stood in the doorway holding a plate, her blue hair in a messy ponytail, wearing pajama shorts and a tank top. Her gaze moved from me to Natalia to the purring cat. "Oh, sorry. I didn't know Natalia. Was I just—" "Come here," Natalia said. Emmy hesitated. "I don't bite," Natalia added. "Usually." Emmy set the plate on my desk and carefully approached the bed. Natalia patted the space beside her. "Seat." Emmy sat. The cat immediately abandoned Natalia and climbed into Emmy's lap, purring louder. "Traitor," Natalia muttered. "She's so soft." Emmy stroked the cat's back. "Is this the familiar you mentioned?" "That's Maki," I confirmed. "She's a Bakaniko. Also a menace. She's purring. She's plotting." The cat meowed indignantly. My door opened a third time. Skylar walked in without knocking, saw the three of us, and raised an eyebrow. "Is this a thing now? Everyone just congregates in here?" "Apparently," I said. She shrugged and climbed onto the bed, settling at the foot and pulling her knees to her chest. "Your mom is scary, by the way. Like, genuinely terrifying." She smiled at me, and I felt like she was reading my browser history. That's her thing. A knock at the door. Celeste's voice. "May I come in?" "Why not?" I said. Apparently my room is a public space now. Celeste entered, saw the crowd, and froze. "I can come back." "Just sit down," Natalia said. "Everyone else is." Celeste perched on the edge of my desk chair, her posture perfect despite the casual setting. 5 women. 1 cat. 1 extremely tired scumbag king. "So," Akari said from the doorway, because of course she de-appeared. "Are we doing this?" "Doing what?" I asked warily. "Talking about last night." "About the system," Akari clarified, her voice carrying that same dangerous sweetness. She stepped fully into my room and took a seat on the edge of the bed with casual confidence, settling in like she owned the place. "About the fact that we're all apparently soul-bonded to you now and stuck in some cosmic reality show with omniscient gods as viewers. I thought we were collectively ignoring that uncomfortable truth," I said, already knowing it was futile. "We tried that approach. It lasted 6 hours." Akari stretched out her legs, perfectly comfortable amidst the chaos. "Now we're going to talk about it like mature, rational adults. Can't we do this literally any other time? Like tomorrow? Or never?" "No." All 5 of them said it, in perfect, terrifying unison. I looked up at the ceiling, silently cursing whatever gods or administrators were watching this train wreck of a situation with what I could only imagine was immense entertainment. My room had transformed from a private sanctuary into some kind of bizarre war council meeting, complete with a traitorous cat Hood abandoned me for the enemy. Nell's laughter echoed through my mind, crystal clear and dripping with mocking amusement. You wanted a crowd surrounding you, kid. This is what that actually looks like. Welcome to this nightmare. I'm going to enjoy watching you navigate this absolute disaster. I let out a long, slow breath and sat up properly, resigning myself to whatever interrogation they had planned. Fine. What exactly do you want to know? The silence that followed was heavy, charged with unasked questions and carefully maintained composure. The five of them exchanged glances, some kind of unspoken communication passing between them that I wasn't privy to. Then Emmy raised her hand tentatively, those telltale antenna-like strands of hair twitching nervously. Is there a schedule? Schedule? Her face turned red. 4. Spending time with you. Oh my God, Skylar muttered. It's a valid question. Emmy's antennae twitched. I don't want to just show up and interrupt something. Akari cackled. A hangout schedule. That's so organized it's almost cute. Can we not? I said. We absolutely can, Natalia disagreed. Because Emmy, right. We need structure. Rules. Something. I don't do rules, Skylar said. You do now, Natalia countered. Unless you want to walk in on him with someone else and deal with that awkwardness. Skylar's jaw tightened. Point to Natalia. Okay, I said slowly. So what are you proposing? Natalia crossed her legs. I go first. Always. That's non-negotiable. Obviously, Akari said. You're the Covenant Queen. We all saw your profile. Then Emmy, Natalia continued, because she's the least likely to cause problems. Hey, it's a compliment. Celeste raised her hand slightly. Where do I fall in this rotation? After Emmy. Before Skylar. Why am I last? Skylar demanded. Because you don't actually care, Natalia said. You'll take whatever slot is open and make it work. Skylar opened her mouth. Closed it. Fair. And me? Akari asked sweetly. Floating position. You fit where convenient. Also fair. I rubbed my face. This is insane. This is logistics, Natalia corrected. You wanted 5 of us. Now you get to manage 5 of us. I didn't want. You chose impossible mode, Celeste said quietly. You knew what that meant. She was right. I had known. I'd just been too arrogant to think through the actual implications. Fine, I said. We'll figure out a schedule. Good. Natalia stood. Now everyone out. He needs sleep. But Emmy started. Out. The girls filed toward the door. Skylar paused, looking back. Tournament starts soon. I know. Don't die before then. Working on it. She left. Celeste lingered longest, her hand on the doorframe. Thank you, she said. For today. For introducing me to your family. For making me feel like I belong. You do belong. Her smile was small but genuine. She closed the door behind her. Natalia remained. Alone at last, she said. Don't you have somewhere to be? Nope. She closed the door. You're stuck with me for the next 8 hours. Imex housed it. I know. She climbed back into bed. That's why we're just sleeping. Together. Like normal people. We're not normal people. Pretend. I lay back down. She settled against me. The cat transformed and curled up on my chest between us. Your familiar SA brat, Natalia observed. Aware. But cute. Also aware. We lay there in the darkness. Outside, the island continued its endless rotation. The tournament clock ticked down. Enemies sharpened their knives. And somewhere, the administrator watched. But for now, in this moment, with Natalia's warmth against my side and a magical cat purring on my chest, I let myself believe that everything would be fine. Even though I knew better. Even though the system was already generating the next disaster. Even though 5 women with soul bonds and competing priorities was a recipe for absolute chaos. I closed my eyes. Tomorrow's problems could wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I just wanted this. Natalia's breathing evened out. Maki's purring gentled. And I fell asleep surrounded by the 2 most dangerous creatures I'd ever encountered. One bound to me by cosmic contract. One bound to me by choice. I still was sure which was scarier. Chapter 453. The morning after I woke up to thunder. Actual Sander. Which was weird because the weather forecast had promised clear skies for the next week. Natalia stirred against my side, her hand tightening against my chest. The cryo-lich ring pulsed once, responding to something I couldn't see. Maki, still in cat form, lifted her head and hissed at the window. That's not weather, I said. Natalia muttered. She sat up, purple hair falling around her shoulders in a tangled mess. That's an aspect. High rank. Very high. The thunder rolled again. Closer this time. My door burst open. Braxton stood there in sweatpants and nothing else, his scar Barado on full display. He held his phone up. Get dressed. Now. VHC just issued a priority summons for you, Kuzmina and Vance. Transport arrives in 20. What happened? Gate break. Downtown. 3 blocks from Central Station. My stomach dropped. Rank? They're saying C rank minimum. Possibly A. Natalia was already moving, pulling on her combat suit with practice speed that suggested she'd been expecting something like this. I grabbed my gear from the closet. The tactical suit. The reinforced boots. The bat. What about the others? Natalia asked. Stand by. If it escalates, everyone deploys. Braxton's expression was grim. The Sentinels are already en route. So are the Vipers and Phantoms. This is all hands. Barado. Yeah, he left. I looked at Maki, who had transformed back into her human form and was stretching like this was all perfectly normal. Stay here. Do not leave this room. But Barado, not negotiable. If something happens to me, you protect the others. Understood? Her playful expression vanished. Something ancient flickered behind those hazel eyes. Yes, I will. I took Natalia's hand, and we ran. The transport was already waiting when we hit the front steps. Black and sleek, VHC logos on the sides. Military grade. Celeste stood beside it with Noah, both of them in full gear. Celeste's silver hair was pulled back tight. Her face carried that familiar composed mask, but her eyes betrayed everything. Fear, worry, exhaustion. How bad? I asked. 3 confirmed casualties already, Noah said. Civilians. The perimeter's expanding every 5 minutes. We climbed into the transport. The door sealed with a pneumatic hiss. The interior was all business. Bench seats, weapon racks, medical supplies strapped to the walls. A holographic display flickered to life in the center, showing a live feed of downtown Nuvane. The gate had torn itself open right in the middle of Commerce Plaza. 15 feet tall, 10 feet wide, pulsing with sickly red light. And things were coming through. Big things. Dark things with too many limbs. Spawn class? I asked. Unknown, the driver said over the intercom. Initial reports said insectoid. Updated reports are saying chimeric. Latest update says they don't match any known classifications. Great. My favorite kind of surprise. The transport accelerated, weaving through early morning traffic with sirens blaring. Natalia's hand found mine in the darkness. Her fingers were cold. This isn't random. She said quietly. I know. 2 weeks after the Blackgate, after we survive the Arborist, after you make 5 covenants in one night, her purple eyes met mine. Someone sending a message. Or testing us. Or both. The transport took a hard turn. Celeste braced herself against the wall, her expression unreadable. But I saw how her hand trembled. Just slightly. You good? I asked. Fine. Chill. She looked at me. I'm fine, she repeated. Just processing. Processing what? That I spent 3 weeks in a death dimension, and now I'm heading toward a gate break on 4 hours of sleep. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. My sister's going to have opinions about my life choices. Your sister has opinions about everything. Fair. The transport jerked to a stop. The door opened. Chaos greeted us. Commerce Plaza looked like someone had dropped a bomb in the middle of rush hour. Centurado. That was a bad sign. Watcher Graves stood at the command post, barking orders into a comm unit. She saw us approaching and waved us over. Nakano. Kuzmina. Vance. Good. We need bodies. What's the situation? Natalia asked. 14 spawns confirmed. All elite tier or higher. The boss is still inside, but we got reconnaissance suggesting it's A rank minimum. Any civilian evacuation? In progress. But we got stragglers. People hiding in buildings. Can't extract them until we clear the immediate area. The gate pulsed. Something massive moved in the darkness beyond the membrane. What's the plan? I asked. 3 strike teams. Sentinels take east approach. Vipers take west. Your team takes center. Graves fixed me with a look. Your bait. Naturally. If the boss comes through, you engage and hold until reinforcements arrive. Do not attempt to kill it solo. Do not be a hero. Just survive. Got it. Also, she pulled me aside, her voice dropping low. Someone has been asking questions about you. High-level inquiries. VHC internal. What kind of questions? The kind that suggests someone thinks you're more than you appear. Her cigarette ash-colored eyes search my face. Watch your back, kid. She walked away before I could respond. The gate pulsed again. Harder this time. A scream cut through the air. Not human. Something between a roar and a shriek that made my teeth ache. Satori. Natalia's voice was steady. Whatever happens, I know. Do you? I looked at her properly. Purple eyes. White streaks glowing faintly in her hair. Frost already forming on her fingertips. My queen. My first. My anchor. I know, I repeated. We survive. Together. Good answer. Celeste moved to my other side. Her periwinkle eyes were hard now. Focused. The princess had left the building. The warrior stood in her place. Let's go kill something, she said. The gate split open wide, and hell came pouring through. The first spawn was 12 feet tall, covered in chitinous black armor. 6 legs. 4 arms. A head that split down the middle vertically to reveal a mouth full of spinning teeth. It saw us. It charged. Formation. I shouted. Natalia raised both hands. Telekinetic force slammed into the creature like a freight train, stopping its momentum cold. Ice erupted from the impact point, spreading across its chest in geometric patterns. The creature screamed. Celeste stepped forward, her hands moving in that graceful, deadly way. Glacial serenade. Ice spears materialized from the air itself. Dozens of them, all aimed at the frozen creature. They launched. The sound was like a firing squad. The spears punched through chitin and flesh and bone, pinning the monster to the pavement behind it. It twitched once, twice, went still. 1 down, Natalia said. 13 to go, I added. 2 more spawns emerged from the gate. These were smaller, faster. They looked like wolves. If wolves were made of shadows and had human hands instead of paws. They split up. 1 went for Natalia. 1 came for me. I swung. The bat connected with its skull. Spatial cleave activated on instinct. The invisible blade struck the creature with devastating bravado. The beast fell where it stood. Behind me, Natalia had frozen her attacker mid-leap. She brought it down hard. The ice shattered on impact. The wolf with it. This is too easy, she said. Don't jinx it. I'm being realistic. A roar echoed from the gate. Louder than before. Deeper. The kind of sound that reached into your chest and wrapped around your heart. I turned. Something was coming through the membrane. Something big. The boss emerged slowly, like it was savoring the moment. First came a claw, easily 10 feet long, obsidian black with silver veins running through it. Then the arm, thick as a tree trunk, covered in scales that shimmered between purple and gold. Then the head. No, 3 heads. A hydra, but wrong. Its scales were made of crystal. Its eyes burned with internal fire that cycled through colors I didn't have names for. And where its chest should be, a gaping wound revealed a pulsing core of pure darkness. The system chimed. Warning, boss-class entity detected threat level. A rank designation. Chimeric Hydra, unstable recommendation. Retreat immediately. I looked at Natalia. She looked at me. So she said, we're not retreating. Nope, just checking. The Hydra's center head opened its mouth. Fire erupted. White hot. Intense enough that I felt the heat from 50 feet away. Celeste threw up an ice wall. The fire hit it like a battering ram. Steam exploded outward. The wall held. Barely. That's a problem, Celeste said through gritted teeth. Agreed. The left head opened next. Lightning arced out, blue-white and crackling. It hit the ground 10 feet to our right. The pavement exploded. Chunks of concrete became projectiles. Natalia's telekinesis caught them mid-flight. She redirected them straight back at the Hydra. They bounced off its scales like pebbles. Physical attacks aren't working, she said. I noticed. The right head inhaled. I felt the temperature drop instantly. Move, I shouted. We scattered. The Hydra exhaled. Ice spread across the ground where we'd been standing, freezing everything solid in a 20-foot radius. Okay, I said. Fire, lightning, ice. Anything else we should know about? The creature roared, all three heads in unison. The sound shattered windows half a block away. My protection from arrows screamed at me. Idove left. A massive tail whipped through the space I'd just occupied, smashing into a parked car and sending it tumbling end over end. Suggestions? Natalia called. Working on it. The Hydra advanced. Each step shook the ground. Professional hunters opened fire from the perimeter. Energy weapons. Explosive rounds. Everything they had. The attacks splashed harmlessly against the creature's crystal scales. Core, Celeste said. We need to destroy the core. The giant glowing target in its chest? Yes. Any ideas on how to reach it? Several. None of them good. The center head breathed fire again. This time, it swept across the entire plaza. I grabbed Natalia and Celeste, shoving them behind a concrete barrier. The flames washed over us. The barrier held for about 3 seconds. Then it started to melt. Okay, I said. New plan. I'm going to do something stupid. No, Natalia said immediately. Seconded, Celeste added. Not asking permission. I stood, channeled ember through the bat. The metal glowed white-hot. The Hydra's 3 heads all turned toward me. 6 eyes, each one burning with that impossible fire. I smiled. Hey, ugly. Over here. It charged, and I ran straight at it. Chapter 454. The Crimson Comet's grand entrance, I charged. The Hydra charged back. Physics suggested one of us was about to have a really bad day. Spoiler. It wasn't going to be me. The center head opened wide, fire building in its throat like a furnace getting ready to blow. I slid under its chin, bat already swinging up. Cinchureto, 1 down. I called. The left head snapped toward me, lightning crackling between its fangs. Look out, Celeste shouted. Too late. The bolt hit me square in the chest. Every muscle in my body seized. My vision went white. My teeth felt like they were vibrating out of my skull. But Rockstar Armade kicked in a moment. My heart stopped for half a second. The pain became fuel. My stats jumped 5% across the board. I grinned through the electricity still arcing across my skin. Thanks for the power-up, jerk. The right head inhaled. I recognized that particular brand of doom. Cinchureto. Satori. Natalia's voice cut through the chaos. Problem. I looked at the center stump. The flesh was already writhing, reforming, growing. The destroyed head dissolved into black smoke, and a new one burst from the neck in a shower of crystalline scales. Oh, come on. The left and right stumps did the same. 3 heads. Back in business. Looking extremely pissed. They regenerate. Natalia called. Yeah, I noticed. The Hydra reared back. All 3 mouths open at once. Fire. Lightning. Ice. All aimed directly at my face. Shade cloak. I phased into shadow form. The tri-elemental blast passed through me like I wasn't even there. Rematerialized behind the creature's back leg. Swung for the ankle joint. Spatial cleave carved through tendon and bone. The leg buckled. The Hydra stumbled, throwing off its balance. Natalia. Now. Purple energy wrapped around all 3 necks at once. Telekinetic pressure squeezed. The heads thrashed, trying to break free. Celeste moved in from the side, her hands weaving complex patterns. Glacial serenade. Winter's waltz. Ice spread from her fingertips in branching fractals, coating the Hydra Esperado and crawling toward the exposed core in its barato. The creature screamed. The sound shattered every remaining window in a 3-block radius. Then the regeneration hit overdrive. The lost leg grew back in seconds. The ice coating its chest cracked and fell away as internal heat melted it from within. Natalia's telekinetic grip broke as the necks expanded, growing thicker and stronger. Not working, she gasped. The Hydra's tail whipped around, caught me across the ribs, sent me flying 20 feet. Centuredo, the center head, lunged. She threw up a barrier of spinning debris. The head smashed through it like tissue paper, jaws closing around the space where she'd been standing. But she wasn't there anymore. Celeste had grabbed her, yanking her back at the last second. Thanks, Natalia gasped. Don't mention it. The creature pivoted toward both of them now. 3 heads, 6 eyes, all locked on my girls. Something cold and violent twisted in my chest. I raised the bat, channeled every ounce of heat the dragon, which S-ring could produce. Ember surged through the metal until it glowed like a miniature sun. Hey, the Hydra looked back at me. I grinned. You want to play with fire? Let me show you how it's done. I swung, not at the creature, at the ground between us. The bat connected with concrete. Thermal energy exploded outward in a shockwave. The pavement cracked. Molten rock sprayed everywhere. A wall of heat rolled across the plaza like someone had just opened an oven the size of a city block. The Hydra recoiled. Its scales glowed red from the ambient temperature. Good. Now is my turn. I charged again, but this time I had backup. Crimson lightning arced across the sky above me. Not natural lightning. Centuredo, she had one hand raised to the sky, electricity dancing between her fingers. About time someone interesting showed up, she called down. Reina Cabana, La Sirena herself. The Crimson Comet. The girl had looked at me like I was her next rival on my first day. You're late, I shouted. I had to do my hair. Another bolt of lightning crashed down. This one split into 3 branches mid-flight, striking each of the Hydra's heads simultaneously. The creature convulsed. Its regeneration stuttered for half a second. That was all I needed. I closed the distance. Centuredo, for real this time. Reina landed beside me in a crouch, her boots sending up sparks when they hit the concrete. You figured out the trick. Heat stops the regeneration. Obviously. She stood, rolling her shoulders. I've been fighting it for 10 minutes while you were playing with your bat. I was testing theories. Sure you were, stray dog. Don't call me that. Too late. It's trending. She raised her hand again. A construct of pure electricity formed above us. It looked like a marionette made of lightning. Humanoid, 8 feet tall, crackling with enough power to run a small city. Volt Marionette, Crimson Storm. Chapter 455. The Siren, the Stray Dog. In an unexpected moment, the puppet moved with her gestures. She pointed at the left head. The marionette struck. The blow landed with powerful impact. The head snapped back. Energy spread across its scales, arcing between gaps in the armor. The smell of ozone and burnt meat filled the air. I aimed for the exposed neck. Strike fast. Then Ember. Attack and counter. 1 went down. 2 down. The right one was already moving. Ice built in its throat. Aimed at Reina. She didn't move. Just smiled. That's adorable. She raised her other hand. A second marionette formed. This one intercepted the ice breath with its body, taking the full blast. The construct shattered. But it bought her time. Time for me to close the gap. I drove the bat into the base of the right head's skull. Thermal energy poured through the metal. The creature's mind broke from within. I finished it off. 3 for 3. The Hydra collapsed onto its side, defeated. Is it dead? Celeste asked, approaching cautiously. Only one way to find out. I climbed onto the creature's chest, stood directly above the exposed core. It pulsed with darkness, with hunger, with something that felt older than the gates themselves. Everyone back. Natalia grabbed Celeste and yanked her 20 feet away. Reina hopped onto a nearby car, watching with those predatory green eyes. I raised the bat overhead. 2-handed grip. Every ounce of strength my A-rank stats could generate. Spatial cleave and Ember, both active, both burning through my reserves. Sleep tight. I brought it down. The bat punched through crystal scales, through flesh, through the membrane around the core itself. Impact. The core shattered, exploded outward in a wave of pure black energy that sent me flying backward off the fallen foe. I hit the ground hard, rolled 3 times before friction caught up. I tasted iron in my Barato, but the hydro was dissolving. Its form turned to ash, to smoke, to nothing. The ash scattered on the wind that shouldn't exist underground. The gate flickered, began to close. Clear, someone shouted from the perimeter. The VHC hunters lowered their weapons. Medical teams rushed in. I lay on my back, staring at the sky. Exhausted, bleeding, alive. Reyna's face appeared above me, blocking out the sun. Not bad for a stray dog. Not bad yourself, Siren. I hate that nickname. Join the club. She extended her hand. I took it. She pulled me upright with surprising strength for someone her size. Your teammates are intense, she said, nodding toward Natalia and Celeste. The purple-haired one looked ready to freeze the entire plaza when that thing went for you. That's just her face. Liar. I shrugged. Natalia crossed the plaza, her eyes scanning me for injuries with clinical precision. Ribs? Fine. You're bleeding. Also fine. Satori. I'm standing. That's better than the alternative. She held my face with both hands and made me meet her eyes. You scare me. I know. Don't do it again. Can't promise that. Her jaw clenched, but she barato me anyway, quick and firm right there in front of everyone. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed. The magic between us crackled with tension. Reyna's eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. So that's how it is. Natalia turned, frost forming on her fingertips. Problem? Not all. Reyna's smile was sharp. Just being cautious. That's all. You're staring. Focused. Clearly. Celeste joined us, looking between Natalia and Reyna like she was calculating blast radii. We should probably move, Celeste said, before the press arrives. Too late. Camera drones were already circling overhead. My phone buzzed in my pocket. 17 notifications. All from people I barely knew. Most of them asking if I was single. I showed Natalia. She deleted 3 of them before I could stop her. Hey, my finger slipped. 17 times? I'm clumsy today. Reyna laughed. Actually laughed. Not the cold, performative sound she used during interviews. Something genuine. I like her, Reyna said, pointing at Natalia. She has got bite. She has got everything, I muttered. Natalia's expression softened. Just a fraction. Enough that I caught it. Graves approached with a tablet and a scowl. Preliminary damage report. 3 city blocks. Estimated cost, 40 million credits. Civilian casualties, 7 confirmed. Injuries, 23. Could have been worse, I said. Could have been better if someone had followed orders and engaged defensively instead of charging a high-level Hydra with a baseball bat. It worked. That's not the point. Feels like the point. She sighed, rubbed her temples like I was giving her a migraine through proximity alone. President Vance wants a debrief. Tomorrow. 0800. Don't be late. Will there be coffee? There will be consequences if you don't show. Coffee would be nice, though. She walked away, muttering something about early retirement. Reyna fell in a step beside me as we headed toward the evacuation point. So, Satoru Nakano, the stray dog who keeps surviving impossible situations. That's me. I've been watching you. Creepy. Strategic. Her emerald eyes slid toward me. You're not what you pretend to be. Nobody is. True. She stopped walking, turned to face me fully. But you're worse. You're actually good at it. At what? Playing weak. Letting people underestimate you. Then ripping their throats out when they get comfortable. I met her gaze. Held it. You're projecting. Maybe. Her smile had bravado. Or maybe I recognize the same game I play. Just different rules. What do you want, Cabana? To see what you're really made of. Away from the cameras. Away from your little court. She gestured toward Natalia and Celeste, who were being checked by medics. One-on-one. No games. A system notification pinged. Quest alert. The Siren-S Discord, the Crimson Comet, has issued her challenge. Your response will set the tone for everything that follows. I considered. Reyna was dangerous in ways Julian could never be. She had S-rank potential, professional backing, the kind of combat instinct that couldn't be taught. Fighting her would be a nightmare. but avoiding her would be worse. Name the time and place. 3 days. Crucible Arena. After hours. Her smile widened. Just us. And maybe a few witnesses to make it interesting. Looking forward to it. Liar. Absolutely. She laughed again, then turned and walked away, her crimson hair catching the morning light like a warning flag. Natalia appeared at my side immediately. What did she want? To fight me. Of course she did. Natalia's hand found my elbow. Squeezed once. And you said yes. Had to. I know. Her purple eyes tracked Reina's departure. But I don't like it. Add it to the list. The list is getting long. Welcome to my life. She leaned against me. Just for a second. A moment of vulnerability in the middle of a disaster zone. Then she straightened, mask back in place. Let's go home, she said. Yeah. Chapter 456. If you can fight hydras, you could do burpees. The ferry ride back to the atoll took longer than usual. Some kind of engine trouble, which meant I got to spend an extra 45 minutes sitting between Natalia and Celeste while trying not to think about how Reina Cabana had just challenged me to a duel. In 3 days. At the Crucible, where everyone would watch me get my ass kicked by the Crimson Comet herself. Fantastic. You're spiraling, Natalia said without looking up from her phone. I'm not spiraling. Your jaw's doing that thing. What thing? The thing where you grind your teeth when you're planning something stupid. Celeste glanced over. Noticed my jaw. Went back to her tablet without comment. But her lips twitched. Just barely. The smallest hint of smile. I forced myself to relax. Em fine. Liar. Em excellent. Worse. Natalia finally looked at me. Purple eyes cataloging every micro-expression. The white streaks in her hair caught the afternoon light coming through the ferry windows. Made her look ethereal and dangerous. Reina's fast, she said. Faster than anyone we've fought except maybe Braxton. And her aspect counters yours. I know. Her marionettes can box you in while she attacks from range. You'll never get close enough to hit her. I know. So what is your plan? I didn't have one yet, but admitting that would just make her more anxious. Still working on it. She stared at me for 3 full seconds, then went back to her phone. You're going to do something reckless. Probably. And it would have to watch. You could stay home. Her hand tightened on my arm under the coat. Hard enough to hurt. Try again. You could root for me from the stands. Better. The ferry finally docked. We filed off with everyone else. Noah leading the way while Celeste stayed close to my other side. The walk back to Onyx House felt longer than usual. Probably because every step reminded me that I had 3 days to figure out how to not die against someone who could solo most Siren gates before breakfast. Braxton was waiting on the front steps, scent cigarette dangling from his lips. Eyes like a disappointed father at a PDA meeting. You fought an A-rank boss. Technically, yes. With a baseball bat. It's a very good bat. You're an idiot. Also, yes. He stood, stretched his back with an audible crack. Training at 1900. Don't be late. We just got back from 1900. Sharp. If you can fight hydras, you can do burpees. He walked inside. Carmen leaned out from the doorway behind him, flask in hand. Welcome back, heroes. Try not to bleed on the carpet this time. The house was quieter than usual. Most of the team was still on the mainland. Only the stragglers remained. Want to sleep on the couch despite it being barely past lunch. Jacob at the dining table, typing furiously on his datapad with that manic energy that meant he found a new conspiracy thread to pull. Monica in the corner by the window, whispering to a potted fern that had started growing copper leaves since she got back from the arboretum. The girl was having full conversations with plants now. I wasn't sure if that was concerning or convenient. Probably both. Skylar sat on the kitchen counter, legs swinging, eating an apple while scrolling through her phone. Her violet eyes flicked toward me when I entered, held for a beat, then returned to the screen. But her expression changed, something warmer beneath the usual indifference. Emmy emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of sandwiches, her blue hair in a messy ponytail and her antenna strands bobbing with each step. She spotted me. Her entire face lit up. Satori, you're okay. She set the tray down on the coffee table, nearly tripping over one's foot, and crossed the room in 3 quick steps. Hugged me without warning. arms around my waist, face pressed against my chest. I caught Natalia's eye over Emmy's shoulder. She was watching, calculating, but she didn't intervene, just tilted her head toward the stairs in a silent command. Go. I'll handle this. Missed you too, Emmy. She pulled back, cheeks pink. Was it scary? The Hydra? Little bit. Liar. Marco texted me. He said it breathed fire and lightning and ice and nearly killed everyone. Marco exagerats. He sent pictures. Damn. Okay, it was very scary. Happy? She nodded. Smiled. That stupidly genuine smile that made my chest feel weird. I made sandwiches. You should eat. I will. Later. Censuredo, the other draped over the side of the mattress. Her ears twitched when I closed the door. Hazel eyes cracked open. Vertical pupils contracted against the light. You're home. She stretched, arching her back and flexing her claws against the bedding. You were supposed to stay out of sight. I did stay out of sight. Nobody came in here except Bartholomew. And he doesn't count. Put on your clothes. Why? We're going out again? Maki. Fine. She got off the bed, found my hoodie on the floor, and pulled it on. Censuredo. I was gone for 3 hours. 3 hours is forever when you're trapped in a room with only a snail for company. No offense, Bartolome. Chapter 457. The standoff of the Ice Queen and the two-tailed cat the snail continued eating lettuce with zero acknowledgement. Did anything happen while I was gone? Someone knocked on your door twice. I stayed quiet like you said. What about the others? The blue one brought food to your door. Left it outside when you didn't answer. The scary one with the knives walked by, but didn't stop. I sighed. You counted. I was bored. She leaned close. When do I get to meet them properly? Never. Rude. Necessary. She pouted, pushing her barato out in a way that should have looked ridiculous, but somehow just made her look barato dangerous. Fine, but I'm going with you to training tonight. Absolutely not. Why not? Because you'll cause problems. I'll be good. You don't know how to be good. Her grin was feral. True, but I can pretend. A knock interrupted whatever terrible idea she was about to suggest next. 3 sharp raps. Natalia's rhythm. Hide. Now. Maki stuck her tongue out at me. But she transformed. Her body blurred, contracted, and suddenly there was just a small black cat sitting on my bed, 2 tails curled primly around her paws. I opened the door. Natalia stood there, arms crossed, looking like she was about to deliver a lecture about responsibility and not dying stupidly. We need to talk. About? Reina. The duel. Your complete lack of survival instinct. My survival instinct is fine. Your survival instinct got you struck by lightning today. Fair point. I stepped aside. Let her in. She closed the door behind her, turned the lock, and leaned against the wood. 3 days. I know. You're injured. I'll heal. Not enough. She crossed the room, stood directly in front of me, close enough that I could smell the cold radiating off her skin. Winter and ozone and something uniquely Natalia. Reina has been training for this her entire life. She has professional coaches, S-rank equipment, and she has been wanting to prove herself against someone like you since the draft. Someone like me? Someone who makes it look easy when it's shooting TB. Her hand found my chest, rested over the regenerator brace hidden beneath my shirt. Someone who is hiding something. The words hung between us. You think she knows? I think she suspects. And I think she is going to push until she finds out what you really are. I covered her hand with mine. Now I'll have to make sure she doesn't find out. How? By winning. That is not a plan. It's a start. She stared at me, then sighed. You're impossible. You knew that already. Doesn't make it less annoying? On the bed, Maki's cat stretched and yawned, revealing tiny fangs. Natalia noticed. Your cat is awake. She sleeps a lot. Natalia studied the cat with narrowed eyes. Maki stared back, unblinking. It was a standoff between a telekinetic frost sorceress and a 2-tailed cat girl pretending to be an ordinary companion. She's cute, Natalia finally said. She's a menace. Most cute things are. Natalia turned back to me. Her expression shifted. The mask dropped, just for a moment, and I saw the fear beneath. Don't lose, she whispered. I want tea. Promise me. Net, promise. I pulled her close. ignored the protest from my ribs. I promise. She buried her face in my shoulder, stayed there for several heartbeats, then stepped back, composure restored. Good, because if you die fighting La Sirena, I'm going to resurrect you just so I can destroy you myself. Romantic. I try. Then she was gone, leaving me alone with a shape-shifting familiar who definitely heard everything and was probably about to ask 1,000 questions. Maki transformed back into human form, still wearing my hoodie, still smiling. Your purple girl is scary. You have no idea. But she loves you. Like wants to set the world on fire for you loves you. It's complicated. No, it's not. She's just scared of losing you. That's simple. Maki hopped off the bed, bare feet padding across the floor. The others are scared too. I can smell it. They all think you're going to die fighting the Electric Princess. I'm not going to die. You might. She's really strong. I can feel her aspect from here. It's like, Maki paused, searching for words, like standing next to a storm that learned how to hate. Encouraging. Can you fight? Can I? She looked genuinely offended. Master, I'm a platinum familiar. I can level city blocks with lightning. I've got 9 lives, and I've killed things that would make your scary purple girl look like a kitten. So that'd say yes. That'd say obviously. Good, because I might need backup. Her eyes lit up. They glowed gold for a second before dimming back to their usual hazel. You want me to come with you? To training. Tonight. See what you can do. And if I accidentally fry someone, try not to. But if I do, we'll deal with it. She grinned wide, her sharp canines glinting. This is going to be so much fun. Somehow, I doubted that. 1847 hours. 13 minutes until training. I stood in the basement gym, waiting for everyone to filter in. Maki sat on the bench beside me in cat form, tail flicking with barely contained excitement. The door opened. Raphael entered first, his usual scowl firmly in place. Then Marco and Malachi, inseparable as always. Jamie bounded and wearing a training barato, already stretching. Hikari followed, her orange combat shorts part of her usual training gear, ready for the relentless training regimen ahead. Isabel arrived in full tactical gear despite this being just practice. Always prepared, always professional. One shuffled and last, looking like death warmed over. Why do we train at night? He mumbled. Why can't we train during normal human hours like civilized people? Because Braxton hates us, Raphael said. Braxton hates everyone, Skylar corrected, appearing in the doorway with her headphones around her neck. Natalia entered next, wearing her fitted combat suit. Emmy bounced in behind her, already stretching. Celeste walked in with Noah, shadowing her, both in matching black tactical gear. Akari sauntered in last, somehow making workout clothes look very stylish. She winked at me. I pretended not to notice. Braxton appeared exactly at 1900. Not a second early. Not a second late. Line up. Chapter 458. A simple piece of advice. Cheat, we lined up. 17 people plus Carmen, who was already drinking from her flask by the weight rack. Braxton's eyes swept across us. Paused on the cat sitting next to me. Nakano, why is there a cat in my gym? Emotional support animal. This is a combat training facility, not a therapy session. She helps me focus. She? The cat. Maki. Maki meowed. Centurado. Green eyes scanning the room like she was sizing up an opponent. She wore the Scarlet Phantom's colors. Red and black. The uniform fit her well, practical for combat. Hope I'm not late, Professor. Right on time. Braxton grinned. Joint training. Your Professor Takamura thought it would be educational. Reina's gaze found mine. Held it. Educational. Sure. The temperature in the room dropped about 10 degrees. Natalia's frost spread across the floor in thin spirals. This should be fun, Akari whispered to Skylar. Skylar just pulled her hood up and leaned against the wall. Braxton activated the holographic projector. A three-dimensional scenario materialized in the center of the gym. Showed a narrow corridor. Multiple hostels. A ticking timer. You have 60 seconds to clear the corridor and reach the extraction point. Go. The simulation engaged. The gym disappeared, replaced by stone walls, dim lighting, and the smell of mildew. Enemies materialized ahead. Basic constructs. 6 of them. blocking the path. I glanced at Natalia on my left, then at Reyna on my right. Any plans, stray dog? Yeah, don't die. Inspiring. I try. The timer started. 59 seconds. The constructs charged. Reyna moved first, her hands crackling with electricity as she summoned twin marionettes that intercepted the first two enemies. Natalia lifted 3 more with telekinesis, slamming them into the ceiling hard enough to crack stone. That left one, coming straight at me. I swung. Spatial cleave cut through its torso. The construct collapsed in 2 pieces. 42 seconds, Braxton's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. We pushed forward. More constructs appeared. These ones faster, smarter. Reyna's marionettes boxed them in while Natalia created a kill box with floating debris. I finished them off one by one, bat-crushing skulls and shattering cores. It was terrifyingly efficient. 20 seconds. The extraction point appeared ahead. A glowing door. But another wave spawned. 10 constructs this time. We're not making it, Reyna said. Watch me. I charged straight through the middle. Shade cloak activated. Turn me into shadow for 1 precious second. Phased through the first 3 enemies. Reappeared behind them. Natalia froze the ground beneath their feet. Reyna's lightning fried them where they stood. We hit the door with 2 seconds to spare. The simulation dissolved. We were back in the gym, breathing hard, sweating, but alive. Braxton nodded once. Adequate. High praise. Next team. Reyna turned to me as the others filed into position. You're faster than you look. Thanks. Wasn't he a compliment? She stepped closer, lowered her voice. But you held back. I felt it. No idea what you're talking about. Liar. So I've been told. She smiled. Sharp and dangerous. 3 days, Nakano. I'm going to find out exactly what you're hiding. Looking forward to it. She walked away. Natalia materialized at my side immediately. She's right. Need to hold back. Had to. Can't show everything in a practice run. Smart. Her hand found mine. Squeezed. But dangerous. She's analyzing you. Let her analyze. You're confident. Terrified. There's a difference. She laughed. Quiet and genuine. Good. Fear keeps you alive. Training continued for 2 more hours. Scenario after scenario. Different team compositions. Different objectives. By the time Braxton called it, everyone was exhausted. Even Jamie, who had been his usual boisterous self all afternoon, had fallen completely silent. No flexing, no posing, no shouted declarations of his own fighting spirit. He just stood there, unnaturally still, his green eyes locked on me with something that looked disturbingly close to sympathy. That's how you knew the situation was genuinely grim. Dismissed, Braxton barked, his gravelly voice echoing through the gym. Go stuff your faces. Get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, we're running the Crucible at 0600 sharp, and I expect all of you conscious enough to stand. Celeste, who had been listening quietly from her position near the wall, tilted her head in that achingly innocent way of hers. The Crucible? I don't think I've seen that on any of the facility maps we reviewed. Braxton's grin was absolutely savage. It's the open-air Coliseum sitting right on top of the volcanic crater. Prime real estate. Best view on campus. Also happens to be where your boyfriend over there, he jerked his thumb directly at me, is going to throw down with La Serena herself in front of every single student, instructor, and administrator this God's-forsaken academy has to offer. Celeste's pale face immediately flushed a delicate shade of pink that crept from her cheeks down to her neck. Yes, not my sure, princess. Braxton waved her off with a dismissive hand. Tell yourself whatever bedtime story helps you drift off to dreamland. Celeste opened her mouth, then closed it again, clearly caught between indignation and the terror of contradicting an S-rank hunter to his face. She settled for crossing her arms and looking away, which only made the blush worse. I didn't even get a chance to process that particular social grenade. Reyna, unsurprisingly, was already gone. The moment Braxton had said the word dismissed, Shed vanished like smoke. No dramatic exit. No parting shot. 1 second Shed been standing near the equipment racks, the next she was just gone. Professional. Efficient. A focused competitor returning to her workspace to prepare for the next challenge. It was, in its own way, more unsettling than if she stayed to gloat. I made it halfway across the training floor, heading toward the main stairwell that would take me back up to ground level, when I felt a hand clamp down on my forearm with surprising strength. A word, kiddo. I turned. Carmen. Her single green, I was locked on mine with the kind of unnerving, intense focus I usually associated with people who were about to either bravado you or stab you. Given her track record, it was genuinely 50-50. Now, I asked, glancing toward the exit where the rest of Class 1, he was filtering out in exhausted clumps. Right now, there was no room for negotiation in her tone. She didn't wait for my agreement, just started pulling me toward the far corner of the gym, away from the main flow of foot traffic and into the shadow of the stacked sparring equipment. The moment we were out of earshot, she released my arm and turned to face me fully, her expression deadly serious. You understand that you can't beat her, right? Not in a straight fight. I blinked. Wow. Thanks for the overwhelming vote of confidence, Carmen. Really feeling the support. I'm being serious, Satori. Her voice was low and sharp, cutting through my sarcasm like a knife through silk. Reina Cabana has been training for this since she was 5 years old. Professional coaches. Private facilities that cost more per month than most hunters make in a year. And her aspect is a direct counter to close-range brawlers like you. She can control the battlefield from a distance and fry you before you ever get within arm's reach. So what are you suggesting exactly? Carmen's expression sharpened into something too knowing to be called a smile. Simple. Don't fight her. I can't exactly back out now. I already agreed in front of half the Academy's staff. Then don't fight fair, she clarified, lowering her voice. Cheat. I actually had to pause for a second to make sure I heard her correctly. Excuse me? Carmen's smile was dangerous. You've got a bag filled with tricks. Use them. Because if you try to play fair against someone like Reina Cabana, you're going to end up in the medical bay. Or the morgue. She released my arm. Took a long drink from her flask. 3 days, kid. Make them count. Chapter 459. 5 women who would burn the world down, then she was gone too. Leaving me alone in the gym with a cat-shaped familiar, 5 soul-bonded women who were probably planning their own interventions, and 72 hours to figure out how to survive a duel against one of the most dangerous prospects in the entire academy. Maki transformed back into human form. Still wearing just my hoodie. Your friends are worried about you. They're not my friends. Liar. Everyone keeps saying that. Because you keep lying. She tilted her head. But it's okay. I like you anyway. Gee. Thanks. You're welcome, master. She grabbed my hand, laced her fingers through mine with zero hesitation. Come on. Let us go eat. I'm starving. And you need protein if you're going to fight an S-rank prodigy in 3 days. She S-A rank. For now. Cinchuredo. Marco whispered something to Malachi that made Malachi's eyes widen. And Natalia. Natalia stood in the kitchen doorway, watched Maki with an expression I couldn't quite read, then looked at me. Satori. Who is this? This is Maki. Your cat. My familiar. Technically. You're very unusual familiar. She's wearing my hoodie. That doesn't count as clothes. Maki waved cheerfully at Natalia. Hi. You must be the scary purple one. Master talks about you all the time. Natalia I twitched. Master? It's ironic, I said quickly. It's not. Maki corrected. Maki. Transform. Now. She pouted again. But she obeyed. Her form blurred, and a black cat sat where the girl had been, looking up at Natalia with wide, innocent eyes. Natalia stared at the cat, then at me. We're talking about this later. Can't wait. She turned and walked back into the kitchen. Cinchuredo possibly both. Dinner was tense. Maki stayed in cat form, curled up on my lap while I ate with one hand. The 5 women sat in a careful configuration around the table. Natalia directly across from me. Skylar to my left. Celeste to my right. Emmy and Akari flanking Natalia. Like they planned it. They probably had. Conversations stayed safe. Classes. Training. The upcoming tournament. Nobody mentioned the duel, or the fact that Reina had basically declared war on me in front of everyone. or that I had 71 hours and counting to not die. After dinner, people scattered. Raphael to lift weights. Jacob to his conspiracy research. Isabel to her room with a book. The usual rhythms. I headed upstairs with Maki still in cat form, draped across my shoulders like a particularly heavy scarf. My room was dark, quiet. I set Maki on the bed, and she immediately transformed back, stretching luxuriously. That was fun. That was a disaster. Same thing. She sprawled across my sheets. Your purple girl definitely wants to get rid of me. She wants to get rid of everyone. Fair. A knock at the door. Soft this time. Hesitant. Emmy's rhythm. I glanced at Maki. Hide. But now. She transformed. I opened the door. Emmy stood there in her yellow pajamas, holding a first aid kit. Can I check your ribs? They're fine. Liar. She pushed past me, set the kit on my desk. Shirt off. Emmy off. I pulled my shirt over my head. She immediately went clinical. Fingers probing my rib cage with practice care, checking for swelling or breaks. The regenerator brace had done most of the work, but I was still tender. You need to rest more. Can't. Tournament S coming. The tournament doesn't matter if you're dead. I'm not going to die. Everyone keeps saying that. Nobody ever means it. She finished her examination. Stepped back, but her hand stayed on my chest. Reina is really good, Satori. I know. I don't want you to get hurt. I'll be fine. Promise? Second promise of the night. Promise. She rose on her toes. Kissed my cheek. Soft and lingering. Good. Because I just got you. I'm not ready to give you up yet. Centurado. But you're going to keep her anyway. Yeah. Good. She patted the bed beside her. Come sleep. Big day tomorrow. It's only 8. Exactly. You need like 12 hours if you're going to survive training tomorrow. She wasn't wrong. I collapsed onto the bed beside her. Fully clothed. Maki immediately curled against my side, her warmth bleeding through my clothes. Boss. Yeah. Don't die fighting the Electra Princess. I just got here. I don't want to find a new leader yet. Was he planning on it? Good. She was asleep in seconds. Her breathing evening out. Her tails wrapping around her waist like living blankets. I stared at the ceiling. Counted the cracks. 70 hours until the duel. 70 hours to figure out how to beat someone who could probably kick my ass while checking her phone. The ensemble tab glowed softly in my peripheral vision. 5 ranked 10 bonds. 5 women who de-tied their souls to mine. The system hummed beneath my skin, constant and intrusive in mine. Nell whispered from the back of my mind. You could upgrade abilities. Spend those schema points. Get stronger. Later. The audience is watching. They want a good show. They always do. You're not scared? I thought about it. About Reina's reputation. Her power. Her perfect combat record. About how she looked at me today like I was a puzzle she was going to solve. About the way Natalia's hand had trembled when she made me promise not to lose. Terrified. Good. Fear makes better television. Glad I could help the ratings. Sleep, Satori. You'll need it. For once, Nell was right. Chapter 460, A Grinder's Certainty or a Gambler's Prayer. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and something that might have been coffee if coffee hated you personally. Maki was already gone for the day. The spot beside me was empty. My ribs still hurt like someone had used them as a xylophone. 67 hours until Reina kicked my ass in front of the entire academy. Fantastic. I sat up and immediately regretted every decision that had led to this moment. My phone showed 47 unread messages, most from people I didn't know asking if I was dating the president's sister. 3 from Natalia with variations of Don't Die. 1 from Skylar, Breaker knows first. Sets the tone. Emmy had sent a picture of protein pancakes with a heart emoji. Akari's message was just, Centurado. None schema points, 3,015 attributes, strength, F, 0 endurance, F, 0 dexterity, F, 0 150 magic, F, 0 agility, F, 0 right. The lie that kept me alive. F rank trash on paper. High A rank monster in reality. I pulled up the hidden values. The ones that actually mattered. Hidden attributes, level 3 strength, 6, 250 endurance, 6,250 dexterity, 6,250 150 bonus magic, 6,250 agility, 6,250 multiplier, 2.5x, active, true ceiling, level 3 7,750 per stat numbers that would make most B ranks cry. Stats that put me in the same weight class as veteran A-rank hunters who'd been doing this for decades. And Reyna? Reyna was S-rank potential, training since she could walk. Backed by Olympus Rising, a guild that made money printing money. I was still probably going to die. Morning, sunshine. Nell's voice dripped through my consciousness like honey laced with cyanide. Sleep well? Like garbage. Excellent. The audience loves watching you suffer. The audience can forget off. They probably enjoy that too. You are very popular with the demographic that appreciates men in emotional distress. I walked to the window. The sun was barely up, painting the atoll in shades of gold and pink that made everything look softer than it actually was. Below, students jog in formation. Sentinels in their silver. Phantoms in their red. None of them were about to fight La Serena in a duel that would probably end with my face as abstract art across the crucible floor. Pull up my abilities. The screen shifted. Active abilities 2-3 Ember in use. Silver tier Spatial Cleave in use. Gold tier passive abilities 3-4 Mysticism in use. Gold tier Protection from arrows in use. Platinum tier Blessing of the Sovereign in use. Developmental abilities Cinchurado Synergy Mechanics. Team buffs. The usual. The usual. Don't sound so skeptical. It's what allowed Natalia to freeze an entire battlefield in the necropolis. What let Skylar S. Illusions trap an arborist? What helps Cell survive a Blackgate on fumes and spite? So I make them stronger. You make them better. They're SA difference. I thought about Natalia tearing reality apart to stop a death beam. About Skylar pinning herself to my side in every fight like she couldn't function unless I was there. About Emmy healing through injuries that should have killed her. About Cell freezing a river despite being completely empty. About Akari not being present for most of this, but probably planning her own dramatic entrance. 3,000 schema points. Indeed, a veritable fortune. What can I buy? The screen shifted again, and Apollo materialized. Not his chibi avatar, the full god. Golden and impossible and grinning like he just witnessed the funniest joke in creation. Morning, protagonist. Sleep well? What do you want? So hostile. Can't a patron check in on his favorite mortal? You only show up when you want something. True. He snapped his fingers. The room filled with golden light. But this time, I'm here to give you something. A gift, if you will. I don't trust your gifts. Smart boy. He waved his hand, and a banner materialized in the air between us. Apollo S. Divine Tournament Special Limited Time. 72 hours featured rates up. Combat skills, legendary weapons, mythical traits, 500 SP per pull guaranteed silver or higher. You're kidding. I never kid about the gacha. Apollo S. smile widened. The tournament arc begins soon. Every guild at full strength. Julian nursing his grudge. Petrova sharpening her students in a blades. Reyna waiting to dissect you in front of everyone you've ever met. I get it. Do you? He leaned closer. Because right now, you're running on borrowed time and stolen power. Your hidden stats are impressive. Your titles are cute. But Reyna Cabana has been trained by S-ranks. She is fast enough to dodge your spatial cleave. Smart enough to stay out of range. And her Volt marionettes will turn your bat into a lightning rod. So you're saying I need the gacha. I'm saying the smart play is upgrading your existing abilities. Spatial Cleave to Dimensional Rend for 600 SP. Ember to Inferno Stream for 400 SP. Nice, safe, guaranteed improvements. But where's the fun in that? Golden light pulsed around him. The banner guarantees at least one gold tier per pull. Maybe you'll get exactly what you need. Maybe you'll pull another fairy tale princess and end up singing with bluebirds while Reyna shocks you badly. I looked at my SP total. 3,015. 6-5 pulls if I went all in. Or I could play it safe. Upgrade Spatial Cleave. Boost Ember. Get incrementally stronger in ways that made tactical sense. The smart play. The Kalen play. He S baiting you. Nell S voice cut through Apollo S golden aura. Don't listen. Use the points for attributes. Pump strength and agility to the ceiling. You'll hit 7,750 in both and actually stand a chance. Boeing, Apollo safe, nel countered. You could also save the points, Apollo added. Wait until after you lose to Reyna. Lick your wounds. Be responsible. He said responsible like it was a communicable disease. What are the odds of pulling something useful? Apollo's grin stretched. Statistically, 73% chance of combat-relevant abilities, 22% chance of utility trash, 5% chance of something that changes everything. Chapter 461. The Gacha God plays favorites. Those are terrible odds. Those are Gacha odds, my boy. Besides, he waved his hand and the banner shifted, revealing silhouettes of items I couldn't quite see. This banner was curated specifically for your build. Close-range fighter. High burst damage. Needs mobility solutions and defensive options against range opponents. So it's rigged. It's optimized. There's a difference. Don't do it, Nell warned. He wants you desperate. Wants you gambling. That's when you make mistakes. Or, I said slowly, that's when I pull something that makes Reyna regret challenging me. Apollo's laugh filled the room like thunder wrapped in silk. Now you're speaking my language. I thought about it. Really thought about it. The safe play meant grinding my way to marginal improvements. The gacha meant chaos. Potential. The chance to pull something that turned Reyna's advantage into my weapon. Or I could end up with a divine feather duster and a trait that made birds love me even more than they already inexplicably did. 1 pull. Boring. 2 pulls. Better. Apollo clapped his hands together. But I know you, Satoru Nakano. You're not a 2-pull kind of guy. You're the idiot who chose impossible mode. Who charged an arborist with a bat. Who took a death beam for his healer. Your point? My point is you're going to go all in. 6 pulls. 3,000 SP. Everything you've got. That's insane. That's why you're going to do it. He wasn't wrong. The smart play bored me. Had since Tokyo. Since the first time I walked into a Yamaguchi safe house and negotiated my way out with a gun to my head. Playing it safe meant staying small. Staying small meant getting stepped on. 6 pulls. Nil grund. Apollo's grin could have split mountains. Excellent choice. Let us see what fate has in store for you. The banner exploded into light. Golden cards materialized in the air, spinning slowly. Each one hummed with potential. Or disappointment. Hard to tell until you flipped them over. That was the beauty of the gacha. And the horror. First pull. I reached out and took the card. It burst into silver light. Thermal vision, passive ability. Silver tier, see heat signatures through obstacles. Effective range, 50 meters. Not bad. Actually useful for tracking enemies or finding ambush points. But not exactly game-changing. Solide Biplu. Apollo announced. A little boring, but practical. Let us try again. Second card. This one glowed gold before I even touched it. Kinetic absorption passive trait. Gold tier, absorb 15 of incoming kinetic damage and convert it to temporary stat buffs. Duration, 30 seconds. My eyebrows went up. Now, that's interesting, right? Apollo twirled. Take a hit, get stronger. Very shonen of you. That one's good, Nell admitted. Reyna hits hard. This lets you turn her offense into your advantage. 3 more cards. Let S go. The third pull shimmered. Platinum light. Steel body active ability. Platinum tier, temporarily harden your body to near invulnerability. Duration, 10 seconds. Cool down, 2 minutes. Oh, you're on a roll now. Apollo's eyes gleamed. 10 seconds of being unkillable. That's enough time to close distance, eat a lightning bolt, and take someone down hard. I like it. I knew you would. Fourth pull. The card spun. Slower this time. The light shifted from gold to platinum to something that hurt to look at directly. Diamond. Actual Diamantia. Sovereign S mandate trait. Diamond tier. All bonded ensemble members within 100 meters receive 20 to all stats. Their abilities cost 15 less mana. They recover stamina 30 faster. I stared at the description. Read it 3 times. This is a team buff. This is the team buff, Apollo corrected. You wanted to build a kingdom? Congratulations. You just became the cornerstone that makes everyone around you better by existing. That S broken, Nell whispered. Completely, utterly broken. Natalia gets 20% stronger just by standing near you. Sell S ice costs less. Emmy heals faster. Skylar S illusions last longer. 2 pulls left. My hands were actually shaking. The 4th pull had been diamond. Diamond didn't just happen. That was the kind of reward Apollo saved for special occasions or protagonists he actually liked, which meant the last 2 cards were either going to be trash to balance the luck, or something worse. Apollo gestured at the remaining cards with theatrical flair. Go on. 2 more. Let us see if fortune favors the foolish. I grabbed the 5th card. It exploded into light so bright I had to look away. When my vision cleared, a single word hung in the air. Mythicalo. Apollo's voice went soft. Oh, that's interesting. The card unfurled into a full notification. Lightning Rod active ability. Mythical tier, designate yourself as an electromagnetic anchor for 60 seconds. All electrical attacks within 200 meters are drawn to you and absorbed harmlessly. Absorbed energy can be redirected as a single devastating counterattack. I read it again, then again. This is Reyna S counter. This is Reyna S nightmare. Apollo S grin returned. She throws lightning at you? You eat it. Her marionettes attack. You drink the electricity and spit it back in her face. For 60 seconds, you become the thing she fears most. That is not luck, Nell said quietly. That is intervention. You rigged this. I optimized the pool for your opponent. Apollo shrugged. There is a difference. Besides, you still had to pull it. The RNG could have given you the feather duster. One more card. One more card, he agreed. The final pull sat there, spinning slowly, waiting. I reached out, grabbed it. The light that erupted wasn't T-gold or platinum or even diamond. It was something beyond classification, something that made the windows rattle and Bartholomew retreat into his shell. Divine Apollo stopped smiling. That's not supposed to happen. The card expanded into a full screen that took up my entire vision. Aspect Evolution Ticket Item. Divine Tier, evolve your registered aspect to its next tier. Warning. Evolution is permanent and irreversible. Side effects may include dimensional instability, consciousness loss, or sudden instability. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. What does that mean? It means, Apollo said slowly, that your thermal incision ability can evolve into a much Barado, powerful form. Centurado. The psychic foghorn, those are not reassuring odds. Those are divine tier odds. He straightened himself, smoothing out the wrinkles in his ridiculous cosmic tracksuit with an air of theatrical finality. But I'll tell you this, and I want you to really absorb what I'm saying here. Your current aspect, thermal incision, it's cute. It's functional. It's a perfectly serviceable C-rank power-playing dress-up as something Barado impressive. Against Reyna Cabana and that storm of hers, it won't be enough. You'll lose, and it won't be pretty. His eyes gleamed with that particular brand of manic enthusiasm that meant he was enjoying this far too much. But evolved? Taken to its logical, reality-warping conclusion, you might actually stand a chance. A real one. Don't. Nell's voice cut through my thoughts like a knife. Not yet. Not before the duel. If the evolution goes wrong and there's a non-zero chance it will be too mentally unstable to fight. You'll be a drooling mess when you should be dodging lightning. If I don't use it, I lose anyway. You don't know that. Yes, I do. I stared down at the ticket in my hand. At the ominous warning text about dimensional instability and ego death that Apollo had so helpfully included. At the swirling, reality-bending pattern on the card that seemed to shift every time I looked away and back. At Apollo's face, which had gone suddenly, suspiciously neutral. What aren't you telling me? Nothing important. Apollo. Fine. He sighed, a long-suffering sound like ID just asked him to explain quantum physics to a particularly stupid dog. The last person who used an aspect evolution ticket, their power jumped 3 full tiers overnight. E-rank garbage to legitimate B-rank threat in the span of a single agonizing evening. It was beautiful, dramatic, everything I could hope for. His smile flickered, but the transition broke something fundamental in their metaphysical architecture. They spent 6 months in a medically induced coma while their body desperately tried to adapt to their new reality. So I could win the duel, but miss the entire tournament. End up bedridden and drooling while everyone else advances and builds their reputations. Possibly. Apollo's grin returned, sharp and dangerous. Or you adapt faster. You're not exactly standard issue, Satoru Nakano. That beautifully broken little soul of yours has already survived dimensional travel, a form of ego death that would shatter most mortals, and full integration with memories from a completely different timeline. Your mental architecture is already warped beyond any reasonable recognition. He gestured vaguely in my chest, at the space where my heart supposedly was. What is one more round of metaphysical restructuring at this point? You're practically a professional. Fair point. I had died once already. Sort of. Kalen Leone had ceased to exist the moment his consciousness violently merged with Satoru Nakano's body. And I was what crawled out of that metaphysical car crash, stitched together from two contradictory sets of memories and a will to survive that bordered on spite. If my soul could survive that kind of existential blender treatment, it could probably handle an aspect, evolution, without completely shattering into cosmic dust. Probably. I'm keeping it, I said. Thank the gods, Nell said, and I could actually feel her relief through the bond. I was preparing a very judgmental lecture about risk assessment, long-term strategic planning, and the general stupidity of using experimental items during time-sensitive operations. But I'm not using it yet. Not until I see what Reina is really capable of. Not until I know exactly what I'm countering. Apollo's smile returned in full force. Smart boy. Save the metaphysical nuke for when you actually need it. He began to fade, his form dissolving into golden motes of light. Enjoy your new abilities. They should make the duel considerably more entertaining. For me, anyway. The audience is going to lose their collective minds. Wait. He paused mid-dissolution. The banner. How much longer is it active? 72 hours from the moment it went live. But after that first pull, he winked, and somehow the gesture was visible even through his half-transparent face. I do say you've had enough luck for one morning. Don't get greedy. Then he was gone. The golden light faded from the room, taking the oppressive weight of divine attention with it. I was alone in the pre-dawn darkness with my new abilities and the growing, gnawing certainty that I just made either the best decision of my life or the absolute worst. Congratulations on not being a complete idiot, Nell said dryly. Shut up. Installing new abilities now. This may cause mild discomfort. Define mild. The answer came in the form of white-hot agony that dropped me straight to my knees like someone had cut my strings. Information poured directly into my skull like someone had cracked open my head and shoved a fire hose into my brain. Knowledge I hadn't earned, understanding I didn't deserve, all of it pressing into my consciousness whether it fit or not. Thermal vision settled in first, rewiring my optic nerves and teaching me how to perceive the world through heat signatures, how to track movement through solid walls by following the warmth of living Barado. Kinetic absorption came next, embedding itself in my muscle memory and showing me exactly how to convert incoming force into temporary bursts of power, how to turn an enemy's strength against them. Steel body arrived with phantom sensations rippling across my skin, my flesh remembering learning what it felt like to be harder than forged iron, what it meant to be momentarily invulnerable. Sovereign's mandate hummed through my entire nervous system like a live wire, connecting me to 5 distant points I could suddenly feel even from here. Natalia somewhere in the floors below, probably already awake and worrying. Skylar still in her room, likely smoking and thinking. Emmy in the kitchen, because of course she was already making breakfast. Celeste and Akari probably huddled together somewhere, plotting strategy for my survival. And then came Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod felt like swallowing an entire thunderstorm and asking it to please sit still inside my chest. My teeth buzzed with sympathetic voltage. My hair stood on end, every strand reaching for the ceiling. Every metal object in the room began to vibrate with electromagnetic resonance. My belt buckle, the zipper on my hoodie, the loose change on my desk, all singing the same electric song. When the installation process finally, mercifully finished, I collapsed forward onto my hands and knees, breathing hard through clenched teeth, tasting copper and ozone on my tongue, sweat dripping onto the floor. Told you it would be uncomfortable. That, I gasped, was not mild discomfort. You survived. Stop complaining. A knock sounded at my door. Soft, measured, Skylar's distinctive rhythm. Come in. She entered wearing my other hoodie, the oversized gray one that didn't smell like Maki's particular brand of chaos. Her indigo hair was slightly mussed, and her eyes were sharp with concern despite the early hour. You okay? I heard a crash. Fine. Just fell. Liar. She walked over slowly, bare feet silent on the floor. Crouched directly in front of me, close enough that I could smell clove cigarettes and something floral underneath. You did something stupid. Maybe. Definitely. Her hand found my cheek, palm cool against my overheated skin. You pulled the gotcha, didn't you? How did you know? Because you get this look afterward. Like you just stole something extremely valuable, and you're not sure if it's going to make you rich or if it's going to explode in your face. She tilted her head, studying me with those gradient purple eyes. What did you get? Reina's worst nightmare. Good. She leaned forward and kissed my forehead. Quick and warm, a gesture of approval rather than passion. Don't die on Wednesday. I'm not done being mad at you yet for keeping secrets. Then she left, taking the lingering smell of clove cigarettes with her. I pulled myself slowly off the floor, muscles protesting the movement. My legs felt like they'd been hit with a bat, which was probably the kinetic absorption integration settling into my bone marrow. I checked my reflection in the window. Same face staring back at me. Same collection of scars that weren't quite healed from the tournament. Same eyes that had seen far too much for someone who was technically only 18 years old. But something fundamental had changed beneath the surface. I could feel the new abilities humming just under my skin, coiled and ready, waiting for permission to be unleashed. The Sovereign's mandate, in particular, pulsed in the back of my mind like a second heartbeat, linking me to the others downstairs in a way that felt both overwhelming and strangely reassuring. Maki suddenly jumped onto the windowsill in her cat form, a sleek shadow with two tails that defied natural biology. Her golden eyes studied me with unusual intensity. Master feels different. Good different or bad different? Strong different. She rubbed her head against my arm, purring loudly enough to vibrate through my bones. Like you ate lightning and somehow convinced it to stay inside your body instead of burning you to ash. Close enough. Chapter 463. Extreme prejudice in a pair of shorts. I pulled up my status screen one more time, needing to see it all written out to believe it was real. Active abilities: 3/3 Ember in use, Spatial Cleave in use, Lightning Rod, new passive abilities. 4/4 Mysticism in use, Protection from arrows in use, Blessing of the Sovereign in use, Kinetic Absorption, new passive traits. Steel Body, new Thermal Vision, new Sovereign's mandate, new current SP. 15 points left in my account. Barely enough for a single bronze tier pull if I was desperate. But I had what I needed, what I'd been hunting for. Direct counters to Reina's lightning-based assault. Passive buffs that would strengthen my entire team. Multiple ways to turn her overwhelming advantage into my weapon. Now I just had to survive long enough to actually use them. Maki. She transformed in a shimmer of shadow and smoke, looking completely transformed by the dark magic. Yes. Training starts in 20 minutes. Can you behave yourself? I can. She pouted, her bravado jutting out in an expression that was probably calculated to be adorable. But if the purple-haired one tries to freeze me again, I'm defending myself with extreme prejudice. That's fair. She immediately pulled my hoodie back on, the fabric hanging nearly to her knees, looking completely unbothered. Let's go meet your pack properly. I want to see what all the fuss is about. You talk about them constantly. At the oversized hoodie she was wearing. At the cat ears currently poking through her messy black hair like fuzzy antennae. At the two tails swishing behind her with obvious excitement. conducting an invisible orchestra only she could hear. Maki, hide the ears and tails. She blinked at me with wide, innocent eyes. Why would I do that? Because you look like a cosplay convention violently exploded in my bedroom. Boss is mean. She touched one ear defensively, and it flicked under her fingers. They're part of me. Hiding them would be like asking you to hide your arms. You can change forms completely. You literally show me earlier when you turned into a regular house cat. That's completely different. When I do that, I'm being a whole different thing, a mundane cat. She crossed her arms stubbornly under the hoodie. This is just me. My natural state. Why should I hide it? Maki. No. I rubbed my forehead, feeling the headache from the ability installation starting to creep back with a vengeance. Please? Still no. She sat on the edge of my bed, legs swinging. And you forgot something very important. What? I'm still not dressed properly. You had one job, Nell whispered in my mind, and I could hear the smirk in her voice. Right? The clothes. I walked over to my dresser and borrowed a clean shirt from the drawer. Black, basic, boring. Perfect for this particular nightmare scenario. Put these on. No. Maki. The boss hasn't given me proper motivation yet. She smiled, and the expression was sweet like honey laced with arsenic. I work on a very strict incentive-based system. It's quite fair, really. I literally just gave you ear scratches 10 minutes ago. Those are for staying hidden in your room and not causing chaos. Her tails swished behind her. These treats are for a completely different task. Different tasks require different rewards. It's basic economics. My twitched. What do you want? A hug. I literally hugged you 20 minutes ago. That was a goodbye hug when Apollo left. This is a motivation hug. She tapped her cheek with one finger, and her nail was definitely sharper than it should be. Very different categories. Don't confuse them, or I'll have to explain the entire taxonomic system. It's extremely complex and has subsections. I looked at her, really looked at her, at the cat ears that twitched with barely contained glee, at the tails that were absolutely laughing at me. Censurado, censurado. Her tails went still behind her. When I reached the edge of the mattress, she stood to meet me, rising gracefully from her seated position. She was still shorter than me by about 6 inches even when standing straight. She looked relaxed, wearing the borrowed hoodie with casual ease, still staring at me like I was the most fascinating thing in the universe. I gently guided her face up to meet mine. Your trouble. The best kind. She rose up on her toes, a playful smile spreading across her face. Now barado me properly before I change my mind and demand 2 barado plus the ear scratches as a package deal. I barado her. Firmly this time. Not like I de-barado Emmy when she had been nervous and uncertain about everything. With real intent. The way I de-barado Skylar when she had challenged me to show I was sincere. Censurado, censurado, she drew in a sharp breath and pulled back, clearly reluctant to end the moment. Her hazel gold eyes were wide with surprise, the color so deep it nearly filled her irises, leaving only thin rings of gold. You are so unfair to me, she whispered, her voice unsteady. You asked for motivation. I'm extremely focused now. She swayed slightly on her feet, and I had to steady her with my hand on her barado. Give me the shorts before I lose my balance. I handed her the shorts. She pulled them on while standing carefully, the fabric sitting low on her barado beneath the hoodie's hem. It was significantly better than nothing. Ears and tails. Fine. She pouted again, but this time there was less edge to it. But I want a friendly hug later. Multiple hugs. With interest. We'll see. We will definitely see yes. She closed her eyes, concentrating. The ears and tails shimmered at the edges, going translucent. Faded gradually. Disappeared completely like they never existed. When she opened her eyes again, she looked almost entirely human. Almost. Her pupils were still vertical slits instead of round. Her nails were still just slightly too sharp and pointed. And the way she moved was too fluid, too boneless, to be entirely natural for a human woman. But from a distance, in a crowded room full of distractions, shed past casual inspection. She beamed at me, an actual sunlight smile that transformed her entire face. I'm a Team S best girl. Chapter 464. All my girls are psychic beacons. I headed downstairs with Maki trailing behind me, already regretting every decision that led to this moment. Each footstep echoed in the empty stairwell, a metronome counting down to the inevitable chaos that followed this familiar around like a curse. The common room was mostly empty when we reached the ground floor. Too early for the breakfast crowd, the social butterflies who treated every morning like a networking opportunity. Too late for the insomniacs who had given up on sleep entirely and were probably face down in their textbooks somewhere on the fourth floor. Just me, a Bakanico in borrowed athletic shorts, and the kind of silence that made my skin itch with anticipation. Transform. Centuredo for a moment. She looked like ID just told her the world was ending. Then she shimmered. Darkness swirled around her form like liquid shadow, responding to her will. The familiar blur of her transformation twisted reality for half a second, bending the light in ways that made my eyes water if I looked too directly at it. When it cleared, a sleek black cat with two tails sat primly on the hardwood floor, her fur gleaming like polished obsidian in the morning light. Those hazel gold eyes stared up at me with pure, unadulterated accusation. You're cruel. You are the worst master in the history of masters. I hope you know that. You'll live, I said, fighting the urge to smirk. The cat actually huffed, like an offended noblewoman at a social slight. Then she padded toward the couch with exaggerated dignity, each paw placed with feline precision. Morning light pooled across the cushions in thick golden bands, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the Academy southeastern gardens. She hopped up with effortless grace, circled twice, testing the surface, then settled into a perfect loaf position with both tails curled around her like matching question marks, sunbathing in the warm patch of sunlight, like she hadn't just been lounging in my room 5 minutes ago, trying to convince me that morning playtime was a vital part of our bond. Like she was a literal supernatural killer disguised as a common house cat. I needed to test the new abilities. The Divine Hall from Apollo's banner was weighing heavily on my mind, each new power demanding attention, like unread notifications I couldn't dismiss. Lightning rod hummed beneath my skin with the promise of catching storms, of turning Reina's greatest weapon into my ammunition. Kinetic absorption waited patiently to turn every hit into fuel, transforming pain into power with cold mechanical efficiency. Steel body sat coiled like a spring, ready to turn me into a walking tank for exactly 10 seconds that could mean the difference between victory and humiliation. But most importantly, Sovereign's mandate pulsed with the weight of 5 bonds pulling at my consciousness like gravitational tides. I could feel them, all of them. Natalia's somewhere in the East Wing, probably already awake and planning her day with ruthless efficiency. Her presence felt like cold fire controlled, intense, completely focused. Skylar probably still asleep with her headphones on, her consciousness a lazy, contented hum. She'd stayed up late working on gear designs again, lost in her creative process. Emmy in the kitchen, already prepping something that would feed an army, because that's what she did when she was nervous. Her presence was warm, bright, like standing near a fireplace. Celeste studying in her room, always studying. Centuredo, the connections thrummed like guitar strings, each one resonating at a slightly different frequency. Each one a thread connecting me to someone who decided I was worth the trouble, worth the risk, worth everything they'd given me. Careful, Nell whispered, her voice carrying a note of genuine concern. You're broadcasting. They can feel you reaching out. Natalia's already looking up from her book, wondering what you're doing. I pulled the feeling back immediately, compressing it like I was closing a fist. Made it quieter, more controlled. The last thing I needed was all 5 of them converging on the common room, demanding to know why I'd just psychically poked them before breakfast. The common room door opened, cutting through my concentration. Celeste walked in wearing simple academy sweats and carrying a book, something dense and academic, probably about advanced cryokinetic theory or historical gate classifications. Her silver-white hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail that made her look younger, more vulnerable. No muck-up, no performance, no Ice Princess mask. Just Celeste, the girl who Dee decided to trust me with pieces of herself Dee never shown anyone else. She noticed Maki immediately, her periwinkle eyes widening with delight. Oh! Maki's ears perked up, swiveling toward the new arrival. Celeste approached the couch with careful steps, moving with that unconscious grace that came from years of etiquette training. May I? The cat chirped a bright, friendly sound that was apparently universal cat language for yes, peasant, you may worship me with pets. Celeste sat beside Maki with a soft smile and began petting her with gentle strokes along the spine, her touch practiced and sure. She's beautiful, she said, her voice carrying genuine warmth. What is her name? Maki, I said simply. Unusual name for a cat. Celeste scratched behind Maki's ears with the confidence of someone who'd grown up around expensive pets. Where did you find her? She found me. Strays usually do around you. She glanced up, and there was something knowing in her expression like she'd already figured out half the game and was waiting for me to confirm the rest. Are you going to tell me she's also soul-bonded to you? My eye twitched despite my best efforts to remain impassive. She's a familiar. Different mechanics. Different kind of bond. But still yours. Yeah, good. Celeste returned her attention to Maki, who was now purring so loudly it sounded like a small motorcycle engine. At least this one can't steal you from midnight conversations about death gardens. Chapter 465. My ribs for a 30-second buff Maki's purr intensified, her entire body vibrating with smug satisfaction. Little Monster knew exactly what she was doing playing the innocent cat, while mentally taking notes on which of my women she could manipulate most effectively. I need to train, I said, forcing myself to focus on the practical concerns of surviving Wednesday's duel. Against who? Anyone dumb enough to volunteer. Raphael S. in the gym. He has been punching the heavy bag since 4 in the morning. Celeste's fingers found that sweet spot behind Maki's ears that turned the deadly supernatural predator into absolute jelly. Braxton said something about excess energy and property damage concerns. Perfect. Raphael would hit hard enough to test kinetic absorption properly. If I could handle his kinetic overcharge punches, I could handle most of what Reina would throw at me. Thanks, I said. I turned toward the hallway that led to the basement gym. Satori. I stopped, looking back over my shoulder. Celeste's periwinkle eyes met mine, and for a moment, all the careful warmth was gone. What replaced it was something sharper, more possessive. Don't get hurt before Wednesday. I'd like you alive for the duel. Can't make promises. Then lie to me. I'll be fine. She smiled small, private, meant only for me. Better. I left her there with Maki, two dangerous creatures pretending to be harmless, basking in morning sunlight like they didn't have Barado. The basement gym smelled like sweat, violence, and the distinct ozone tang of someone pushing their aspect to its limits. Raphael was exactly where Celeste said he'd be, working out without a shirt, because of course he was, covered in a sheen of sweat that made his muscles look carved from bronze, each one defined with the kind of clarity you only got from either genetics or obsessive training. Probably both. His fists slammed into the heavy bag with rhythmic fury, each impact echoing through the space like distant thunder. Thud! Each impact sent shockwaves through the chain, suspending the bag from the ceiling, the metal links rattling with the strain. The bag swung wild on its axis, physics and force combining into a chaotic pendulum. It came back toward him. He hit it again. Harder this time, golden energy crackling around his knuckles. Like he was trying to destroy it. Like the bag had personally offended him, and he was determined to get revenge. Raphael, I called out. He caught the bag mid-swing with both hands, muscles tensing as he stopped its momentum. He turned to face me. His amber eyes were red-rimmed and wild. The telltale sign of someone who hadn't slept and was using violence as a substitute for rest. What? He said flatly, not bothering with the question mark. Spar with me. His expression shifted through several emotions in rapid succession surprise that I actually sought him out, suspicion about my motives, then something that might have been wary interest. You sure? You're still banged up from the Hydra. Saw you limping yesterday. Ill live. Your funeral. His grin was sharp and challenging. The expression of someone had been waiting for an excuse to hit something that would hit back. Rules? No holding back. If I can't take it, I don't belong in the ring with Reina on Wednesday. Something approving flickered across his face, transforming his usual aggressive sneer into something almost respectful. Finally growing a pair, Nakano. Always had them. Just pick my battles carefully. Yeah? He cracked his neck, the sound sharp and deliberate. Prove it. We moved to the center mat, a worn, padded square that had seen countless spars, marked with old stains from years of hard training that no amount of cleaning could fully remove. No pots, no protective gear, no safety equipment of any kind. Just two idiots about to beat each other senseless at 6 in the morning because that's what hunters did when they wanted to get stronger. Raphael's aspect activated first, golden energy gathering around his fists like miniature suns. Kinetic overcharge building with every passing second, storing potential energy that would explode outward with his next strike. I didn't T-activate anything yet. Wanted to see what kinetic absorption could do with a completely clean Hypno Shade Cloak, no steel body, nothing to dilute the data. You gonna defend or just stand there looking pretty? Raphael asked, rolling his shoulders. Hit me. Bad idea, man. Do it. He shrugged, a gesture that said your funeral more clearly than words ever could. Then he blurred. Faster than I expected, even knowing his stats. His fist slammed into my ribs like a guided missile finding its target. Right where the regenerator brace had been attached just yesterday, probably because he noticed me favoring that side. The impact was a sledgehammer wrapped in lightning and physics. Pain exploded through my torso, sharp and immediate. Physics decided my body should fly backward into the concrete wall at terminal velocity. But kinetic absorption kicked in before I could complete the trajectory. 15% of the force just vanished, absorbed directly into my cellular structure, converted into raw power with mechanical efficiency. A notification pulsed across my vision, bright and immediate. Temporary buff acquired. 5 strength, 5 agility duration. 30 seconds, I caught myself mid-flight with a twist of my core, redirecting momentum. Landed on my feet. Slid back 3 meters, my shoes squeaking against the mat. But I was standing, not embedded in the wall, not broken, standing. Raphael's eyes widened, his aggressive confidence cracking into genuine surprise. What the? Again, I said, straightening. You're insane. Probably. Hit me again. He charged, and this time I dodged, let his fist pass close enough to feel the heat of his aspect, the golden energy singing past my jaw by centimeters. Countered with a straight punch to his gut while he was overextended. No aspect activation, just physics, technique, and the 5% strength buff from his first hit. Raphael grunted, the sound surprised and pained. Stumbled back 1 step, his eyes going wide. You got faster. Keep up, I said, already moving. We traded blows for the next 10 minutes, falling into a rhythm that was part sparring, part mutual combat. Each hit he landed fed kinetic absorption like fuel into a furnace. The buffs stacked with mathematical precision. My movements sharpened with each exchange. My reactions quickened, neural pathways optimizing in real time. By minute 8, I was matching him strike for strike. By minute 10, I was demonstrably faster. Raphael realized it too, his expression shifting from aggressive confidence to focused intensity. He stopped pulling punches entirely, started fighting like he actually meant it, like this was a real threat assessment instead of a casual morning workout. A spinning kick caught my shoulder with enough force to dislocate most people's joints. I absorbed the kinetic force, felt it converting, redirected the momentum into a palm strike to his chest, all that stored energy releasing in a single explosive impact. He flew backward like he'd been hit by a car. Hit the mat hard enough to make the concrete beneath the padding crack. Lay there breathing heavy, staring at the ceiling like he was seeing a Barado. What on earth did you eat for breakfast? He gasped. Nothing yet. No way. He pushed himself up on his elbows, golden energy still flickering around his hands. You're not this strong. You were barely keeping up with me last week. Now you're... He shook his head. What changed? Chapter 466. Satori gets a new companion. Things change. Not that fast. Not without. The door opened, cutting off whatever accusation he was about to level. Pink hair appeared first through the doorway. Then gradient blue eyes that went impossibly wide the second they found me standing in the center of the mat. Satori. Sumin launched herself across the gym with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever seeing its owner after a week-long absence. No warning. No hosetashchen. No consideration for the fact that I was covered in sweat and had just been giving Raphael a fierce fight. Just pure, unfiltered enthusiasm wrapped in 120 pounds of country girl and supernatural fox spirit. She hit me like a missile achieving target lock. Arms wrapped around my neck. She held me close, her arms wrapped tightly around me as she buried her face against me with desperate affection. Missed you so much, she said, the words tumbling out in a breathless rush. The fox was already surfacing, drawn out by proximity and whatever instinctive recognition supernatural predators had for each other. I could feel it in the way her energy shifted suddenly, in how her grip tightened with strength that had nothing to do with her human form's muscle mass. Centuredo, the gradient blue bleeding out to consume Barato of her irises, glowing faintly at the edges with supernatural light. She leaned close, studying me with sudden intensity. Her whole frame stiffened. Why? She said slowly, Centuredo, getting a new Barato, just because I was gone on missions for a few days. Her nails began to sharpen, curving into claws before my eyes. Not fully transformed yet, but getting there. Sitting in being. Trying to get stronger without me? The fox's grin was sharp and fierce when she pulled back to look at my face. Trying to replace me? It's not like that, I said, keeping my voice level. No. She sniffed again, Barato deliberately this time, analyzing the molecules in the air with supernatural precision. Smells like a two-tailed yukai. Powerful. Female. Her eyes flashed completely blue, human reason giving way to fox instinct. And she's been very close to you recently. Your Barato is mixed with hers. Raphael was backing toward the door with the survival instinct of someone who'd seen enough nature documentaries to know when a predator was about to strike. Smart man. Zoom in. Listen to me. The fox is listening. She tilted her head, the gesture inhumanly precise. Sumin is listening too. We're both very interested in why you smell like another predator. Another one who's been in the area. Chisa familiar. It's different. Like me? The question was deceptively innocent. Different. You. She's akat. But she's been in your room. Centuredo. No kidding. Zoom in. I need you to breathe and think rationally. Don't want to breathe. Don't want to think. Her grip tightened. Want to find a cat and establish territory. Show her who was here first. She's upstairs. With Celeste right now. The Ice Princess? Something shifted in the fox's expression calculation, replacing pure territorial aggression. Yeah, HM. The fox considered this, head tilting the other direction. Ice and fire don't mix well. Cat probably chose wrong ally. Wrong pack to join. Celeste 1T hurt her. Wasn't he worried about the cat? The fox's grin widened, showing too many teeth. Was worried about what happens to the princess when she gets between a fox and her prey. A single white tail manifested behind Sumin, ghostly and flickering with supernatural energy. The temperature in the gym spiked immediately, rising 10 degrees in as many seconds. Raphael had successfully escaped into the hallway, the door swinging shut behind him. Absolute coward. Smart coward, but still. Sumin, I said firmly. Yes. Both voices answered human girl and fox spirit speaking in unison. Let me down. No. Please. Say, I'm your favorite. Centuredo. The only person I trust to tell me when something smells wrong or dangerous. Nobody else has your instincts. Nobody else can do what you do. The fox's expression softened, the predatory edge bleeding away. Just slightly. Just enough. Really? The question was vulnerable, uncertain all Sumin, no fox. Really? She blinked rapidly, and the blue faded from her eyes like someone had dimmed a light switch. Her nails retracted back into normal human fingernails. The ghostly white tail flickered once, twice, then dissipated into nothing. When she spoke again, it was purely shy and sweet and absolutely mortified by her behavior. "Iem sorry, iem sorry, iem sorry," she said, the words tumbling out in a rush. I didn't mean to get weird. The fox she smelled another predator and thought, and I couldn't tea. She buried her face in my shoulder again, but this time from embarrassment rather than possessiveness. I'm the worst. You probably think I'm crazy now. Chapter 467. The stray dog learns a new trick. It's fine, I said again, because apparently Sumin needed to hear it twice before her brain would accept the concept. The fox gets jealous, she blurted, her words tumbling over each other in a rush. She thinks you belong to us because you helped with the breathing exercises and the fruit thing, and I kissed her, quick and soft, just enough pressure to short-circuit whatever panicked rambling was about to spill out next. She leaned in and gave me a quick, unexpected bravado. The contact lasted maybe 2 seconds, just enough to make my point, short enough to avoid turning it into something bravado complicated. Her entire face went crimson. Steam practically rose from her ears as her brain tried and failed to process what had just happened. Her gradient blue eyes went wide, then wider, like someone had just told her gravity was a suggestion rather than a law. "Welcome back," I said, pulling away with what I hoped was a casual smile. Yes, back." Centuredo nearly tripping over her own feet in her haste to escape the mortifying reality of what had just happened. The door swung shut behind her with a bang that echoed through the empty space. Left me standing alone in the gym with Raphael peeking through the doorway. One eyebrow raised, so high it threatened to merge with his hairline. "That was interesting," he said, his voice carrying that particular brand of amusement that meant I was never going to hear the end of this. "Shut up. The fox called you boss." I said shut up. He walked back in, still without a shirt, Centuredo in a stupidly dangerous sort of way. "It's a nightmare," I muttered, running a hand through my sweat-soaked hair. "Looks like a good nightmare from where I'm standing." He uncapped the bottle and took a long pull. "So, you gonna tell me how you got that strong? Or are we pretending you didn't just absorb my best hit and turn into a speed buff like some kind of video game character?" I turned a grin. "Trade secret. Figures." He drained half the bottle in one go, his throat working as he swallowed. When he lowered it, there was something calculating in his expression, the look of a fighter who found a puzzle he wanted to solve. "Reyna is gonna eat you alive on Wednesday." "Maybe. Definitely." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "But you're not backing down, are you? Would you?" "Hell no." He tossed the bottle aside with enough bravado that it clattered across the floor. "All right, let's see what else you're hiding, stray dog." We went again. This time he didn't hold back at all. Every punch he threw landed with devastating power, driving the air from my lungs and sending sharp pain through my ribs. Every kick was aimed at joints, at pressure points, at the vulnerable parts of the human body that most people forgot existed until someone reminded them with violence. The air itself seemed to scream with each strike, the sharp crack of displaced atmosphere filling the gym like a metronome, keeping time with our dance of destruction. But I had kinetic absorption working overtime now, that beautiful trait humming beneath my skin like a second heartbeat. Every hit fed the buff, the absorbed energy converting into raw physical power that surged through my muscles and bones. Made me stronger with each impact, faster with each dodge, better with each exchange. By minute 15, I was matching him blow for blow, my fists meeting his with concussive force that would have shattered the hands of the old Satori. By minute 20, I activated Steel Body. 10 seconds of invulnerability. 10 seconds where I was less a man and more a force of nature wearing human skin. The transformation was instant, my flesh, muscle, and bone transmuting into something that possessed the tensile strength of mythical steel. I walked through his attacks like they didn't exist, His fists bounced off my skin with dull, metallic thuds that must have hurt him more than they hurt me. His kicks connected with nothing but unyielding density, each impact reverberating up his leg in ways that had to be deeply unpleasant. I saw the exact moment realization dawned in his eyes, the instant he understood that for these precious few seconds, he might as well have been trying to punch through a mountain. When the 10 seconds ended, ID closed the distance between us to nothing, took hold of him by the shoulders with hands that still remembered what it felt like to be invincible, threw him over my hip in a textbook judo throw that would have made any martial arts instructor weep with pride. He hit the mat hard enough to bounce, his barato ragdolling for a moment before settling into a graceless sprawl. He lay there on his back, staring at the ceiling with an expression that suggested he was reconsidering several of his life choices. "What the heck was that?" he asked, his voice slightly winded. "New trick." "That was not a trick. That was ridiculous." He sat up slowly, testing for broken bones or bruised organs. "You took my full combo, and it did nothing. Didn't even flinch. It did something I corrected. Just not what you wanted." He laughed then. Actually laughed, a genuine sound of surprised delight that echoed through the gym. It was the laugh of a fighter who just found a challenge worth his time. "You're going to make Reyna so mad," he said, his grin returning with renewed vigor. "That's the plan. I take it back. You might actually survive this. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Don't get cocky. She's still better than you. More experienced, better trained, and her aspect is a hard counter to most close-range fighters. For now." He stood, brushing himself off before extending his fist toward me in an offer of respect that felt surprisingly genuine, coming from someone who usually communicated primarily through violence and insults. I bumped it. "Give her a hard time on Wednesday," he said. "Planning on it." Raphael barato his towel and headed for the showers, leaving me standing alone in the gym with my new abilities humming beneath my skin like caged lightning. Kinetic absorption had turned Raphael's intense assault into an impromptu training montage. My barato power had made me impervious for 10 brief seconds, and I hadn't even activated Lightning Rod yet. That particular ability was staying reserved until the moment Reyna threw her first bolt. She had no idea what was coming, but I did. I was going to barato like a gift, drink it down like fine wine, and then spit it back in her face with interest. The door opened again, interrupting my mental victory lap. Cell walked in carrying a still-purring Maki cradled against her chest like a particularly satisfied infant. The cat's 2 tails swished lazily through the air, her expression radiating smug contentment. "Your cat is very affectionate," Cell said, her tone suggesting this was both an observation and a mild complaint. "She's a menace. She's sweet." Cell set Maki on the floor with obvious reluctance, as if parting with a favorite plush toy. "Also, Braxton wants everyone in the common room at 0800. Something about tournament prep and not dying horribly. How much time do I have?" 40 minutes. She studied my face with the clinical precision of someone conducting a scientific analysis. "You look different. Good different or bad different? Dangerous different." She stepped closer, close enough that I could smell the winter-clean scent of her skin. Her hand found my chest, settling right over my heart where she could probably feel a hammering. "What did you do?" "Pulled the gotcha." "Of course you did." Her expression was caught somewhere between exasperation and fondness. "Did it work?" "Ask me Wednesday after I don't die." "Confident." "Delusional," I corrected. She smiled, then that rare, genuine expression that transformed her entire face from ice princess to something almost human. Then she kissed me. "Centuredo for luck," she said quietly. "I'll take it." Maki meowed loudly, the sound carrying distinct notes of judgment and disapproval. We both looked down. The cat sat between us, her 2 tails curled around her body with perfect symmetry. She stared up at us with an expression that radiated feline disapproval, so intense it could have curdled milk. Chapter 468. Bond of the familiar. Your familiar is judging us, Cell observed with remarkable calm. "She judges everything." Maki transformed right there in the middle of the gym because of course she did. privacy, and appropriate timing were concepts that existed in a dimension my familiar had never visited. Darkness swirled around her small form like ink in water. Reality bent, twisted, and folded in on itself in ways that made my eyes hurt if I looked at it too directly. Then a very bold woman stepped between us, wearing a confident smile, as if she had just strolled in from somewhere unexpected. Cell's eyes went wide as dinner plates. "So that's how that works," she said faintly. "Surprise. That's a person. A person who was about to get locked in my room for a week," I added pointedly. Maki ignored me completely, as she always did when I threatened her with consequences. She extended her hand toward Cell with the perfect courtly manners of a noble woman at a formal ball, her posture impeccable and her presence commanding. "Maki," she introduced herself with a small, elegant bow. "Platinum tier Bakaniko, my lord's most trusted companion." "M. Celeste," Cell replied automatically. Cinchuredo Cell's face went from pink to crimson in approximately 0.3 seconds. "I what? How?" "Supernatural senses." Maki tapped her nose with one finger, the gesture impossibly smug. "Very good at detecting where people have been. And you, Ice Princess, have been busy lately." I caught Maki's arm firmly enough to make my point without actually hurting her. "Transform. Now." "But I was making a friend." "Cut. Form. Immediately." She pouted. "Cinchuredo." The woman vanished, replaced by the cat, who settled on the floor with a thump and glared at me with those vertical slit pupils that glowed faintly gold in the gym's overhead lighting. "You're no fun," she sent through our bond, her mental voice dripping with accusation. Cell stood very still, her processing functions clearly overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of what she just witnessed. "She can talk," she said finally. "Unfortunately. And she knows. About us. She knows about everyone." "Everyone?" Cell's voice climbed half an octave. "All five." Cell sat down on the bench. Hard. The metal creaked under the sudden impact, as if sharing her distress. "Your familiar is a two-tailed talking cat who turns into a woman and knows you've had close personal entanglements with 5 different people," she said, her tone carefully neutral in the way people got when they were trying very hard not to have a breakdown. "When you say it like that, it sounds worse than it is." "How should it sound? Less accusatory?" She laughed. Actually laughed, a sound rare enough that Maki's ears perked up with interest. It started as a choked giggle and escalated into full, helpless laughter that shook her shoulders and brought tears to the corners of her eyes. "You're going to give me gray hair before I'm 20, she said when she finally caught her breath. "You'd look good with gray hair." "Shut up." She stood, smoothing down her clothes with deliberate movements. "I'm going to shower. Then I'm going to pretend I didn't just meet your shape-shifting familiar who apparently has opinions about my personal life and no concept of appropriate boundaries." "She has opinions about everything," I confirmed. "I believe you." Cell left, taking the smell of winter and expensive perfume with her. Maki transformed again the moment the door closed behind her, because of course she did. Restraint was not in her vocabulary. "I like her," Maki announced, standing confidently with her hands at her sides. "She seems cold, but there's warmth beneath the surface. Like ice cream that's been sitting out just long enough to get soft." "Transform before someone else walks in." Fine. She became a cat again with exaggerated reluctance, her form blurring through the uncomfortable in-between state. "But Master owes me extra ear scratches for all this transforming." "It's exhausting. You just said it was effortless." Lie detected. Nell chimed in cheerfully, because apparently even the system enjoyed calling out my familiar's nonsense. The cat ignored both of us, padding toward the door with her tails held high in an expression of feline dignity that was completely unearned. Probably going to find more people to manipulate through weaponized cuteness. I was alone again, finally. Time to see what Sovereign mandate actually did beyond the system description's vague promises about elevating my court. I closed my eyes and reached out through the bonds that connected me to my ensemble. It was like extending invisible fingers into a space that existed somewhere between thought and reality. The connections were there, always humming in the background of my consciousness, but now I focused on them with deliberate intent. Found Natalia first. Her presence felt like cold fire, sharp and controlled, and absolutely lethal, like touching the blade of a knife fresh from liquid nitrogen. Through her, I could sense her location with crystal clarity. The dining room, eating something that Emmy had made, probably with way too much sugar and not enough actual nutritional value. I pushed a thought toward her along that connection, testing the limits of this new awareness. Morning. Her response came back immediately, sharp and clear, as if she'd spoken directly into my ear. You're broadcasting again. Testing. Test quieter. My head is loud enough without you shouting in it like some kind of psychic foghorn. That S not shouting. For you, everything is shouting. Fair point. I pulled back slightly, adjusting the volume of my mental presence. Chapter 469. My body remembers a life I never lived. I found Skylar next. Her presence was smoke and shadow, ephemeral and hard to pin down even through our bond. She was still in bed, probably scowling at the ceiling and contemplating the meaninglessness of existence, while simultaneously planning what dessert shop to rob later. I didn't send a thought toward her, just observe the steady rhythm of her breathing, the lazy contentment of someone who had decided the world could wait a few more hours. She was fine, alive, whole. That was enough. Emmy burned bright in my awareness like a miniature sun, her presence pure warmth and uncomplicated joy. She was in the kitchen making something that involved way too much sugar, if the spike of excitement in her emotions was any indication. Her happiness leaked through the bond like sunshine through a window, making me smile without consciously deciding to. Akari was chaos incarnate, her presence feeling like fireworks and lightning storms and every other metaphor for barely controlled explosive energy. She was texting someone, probably Hikari, definitely planning something that would either be brilliant or get us all killed. Possibly both. And Cell. Cell felt like ice with a molten core, controlled and precise on the surface, her thoughts moving in ordered, logical patterns. But underneath that crystalline exterior burned something hot and desperate and painfully human. She was in the showers now, the water temperature probably set to just below freezing because that's who she was. I pulled back from all of them, letting the connections settle into background noise, a constant awareness of their locations and general emotional states without the intrusive detail of reading their thoughts. That's what Sovereign S Mandate did. It turned my bonds into tactical awareness, into a network that let me know where my people were, what they were feeling, and most importantly, whether they were safe. And when they weren't, creepy, Nell observed with far too much amusement. Useful, I corrected. Same thing, really. The door burst open with enough force to make me jump. Sumin stood in the doorway, back in full control of her barato with her pink hair damp like Shed just showered. Her gradient blue eyes were bright and clear, no trace of the fox's fierce gold lurking in their depths. Sorry about earlier, she blurted, her hands clasped in front of her in a gesture of apology. It's fine. The fox gets territorial. She thinks everyone is trying to steal you. The words came out in a rush, like she'd been rehearsing them. She doesn't understand that you're allowed to have other friends, and she should try to mark you like property, and I'm really, really sorry. I know. It's okay. I brought this. She held up a small bag with the kind of earnest enthusiasm that made it impossible to be annoyed. Dried squid. From home. My mom sent it in a care package. The peace offering was so genuine it hurt to look at directly. Thanks, Sumin. You're welcome. She bounced on her toes, her entire body practically vibrating with barely contained energy. Can I watch you train? The fox wants to see what you learned while we were gone, and I promised I'd let her observe as long as she stayed quiet. Great. An audience. Sure. She settled on the bench cross-legged, her hands folded in her lap like a good student preparing to learn from a seasoned instructor. Her eyes tracked every movement as I went through forms, testing my new ceiling and getting a feel for what my barato could do now. My stats had jumped to 6,250 across the board at level 3, and the difference was staggering. Every punch felt heavier, like I was moving through thicker air that amplified rather than resisted my strikes. Every kick was faster, my legs snapping out and back with mechanical precision. My body moved like it remembered something ID never learned, muscle memory from a life ID never lived. Sumin watched with increasing focus, her casual observation gradually transforming into something more intense. Her eyes began to glow just slightly, that telltale sign that the fox was pressing close to the surface without fully emerging. "You're different," she said, her voice carrying a dual quality that suggested both personalities were speaking. "How so?" "Stronger. Faster." She tilted her head, the gesture distinctly inhuman despite her human form. "Smell different too. Censurado, dangerous. Good different or bad different? Dangerous different." She smiled, and it was the fox's smile worn on Sumin's face, a sharp, watchful look of cold approval. "The fox likes it. Smells like you could actually protect us now." Of course she did. The fox had always been pragmatic about power. I picked up my water bottle and drank half in one go. My throat parched from the extended training session. "How were the missions?" I asked, loud, sweaty. Hikari tried to fight everything with a pulse and several things without one. Sumin's expression turned sheepish, her own personality reasserting dominance. I froze twice, just completely locked up when a D rank rushed me. Marco had to cover for me both times. "You'll get better." "You think so?" "I know so. The fox is strong, Sumin. You just need to learn to trust her without losing yourself." She beamed, the expression transforming her entire face into something radiant. "The fox says thank you for believing in us. Tell the fox she's welcome. She also says the cat smells like trouble and lightning and that you should be more careful about what you bring into your shadow." "She's not wrong." Sumin giggled, the sound bright and clear and almost painful in its innocent joy. I checked the time on my phone. 7:43, 17 minutes before Braxton's meeting. Barely enough time to shower and pretend I hadn't spent the morning getting my ass kicked by Raphael and testing abilities that shouldn't exist. I need to clean up. Okay. Sumin hopped off the bench with renewed energy. "I'll go help Emmy with breakfast." She's making pancakes, and she said I could help flip them even though I burned them last time. She left with the same enthusiasm she arrived with, her pink hair bouncing with each step. The door clicked shut behind her. I stood alone in the gym, surrounded by the lingering scent of sweat and effort and the faint ozone smell that Maki's transformations always left behind. My new abilities had been tested and confirmed working. My bonds were solid, the connections humming with healthy strength. My body ached in ways that felt almost good, the deep muscle soreness that came from pushing past previous limits. Wednesday was coming. Reina was coming with her lightning and her arrogance and her absolute certainty that she was better than me. And I had exactly 72 hours to figure out how to beat someone who been training for this her entire life, while I been sitting in a basement eating instant ramen and hating the world. "You're smiling," Nell observed, her tone carrying notes of amusement and concern in equal measure. "Am I? Like an idiot about to do something monumentally stupid." "Probably am." "Good. The audience loves stupid. They live for it." Chapter 470. Mating rituals and battle plans. I stepped out of the shower, trailing steam like a guilty conscience made manifest. The mirror had fogged over completely, transforming into a blank white canvas that reflected nothing. Good. I didn't particularly need to confront my own face right now. 68 hours remained until Reina. 68 hours to somehow devise a strategy that wouldn't result in my immediate and spectacular death in front of the entire academy population, broadcast live for the entertainment of every guild recruiter and faculty sadist on this godforsaken island. Barato smells significantly better now. I nearly launched myself out of my skin. Maki sat perched on the bathroom counter like she owned the place, legs dangling over the edge with the casual confidence of a cat who'd never heard the word boundaries. Human form, naturally, still wearing my oversized hoodie, which Shed apparently claimed as permanent sleepwear. Her legs swung idly, and I noticed with a sharp spike of exasperation that she had Cinceredo, her golden eyes gleamed with that particular brand of mischief that meant she was about to say something that would age me 10 years. Boss is nervous. Heart rate significantly elevated above baseline. Cortisol levels positively spiking through the metaphorical roof. Very detectable. I'm fine. Boss is a liar. She poked my barato with one sharp-nailed finger right over my heart. Good thing lying is listed prominently within the instructor's registered skill set. Very useful for a scumbag. I approve of his career path. I grabbed a towel from the rack with perhaps more force than strictly necessary and wrapped it around my waist in what I desperately hoped was a conversation-ending gesture. Cinceredo. The purple possessive one knows and has made her territorial displeasure abundantly clear. The Ice Princess knows and appears largely unbothered by my presence. Maki counted off on her fingers with the methodical precision of someone presenting evidence. Cinceredo, all sharp barato and intense focus. I can see in her eyes. The signs don't lie. She is drawn to him completely, almost as much as the purple one, though with far less emotional complexity and far barato urgency in her manner. I am not having this discussion with you. Not now. Not ever. Why not? I'm the bonded companion. It is literally my designated function to be aware of my partner's daily habits and territorial expansion patterns. I actively choked on air. My what? Daily habits. Territorial patterns. Scheduling routines and alliance selection protocols. She tilted her head, genuine confusion flickering across her features. Is lore perhaps stupid? I was under the impression that humans possessed at least rudimentary understanding of basic mammalian biology. I understand biology perfectly fine, thank you. Then why does the leader keep allocating resources to 5 different groups without properly committing to any of them according to standard territorial protocols? It's very inefficient. I disapprove. A knock at the door saved me from having to formulate a response to that absolute nightmare of a question. Natalia's voice filtered through the wood, sharp and suspicious in that way that meant she knew exactly what kind of chaos was probably happening on the other side. Satori, emergency strategy meeting downstairs in 10 minutes. Don't be late. Be right there, I called back, shooting Maki a look that clearly communicated transform right now, or I'm finding a spray bottle. Is that mangy cat in there with you again? Maki transformed before I could even attempt to construct a believable lie, condensing herself into a sleek black ball of fur and innocence. She sat primly on the counter, 2 tails swishing with perfect feline disdain, the picture of well-behaved pet behavior. Just me and Bartholomew having some quality bonding time. A long, suspicious silence stretched from the other side of the door. Then the sound of footsteps retreating down the hallway, each step radiating palpable skepticism. I waited until I couldn't hear her anymore, counting silently to 30 just to be absolutely certain she wasn't lurking right outside. That was way too close. Maki transformed back with a pleased little shimmy, clearly proud of her barato. The purple one is extremely possessive of her leader's attention and time. I like her. She has excellent territorial instincts. Very cat-like. I approve of her as potential primary mate selection. She is not my mate. She is territorial because we have a complicated relationship dynamic. So is this one. Maki's eyes gleamed molten gold in the bathroom as fluorescent lighting. But I'm willing to share your attention and opportunities because you've proven yourself worth competing for. That's high praise. You should feel honored. You're not competing with anyone. Ever. That's a direct order. Yet. She grinned with far too many barato. You said yet. This implies future authorization. I will remember this conversation for legal purposes. She transformed again without being asked, becoming the innocent black cat before I could argue further. Progress, technically. I got dressed in record time, throwing on the first clothes I could find that were both clean and functional. Black joggers that had somehow survived the last 3 days of brutal training. Gray hoodie that was more comfort item than fashion statement at this point. Shoes that wouldn't actively fall apart if I needed to run for my life. which seemed increasingly likely. The cat followed me downstairs with both tails swishing in perfect sync, radiating smug satisfaction. The common room was absolutely packed with bodies. Everyone had apparently returned from their afternoon supply run, transforming the space into controlled chaos that somehow hadn't devolved into actual violence yet. Raphael sat sprawled on the main couch next to Marco and Malachi, already arguing about something that would probably result in property damage later. Jamie was doing push-ups in the corner because of course he was the man treated every available surface as potential workout equipment. Juan stood propped against the wall, somehow managing to sleep, standing up through sheer force of will and determination to avoid participating in group activities. Isabel perched on the armrest like a queen surveying her chaotic court, reading something on her tablet with the kind of focused intensity that suggested either important research or extremely trashy romance novels. The smart money was on both simultaneously. Hikari bounced the second she spotted me, her entire face lighting up with that golden retriever energy that was somehow both endearing and terrifying. "Satori, you're alive. You survived." Akari said you fought a Hydra Lich with nothing but a baseball bat and pure audacity. "It was just a normal Tuesday," I said, try to downplay the absurdity. "That is so incredibly cool." She enthusiastically clutched my arm. "You have to teach me how to fight giant, multi-headed, undead abominations. Please, please, please. Maybe later. Well, I'm not about to die in 3 days. Promise?" "Sure. Absolutely. We can schedule your monster fighting lessons right after my funeral." She baradoed me in what she probably thought was a friendly hug, but felt barado like being trapped in a vice. My ribs protested under the pressure. Then she released me and bounced back to the couch, apparently satisfied with this arrangement. Emmy emerged from the kitchen carrying enough food to feed a small army or one particularly stressed college student. Pancakes, scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, hash browns, 3 different types of jam. She'd clearly been stress cooking again, which meant her anxiety about Wednesday had reached critical levels. "Satori, you need to eat immediately." She pushed a loaded plate at me with the kind of aggressive maternal energy that brooked no argument. "You barely ate anything yesterday." I ate. That sandwich was perfectly adequate. A single sandwich doesn't constitute proper nutrition for someone who is about to fight an A-rank prodigy. Skylar materialized at my elbow like she'd been summoned by the smell of drama and breakfast foods. "She has been cooking since 6 this morning," she informed me in her characteristic deadpan. "It's barely 8. "Exactly." Skylar stole a piece of bacon directly off my plate with zero remorse. Some people process existential anxiety through music or meditation. Emmy processes through aggressive carbohydrate production. We're all coping in our own ways. Celeste sat at the dining table with Noah standing sentinel behind her chair, silent and watchful as always. Monica occupied the corner whispering something to Ferdinand that involved a lot of hand gestures and concerned expressions. Akari lounged on the love seat, filing her nails with studied casualness that didn't quite hide the tension in her shoulders. Natalia stood by the window, arms crossed, watching me with those intense purple eyes that seemed to see straight through every defense I tried to construct. The white streaks in her hair caught the morning light, making her look simultaneously ethereal and dangerous. I crossed the room to her position, weaving through bodies and conversation. Hey yourself." She turned slightly, not quite facing me, but acknowledging my presence. "You pulled the gotcha last night. Don't try to deny it. How on earth did you know that?" You have that specific look, the one you get when you've done something monumentally reckless and are currently waiting to see if it explodes catastrophically in your face. Her hand found mine, fingers interlacing with practiced ease. "I'm learning your tells." "It worked out. Mostly. No explosions yet. This time it worked out." Her grip tightened fractionally. "Next time you're going to ask me first before you do something stupid. So you can talk me out of it? So I can be physically present when it inevitably goes wrong and I have to save your ass." She paused, something softer flickering across her features. Again, I held her hand gently, thumb brushing across her knuckles. The moment shattered when Braxton walked in looking like death warmed over and served on a paper plate. Carmen followed 2 steps behind with her flask already open and half empty despite the early hour. "All right, listen up," Braxton announced, his gravelly voice cutting through the various conversations. "Tournament officially starts in 4 weeks. That's 28 days to stop being an active embarrassment to my teaching record and this guild's reputation. We're currently ranked first place," Raphael pointed out with his characteristic aggressive defensiveness. Chapter 471. This conversation happens in private. You're first place entirely by accident and institutional chaos. The Sentinel slipped because Julian is too busy being a sociopathic control freak to actually lead. The Vipers are deliberately coasting because they're playing the long game. The Strikers genuinely don't care about rankings. And the Phantoms are just waiting patiently for all of you to get comfortable and complacent so they can eat you alive in the arena when it actually matters. We want to get comfortable. Good. Excellent. Because Reina Cabana is about to make every single one of you extraordinarily uncomfortable in ways you can't even begin to imagine. Braxton pulled out his batter tablet, tapping through screens with the efficiency of someone who'd done this briefing too many times. She issued a formal challenge through official Academy channels. Crucible Arena, Wednesday at 1800 hours. The entire Academy population will be watching. Every instructor, every administrator, every guild recruiter currently on this island. It will be a complete shit show. The room went absolutely silent. Jacob's fingers froze mid-type on his keyboard. His eyes actually opened. Even Maki stopped purring, which was legitimately concerning. "It's an obvious trap," Isabel said with the kind of clinical detachment that came from years of tactical analysis. "She's using the formal dual structure as legitimate cover to expose whatever Satori is actively hiding from official registration. This is an intelligence-gathering operation disguised as personal vendetta. Obviously, it's an obvious bravado." Braxton lit his perpetually present cigarette with practiced ease. "That is precisely why all of you are going to help him not die spectacularly on live broadcast." "How?" Natalia's voice had gone arctic. Reina's been receiving professional S-rank training since she was 5 years old. She has access to Olympic-level coaches, custom professional-grade equipment, corporate sponsorship, and her aspect is specifically designed to hard-counter close-range fighters like Satori. Then he shouldn't fight at close range. Problem solved. Incredibly helpful advice, Professor. Truly groundbreaking tactical innovation. Braxton's grin was absolutely feral. "You've got 3 days to figure out the actual details. Use them wisely and try not to accidentally kill each other during training." He pointed directly at me with the kind of focus that made my survival instinct scream. "You, my office. Right now. This conversation happens in private." Fantastic. I followed him down the hallway to his legendary disaster of an office, stepping over stacks of paperwork and what appeared to be several weeks' worth of takeout containers. He closed the door behind us with deliberate care, then locked it with an audible click that made my paranoia spike immediately. Then he turned to face me with an expression I'd never seen before: serious, calculating, and completely devoid of his usual lazy charm. "You're not what you seem, kid." Not a question. A statement of observed fact. No one is what they seem. That's basically the human condition. Don't play games with me. He sat on the edge of his cluttered desk, cigarette smoke curling around his sharp features. "I've been doing this specific job for 15 years. I know exactly what it looks like when someone's hiding significant power. I can smell it. Everyone hides power to some degree. It's basic survival strategy. Not like you do." He took a long drag, eyes never leaving mine. "You move considerably faster against that Hydra Lich than your officially registered stats should physically allow. You absorb Raphael's hits this morning like they were gentle love taps instead of attacks that should have shattered bone. And your combat recorder data from the Arboretum Gate shows abilities that don't remotely match your registered aspect classification. Darn. Curses. Darn it. What exactly do you want from me, Professor? The truth will be nice for once. Novel concept, I know. Can't give you that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Then give me something I can actually work with. He leaned forward, elbows on knees. Because right now, I've got a supposedly C-rank student preparing to fight an internationally recognized A-rank prodigy in front of every instructor, administrator, VHC representative, and corporate guild recruiter currently stationed on this island. Live broadcast. Permanent. And if you lose badly, which statistical probability suggests is extremely likely, it reflects catastrophically on me, my teaching methods, and this entire guild's credibility. I 1T lose badly. That essay promise. You sound remarkably confident for someone who should be shitting themselves right now. I'm not confident. I'm clinically delusional. There's an important difference. He actually laughed at that, a genuine bark of surprise amusement that transformed his entire face. At least you're brutally honest about your own mental state. He stubbed out his cigarette in an overflowing ashtray. Fine. Keep your secrets for now. But understand this fundamental truth. Reina's not just good. She is better than good. She has been systematically groomed for S-rank status since before you learn to walk. Professional training, corporate backing, media management, and she fights like someone who has literally never experienced loss. Everyone loses eventually. It's mathematically inevitable. Not her. He stood, stretching with audible pops. She has 17 wins and 0 losses in officially sanctioned matches. 83 wins and 0 losses in recorded training bouts. And she has never even been knocked down. Not once. Not ever. The numbers hit different when spoken aloud like that. So what is your actual tactical advice here, Professor? Cheat. He opened the door with absolutely zero ceremony. Cheat better than she does. Because she absolutely will. She has been trained by professionals who wrote the book on exploiting technical loopholes. I walked out, mind already racing through possibilities. Back in the common room, everyone was waiting with varying degrees of obvious concern and poorly concealed panic. Natalia grabbed my arm the absolute second I reappeared, her grip tight enough to leave marks. What did he say? Exactly, word for word if possible, that I should cheat Barato effectively. That is actually excellent tactical advice. You think so? I know so. She guided me toward the couch and made sure I sat down. Eat. Now. Then we're training until you physically can't move any Barato. I can barely move right now. My whole Barato hurts. Then we'll make you move better through applied suffering. Chapter 472. We bleed extensively the next 3 days, blurred together into an exhausting montage of pain and incremental improvement. Training, eating, sleeping. Repeat until muscles screamed and the body threatened rebellion. Natalia worked me like a particularly stubborn machine that needed aggressive reprogramming. Every morning started at exactly 0530 hours with a brutal 5-mile run through the island's coastal paths. Then immediate sparring with whoever happened to be awake and willing to beat me up in the name of education. Usually Raphael, who took entirely too much delight in using me as a punching bag. Sometimes Hikari, which always ended with me questioning my life choices and checking for cracked ribs. Once with Isabel, which resulted in me flat on the floor, staring at the ceiling, while she calmly explained exactly 17 different ways she could have killed me in that exchange. Emmy kept me functional through constant healing, her gentle encouragement somehow making the pain slightly more bearable. Skylar provided tactical analysis with her characteristic deadpan commentary, pointing out every flaw in my technique with surgical precision. Celeste froze training dummies for me to practice against, creating increasingly complex ice constructs that forced me to adapt. Even Maki contributed to the training regimen, though her methods were characteristically unconventional. She de-transform into cat form and sit directly on whatever piece of equipment I needed next, calling it moral support while I called it psychological warfare. By Tuesday night, my body felt like it had been systematically disassembled and reassembled by someone who lost the instruction manual halfway through. My ribs screamed with every breath. My arms ached with a bone-deep exhaustion that wouldn't quit. My legs threatened organized mutiny. But I was measurably faster, demonstrably stronger, objectively better. The stats didn't lie cold, hard numbers on the system screen. ID hit the absolute ceiling at 7,750 across every single attribute, as high as physically possible without triggering a level up. Nell kept suggesting I ascend to level 4, her voice in my head taking on an increasingly irritated tone as I continued to refuse. The level up would reset everything to F0 again on paper, but my hidden multiplier would jump exponentially, making me legitimately terrifying by any objective metric. The problem was simple. I had absolutely no idea what the physical transformation process would do to my body during an active combat scenario. If I passed out mid-evolution while standing in the Crucible arena, Reyna would crush me in a paste before I could recover. So I stayed firmly at level 3, maxed out completely, ready as I'd ever be. Tuesday dinner was uncharacteristically quiet, everyone processing their anxiety in different ways. The weight of Wednesday hung over the table like a physical presence. Emmy had made pure comfort food, the kind of carbohydrate-heavy meal that said I'm terrified, but I'm going to feed that feeling until it goes away. Mac and cheese, chicken nuggets that were probably meant for actual children, chocolate cake that could double as a building material. Natalia sat pressed against my side, her hand resting on my leg under the table in a way others couldn't see. Skylar watched from her position across the room, violet eyes tracking every micro-expression. Celeste studied her plate like it contained answers to fundamental questions about the universe. Akari tried valiantly to lighten the oppressive mood with forced cheerfulness. So, Wednesday. Big important day tomorrow. Huge, I agreed flatly. You nervous at all? Absolutely terrified beyond rational thought. Good. Healthy fear keeps you sharp and prevents stupid mistakes. She leaned back with studied casualness. But you're still going to win somehow. How do you figure that? Because you're far too stubborn to lose. And because if you somehow go down, Natalia will definitely come after you again. She paused for effect, possibly multiple times. Frost spread across the table's surface from Natalia's position, creeping outward in delicate crystalline patterns. I absolutely will. That's a promise. Emmy reached over, placing her warm hand on top of mine with gentle pressure. You're going to be amazing out there. I know it. I believe in you. Thanks, Emmy. I appreciate the completely unjustified faith. And if you're not amazing, I'll heal whatever breaks. That's what I'm here for. Incredibly comforting. Truly. Celeste finally looked up from her intensive plate study, periwinkle eyes meeting mine with unusual directness. Don't do anything monumentally stupid tomorrow. You're going to need to define stupid with considerably more specificity. Charging her head on without strategy. Taking unnecessary hits to prove masculinity. Trying to demonstrate something that doesn't need demonstration. Her gaze sharpened. You've already proven more than enough. Not to her I haven tea. Then prove it intelligently instead of suicidally. Braxton appeared in the doorway like a particularly exhausted ghost. Satori, walk with me. Now. I stood, already knowing this conversation wasn't going to be comfortable. I followed him outside into the cooling evening air, the temperature dropping noticeably as the sun sank toward the horizon. We walked in silence to the edge of the cliff overlooking the dark ocean, where stars were just beginning to appear in the darkening sky like tiny pinpricks of light in velvet. You ready for tomorrow? He asked without preamble. As ready as I'll ever be, which is to say probably not. That is not actually an answer. It's the only honest one I've got. He pulled out a cigarette with practiced ease, the flame from his lighter briefly illuminating his weathered features. He took a long drag, the cherry glowing orange in the gathering darkness. I've seen a lot of fighters over the years, he said quietly. Good ones, bad ones, dead ones who should have quit while they were ahead. He exhaled smoke that the wind immediately scattered. You're different from all of them. How so? You fight like someone who's already died once and didn't particularly enjoy the experience. Every muscle in my barato went absolutely rigid. My barato temperature dropped several degrees. What on earth makes you say that? The way you move in combat. No hositashjin. No fear of death itself. He flicked ash over the cliff edge. You fight like someone who knows exactly how much it costs to lose everything. And you'd genuinely rather die than pay that price again. Too close. Way too close to truth I couldn't afford to have exposed. Maybe I'm just naturally reckless. Some people are. Reckless people don't calculate optimal attack angles mid-swing while dodging. They don't deliberately absorb hits to build offensive momentum. And they absolutely don't survive 2 separate A-rank encounters armed with nothing but a baseball bat and pure spite. He turned to face me directly. You've got something the others fundamentally don't. Some instinct that keeps you alive when every statistical model says you should be dead. Luck? Absolute nonsense. He dropped the cigarette, crushing it methodically under his boot. Whatever you actually are, whatever you're hiding, it's enough. Trust that tomorrow when everything goes sideways, and if it's not enough, if it fails, then you get back up and try again with whatever pieces are left. He started walking back toward the house, because that's what real hunters do. We get knocked down. We bleed extensively. We break in interesting ways. And then we stand back up and swing again until something gives. Chapter 473. Just come back to me. I followed him back inside, my mind racing at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. Braxton suspected something fundamental. Didn't he know specifics yet? But he definitely suspected. That level of scrutiny was extraordinarily dangerous to maintain. Back inside the house, everyone had settled into their various evening routines with the comfortable chaos of people who learned to coexist in close quarters. Raphael lifted weights with single-minded determination. Marco played cards with Malachi, the latter somehow winning despite appearing half asleep. Jamie meditated in the corner while simultaneously flexing different muscle groups, because apparently he was physically incapable of doing just one thing at a time. Isabel read something on her tablet with intense focus. One had achieved his natural state of vertical unconsciousness, the usual controlled chaos of the Onyx Hound's common area. I headed upstairs, exhaustion pulling at every limb. Found Natalia waiting in the hallway outside my door, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Her purple eyes tracked my approach. Cinchuredo. The hallway outside was too quiet. Every sound felt like it could wake the entire dormitory. Who is favoring me? Marco, Emmy, Sumin, Hikari. She ticked them off on her fingers, leaning back against her desk. The lamplight caught the violet in her hair, turning it almost silver at the edges. Everyone else thinks you're going to get destroyed. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I didn't say what I think. She turned to face me fully, arms crossing beneath her chest in that defensive posture she always took when she was trying not to show concern. I think you're going to do something insane, something that breaks every rule, and somehow you'll walk away still breathing. That's the plan. Your plans are terrible. They work. They work because I'm there to fix them when they explode. She closed the distance between us in 2 quick steps and grabbed my shirt, yanking me down to her eye level. The fabric bunched in her fists. Promise me something. Depends what it is. Don't try to be a hero tomorrow. Just win. I don't care how dirty you fight. I don't care if you cheat. I don't care if the entire academy thinks you're dishonorable. Her grip tightened, knuckles white against the black material. Her voice dropped to something raw and desperate. Just come back to me in one piece. I covered her hand with mine, feeling the slight tremble in her fingers that she was trying so hard to hide. I promise. Liar. Probably. She kissed me. Hard. Like she was trying to brand the promise into my bones. To push her will into me through sheer determination and desperation. Her expression was intense, almost overwhelming in its weight. When she pulled back, her eyes were wet, not quite crying, but dangerously close to that edge she never let herself cross in front of anyone. I hate this. I know. Cinchuredo, practically dragging me by the shirt. Sleep here tonight. I need to know you're alive. Natalia, please. That word. She never used it. Not with me. Not with anyone. Natalia Kuzmina didn't beg. Didn't ask. She commanded. She demanded. She took what she wanted. But she was asking now, and the raw vulnerability in her voice made something deep inside me ache painfully. I pulled off my shoes, letting them thud against the floor one after the other. I sat down close to her and she immediately leaned into my side, drawing strength from my presence. Like she needed to confirm through touch that I was really there, she leaned against me. The cryo-lich ring felt cold against my skin through the thin fabric, a constant reminder of everything we'd built together. "I can hear your heart," she whispered into the darkness. "Good. Means I'm not dead yet. Don't joke." Her arm tightened around me. "Sorry." We lay there in the dark, the only sound our breathing and the distant hum of the Academy's environmental systems. The room smelled like her something floral and expensive that she'd never admit to caring about. Her breathing eventually evened out into the deep, steady rhythm of sleep, but I couldn't follow her there. My mind kept running scenarios. Reina's marionettes boxing me in from 3 angles, cutting off every escape route. Her lightning catching me mid-dodge, the electricity cooking me from the inside out. Her perfect form executing combinations I'd never seen, flowing from one attack to the next with the effortless grace of someone who trained since childhood. Every simulation ended with me on the ground, broken and bleeding, while the crowd cheered for Valoria's favorite daughter. "You're catastrophizing," Nell said quietly, her mental voice unusually gentle. "I'm being realistic. You have lightning rod. You have kinetic absorption. You have steel body. Stop acting like you're helpless." "I'm not helpless. I am outclassed." I stared at the ceiling, watching the shadows shift as cars passed on the street outside. There's a difference. Then outthink her. Working on it. Work faster. You got 64 hours. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw red hair and crackling lightning. I must be dozed eventually because I woke to gray light filtering through Natalia's curtains, painting everything in washed-out shades of blue and silver. She was already awake, watching me with those intense violet eyes, like she'd been cataloging my breathing patterns to make sure I was still alive. "Morning. Morning," I said, my voice rough with sleep. "How do you sleep?" "Didn't me neither." She sat up, the blanket falling away from her shoulders. She was still fully dressed from last night. "Let us go train. It's like 5 in the morning, and you fight at 6 tonight. Move." She was already swinging her legs out of bed, all business now that daylight had returned. Chapter 474. Enter the Crimson Comet. We went to the gym. The Academy's training facility was already alive with activity despite the early hour. Raphael was already there, his explosive power leaving scorch marks on the reinforced walls. So was Celeste, practicing her ice constructs with mechanical precision in the far corner. Noah stood like a statue near her charge, amber eyes tracking every movement in the room. Skylar sat on the weight bench, scrolling through her phone with that perpetual look of bored disinterest. Even Emmy showed up with a medical kit slung over her shoulder, her blue hair still mussed from sleep, but her eyes bright with concern. "Group effort?" I asked, genuinely surprised by the turnout. "Shut up and get on the mat," Natalia said, already stretching. The next 12 hours were absolute bravado. Natalia threw everything at me and, I mean everything. Telekinetic projectiles that came from angles I couldn't predict. Ice shards that materialized from thin air, making me dodge or block or take them on the chin. Frozen platforms that made footing impossible. The slick surface sending me sliding every time I tried to plant my feet for a proper strike. Celeste joined in after the first hour, clearly recruited for this specific training bravado. She created walls that appeared from nowhere, pushing me to adapt my positioning on the fly. Barriers that absorbed my strikes, teaching me to read the difference between illusion and solid matter. Obstacles that shifted and reformed, denying me any stable battleground. Raphael hit me until kinetic absorption maxed out, each punch carrying enough power to buckle a car door. Then he hit me again, just because he enjoyed it. The kinetic energy flooded my system with each impact, the temporary strength buffs stacking until I felt like I could punch through steel. By noon, I could barely stand. My legs shook with every step. My arms felt like they were made of lead. Sweat had soaked through my shirt hours ago, leaving dark patches across my chest and back. MES healing kept me functional. Her blue aura washed over me every 20 minutes like clockwork, knitting together the worst of the damage. But barely. She couldn't keep up with the rate at which Natalia and the others were breaking me down. Enough, Braxton said from the doorway, his cigarette dangling from his lips. Everyone stopped. Even Raphael, mid-punch, let his fist drop. He needs rest, not more bruises. He needs to be ready, Natalia protested, her chest heaving from exertion. She'd been pushing herself as hard as she'd been pushing me. He-s as ready as he-s gonna get. Braxton pointed at me with the glowing end of his cigarette. Shower, eat, sleep, in that order. Training-s done. I limped to the showers, every step a fresh reminder of exactly how much punishment my body had absorbed today. The hot water stung against my bruised skin, turning the tile floor red with diluted Barato from a dozen minor cuts that Emmy hadn't gotten to yet. Maki sat on the bench in cat form when I emerged, grooming one of her tails. Waiting. You are hurt. I'm fine. You are lying again. She transformed in a swirl of black smoke, her human form appearing as always. Let me help. How? She pressed her hands to my ribs, right where Raphael's final punch had landed with enough Barato to crack bone. Blue lightning sparked between her fingers, not the wild, destructive electricity she used in combat, but something else. Something gentler. Controlled. It sank into my skin, spreading warmth through my chest. The constant ache in my ribs eased, the sharp pain that had been stabbing me, with every breath fading to a dull background throb. Not gone, but better. Much better. What was that? Healing lightning. Special technique. Rare. She pulled back, looking pleased with herself. You should feel better now. I do. Good. Then you can win tonight and take me to the mainland for expensive fish. Her tails swished behind her with anticipation. That's what you want as a reward? You promised tuna. I want the good kind. The kind that costs more than poor people's rent. I laughed despite myself, the sound rough but genuine. Deal. She transformed back into her cat form, rubbed against my leg with a deep, rumbling purr, then padded out of the locker room with her twin tails held high in feline satisfaction. I finished showering, taking my time to let the hot water work on my muscles. Got dressed in clean clothes that didn't smell like sweat and grime. Headed back upstairs to the dormitory floor, my legs still protesting every step but functional. Found Natalia waiting outside my door with a sandwich on a plate. Eat. I took the plate. It was one of those massive, multi-layered constructions from the Academy cafeteria turkey, cheese, lettuce, tomato, some kind of sauce, all piled high on thick sourdough. The kind of meal designed to refuel after heavy training. I ate. She watched every bite, her arms crossed as she leaned against the wall. Those violet eyes tracked the sandwich from plate to mouth like she was personally ensuring every calorie made it into my system. You're hovering. I'm ensuring you don't pass out from low blood sugar before the fight. That would be embarrassing. It would be very you. Fair. After I finished, she dragged me to my room by the wrist, not giving me a chance to argue. Sleep. 2 hours minimum. Natalia, non negotiable. She pushed me toward the bed with both hands. I'll be back at 5 to help you get ready. She left before I could argue, closing the door with a soft click that somehow sounded final. Maki was already on my pillow when I turned around, back in human form, wrapped in a blanket shed pulled over herself. Her tails poked out from beneath it, flicking lazily. Barato's girlfriend is very bossy. She's not my girlfriend. Barato is in denial. Also fair. I collapsed next to her, not bothering to get under the blanket. Just fell face first into the mattress. Closed my eyes. Tried to quiet my mind, to shut down the constant stream of tactical analysis and worst-case scenarios. Failed spectacularly. 57 hours, Nell reminded me, her timing impeccable as always. Thanks. Super helpful. You're welcome. Maki curled against my side, her warmth bleeding through the blanket. One of her tails draped across my back. Sir will win, she said quietly, her voice uncharacteristically serious. How do you know? Because he has to. The girls downstairs need him alive. I just got here. Am not ready to find a new mentor yet. Touching. I thought so. She yawned, showing pointed canines. Now sleep. I need energy for later. Chapter 475. Showtime for the stray dog. Surprisingly, I did sleep. Dreamless. Heavy. The kind of deep, unconscious rest that only comes from complete physical exhaustion. When I woke to Natalia shaking my shoulder, it felt like I'd blinked and lost hours. It's time. I sat up, my body protesting the movement, but not screaming at me anymore. My muscles felt better than they had in days. The worst of the damage from training faded to a manageable ache. Whatever Maki had done with her lightning had worked. What time is it? 5. You've got an hour to get ready. She held up clothes she must have retrieved from my dresser while I was sleeping. I brought your combat suit. How domestic of you. Shut up and get dressed. I dressed while she watched from the desk chair, her legs crossed and her expression unreadable. Black tactical pants, reinforced at the knees with Kevlar patches. Gray compression shirt that fit like a second skin. The suit's jacket, the same one I'd worn during the gate run, cleaned and repaired. My boots. The steel toes still scuffed from where I'd kicked that Hydra head. Natalia watched the entire process, her eyes tracking my bravado. You look good. I look like I'm about to die. Same thing. She stood and stepped close, demanding my full attention the way she always did. Listen to me. Reina's fast. But you're faster when you want to be. She's trained. But you've survived things that should VE killed you. She has S-rank potential. But you have something she doesn't T. What's that? Me. Her hand found my face, cupping my jaw with surprising gentleness. You have me, and Skylar, and Emmy, and Cell, and even that chaos demon Akari. The cryo-lich ring pulsed with cold light on her finger. You have all of us. She only has herself. That is not nothing. It's not enough. She leaned in and bravado me, soft and brief. When she pulled back, her expression had shifted to something fiercer. Now, let us go. Your funeral awaits. You mean my victory? Whatever helps you sleep at night. We headed downstairs together, our footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The entire house was waiting in the common room, all 17 members of the Onyx Hounds. Plus Carmen leaning against the doorframe with a beer already in hand despite the early hour. All watching me. Emmy rushed over immediately, pressing a protein bar into my hand. For energy, Skylar appeared on my other side, materializing from the crowd with her usual silent grace. Don't die. I'll try. Try harder. She flicked my forehead, her red nails leaving a small sting. Celeste walked up next, her Winter Queen aura making the temperature drop a few degrees around us. Noah shadowed her as always, amber eyes wary. For luck, Celeste said. She kissed my cheek. Quick, Brupe. But her periwinkle eyes held mine for a moment longer than strictly necessary, and the expression in them said far bravado than her words did. Akari sauntered over next, her posture confident and deliberate. Show her what you're made of. Natalia's eye twitched. Centuredo, her purr rumbled against my ear. Braxton appeared with Carmen at his elbow, both of them looking like they just rolled out of bed. Probably had. Transport leaves in 5. Don't be late. The walk to the ferry felt like a death march. Everyone followed the entire guild moving as one unit through the academy grounds. The evening air was cool against my face, carrying the salt smell of the ocean. Supporting me, some of them, were coming to watch me die. Probably both. The Crucible Arena sat on top of the volcanic crater that gave the island its name, a massive open-air amphitheater carved directly into the volcanic rock. Stone seats rose in tiers, ancient and weathered, designed to hold thousands. And they were filling fast students in their guild colors, instructors in their formal attire, administrators from the VHC in their crisp suits. Even some pro scouts, their expensive cameras already out and recording. This wasn't just a duel. It was a spectacle, a public execution or a crowning, depending on how the next hour went. And I was the main event. Showtime, Nell whispered, and I could hear the excitement in her mental voice. Yeah, I walked toward the arena floor, my boots crunching against volcanic gravel. Centuredo. And even from here, I could see the confidence radiating from her. Her crimson hair caught the fading sunlight, practically glowing against the darkening sky. Her combat suit was red and black, custom-tailored and clearly expensive, probably cost Barado than my entire wardrobe combined. The Olympus Rising logo was embroidered in gold thread across her Barado. She smiled when she saw me. Not friendly, cold and calculating. The smile of someone who had the upper hand and was relishing the moment. You came. Wouldn't miss it. Good. She rolled her shoulders, the motion fluid and practiced. I've been looking forward to this. Same. Lies. I was terrified. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to get out of this arena before something very bad happened to me. But I died before admitting it, especially not to her. The referee walked to the center of the arena, her boots leaving small prints in the volcanic sand. An older woman with scars crossing her face and cold gray eyes that had clearly seen their share of violence. Standard duel rules. No lethal force. No aspect attacks to the head. Fight ends when one fighter yields or becomes unconscious. She looked at both of us in turn, making sure we understood. Understood? Yes, Reina said, her voice carrying easily across the space. Crystal. The referee stepped back to the edge of the arena, giving us space. Fighters ready. I rolled my neck, feeling vertebrae pop. Checked my bat. Felt the familiar weight in my hand. The metal was warm from where it had been pressed against my back during the walk here. Reina summoned her marionettes with a casual gesture, electricity crackling to life around her. 2 of them, 8 feet tall, made of pure, crackling electricity that arced and sparked, their forms vaguely humanoid but clearly inhuman in their proportions. They flanked her like palace guards, perfectly synchronized. The crowd went silent, waiting, anticipating. Begin. Reina moved first. Her marionettes launched at me like missiles, crossing the distance between us in the space of a heartbeat. I activated Lightning Rod. The electromagnetic field exploded outward from my body in a sphere of invisible force, warping the trajectories of every electrical current within a 200-meter radius. Every bolt of electricity bent toward me, including her marionettes. They tried to hit me, their electrified fists swinging from my head and chest. Failed. Got absorbed into my body instead, the lightning flowing into me like water down a drain. It tasted like copper and rage and frustrated ambition as it dissolved into my mana pool. Reina's emerald eyes went wide. Shocked. Actually shocked. What? I grinned, feeling the absorbed electricity crackling through my system. My turn. Chapter 476. Lightning never strikes the same place twice, unless you're me. The electricity from Reina's marionettes tasted like pennies and fury. I stood there absorbing her opening assault while the crowd went completely bats hit. Thousands of students, instructors, and scouts erupting in a noise that crashed over the arena like a physical wave. Did you see that? You just ate her lightning. What on earth kind of aspect is that? Reina's perfect combat stance flickered. Just for a second. But I caught it. Confusion. Anger. Calculation. Her emerald eyes narrowed as she processed what just happened, her brain already working through the implications. Smart girl. She knew immediately that I countered her primary offense with something she hadn't seen in the briefings. Cue trick, stray dog. Her voice carried across the arena, dripping with contempt that didn't quite mask the underlying wariness. Let us see if you have any others. She snapped her fingers. For more marionettes materialized from thin air, crackling into existence with arcs of blue-white electricity connecting their limbs. 6 total now. All of them locked onto me with those empty, glowing eyes. Then she moved. Actually moved, not just commanded her puppets. Reina blurred across the sand, closing the distance between us while her marionettes attacked from different angles. She was testing me, seeing how I respond to combined assault. My protection from arrows screamed a warning half a second before impact. I dropped into a roll, felt the displaced air from 3 simultaneous strikes pass over my head. Came up swinging. My bat connected with the nearest marionette's torso, and spatial cleave activated on contact. The invisible blade sliced through electrical construct like reality itself, was parting for me. The marionette shattered, exploded into sparks that rained across the volcanic sand. Reina's eyes widened. Interesting. She created another marionette instantly, replacing the one ID destroyed. Then she created two more, bringing her total back to 6. They moved with her, forming a living barrier of crackling death between us. I couldn't reach her, not without going through her puppets first. And she knew it. That's your strategy? Hide behind her dolls? Strategy is for people who can't win through overwhelming force. She smiled. Cold, beautiful, terrifying. But I don't need to overwhelm you. I just need to wear you down. The marionettes attacked as one unit. Coordinated. Professional. 6 different angles converging on my position simultaneously while Reina hung back at range, controlling them with casual gestures like a conductor leading an orchestra. I activated Steel Body. The world shifted. My skin hardened, muscles locked into place, every inch of me becoming impervious to damage for exactly 10 seconds. The first marionette hit me square in the chest with a haymaker that should be caved in my sternum. Nothing. No pain. No impact. Just the sensation of force meeting immovable object. I grabbed its wrist mid-swing and yanked, using its own momentum to fling the construct into 2 of its brothers. They collided in a shower of sparks and fell apart. 3 down, 7 seconds of invulnerability left. Reina's composure cracked. How? I sprinted at her. Direct line. No fancy footwork. Just raw speed backed by 750 agility and the absolute certainty that she couldn't hurt me for the next 5 seconds. Her remaining marionettes moved to intercept. Too slow. I was already past them, Steel Body still active, my boots kicking up volcanic sand as I closed the gap. For seconds, Reina stepped back, her hands coming up to summon more puppets. She managed to create one before I reached her, but it was rushed. Sloppy. The construct formed incomplete, missing its left arm entirely. 2 seconds. I swung for her head. Reina ducked. Actually ducked, dropping into a perfect combat roll that would made Braxton proud. She came up 5 meters away, breathing hard, her crimson hair whipping around her face. You're faster than you look. You're slower than I expected. Not true. She was exactly as fast as the briefing suggested. But lying is free, and watching her jaw tighten was worth it. Iron Guard expired. Vulnerability crashed back in my body like cold water. My ribs ached where Raphael had punched me earlier, my shoulder throbbed from the Hydra encounter, and my arms still bore the tight, angry skin from the arborist's burns. Reina saw it, the way my breathing changed, the slight hitch in my stance. There it is. She smiled. You're hurt. And whatever that invincibility was, it's gone now. She was right, and she knew it. Her marionettes were formed around her, 7 of them now, their bodies crackling with renewed intensity. The constructs moved with eerie synchronization, surrounding me in a loose circle. Last chance to yield, Nakano. Save yourself the embarrassment. Pass. Your funeral. The marionettes attacked. All 7. Simultaneously. I activated kinetic absorption and let the first hit land. A marionette's fist slammed into my shoulder, and the force converted instantly into raw power. My strength stat jumped 5%. My agility followed. The second hit connected with my ribs. Another conversion. Another boost. The third caught me across the jaw, snapping my head to the side and sending a sharp shock through me. But each hit made me stronger. Faster. Better. Rockstar Made kicked in 2, adding its own bonuses on top of everything else. 5% across all attributes just for surviving life-threatening damage, which this definitely qualified as, given that Reina's constructs hit like freight trains made of angry electricity. I stopped trying to dodge, started walking forward instead, taking the hits deliberately, letting my abilities stack their buffs while the crowd lost their collective minds at the sight of me advancing through a beatdown that should dropped me. Reina's smile faltered. Stop walking. I didn't Another hit. Chest. Kinetic absorption hummed. Another. Stomach. My endurance climbed. Another. Thigh. My whole body sang with accumulated power. I said stop. Lightning exploded from Reina's hands. Not marionettes this time, but raw electrical discharge aimed directly at my face. Lightning rod activated automatically. The bolt curved mid-flight, drawn to me like a magnet. It struck my chest and dissolved harmlessly into my mana pool, adding to the reservoir I'd been building. The crowd went absolutely silent. No one could process what they'd just seen. "You can't hurt me with lightning," I said, my voice carrying across the arena. "Anything else?" Chapter 477, Return to Cinder. With interest, Reina's face went through several interesting colors. Shock, denial, rage. Fine. No lightning. She dismissed all her marionettes with a snap, the constructs dissolving into wisps of electricity. Then she charged at me. Actual physical combat. No aspect between us. Just fists and speed and the brutal simplicity of a girl who'd been training since she could walk. She was fast. Inhumanly fast. Her first punch came at my face, and I barely got my guard up in time. The impact rattled my bones. Her second punch slipped through my defense, catching my ribs exactly where they were still healing. White-hot pain exploded through my bravado. I staggered. She followed up with a spinning kick aimed right at my head, but I ducked just in time. Felt the displaced air whistle over me. Came up swinging my bat in a wide arc. She flipped backward, avoiding the strike by inches, landing in a perfect three-point stance. Better. Thanks. I've been practicing. Not enough. She came at me again, this time with combinations. Jab, cross, hook, uppercut, spinning elbow, knee strike. Each technique was textbook perfect, drilled into muscle memory through thousands of hours with professional coaches. I blocked what I could, took what I couldn't. Let kinetic absorption feast on every hit while my stats climbed higher. We traded blows for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. She was technically superior in every way. Her form was flawless. Her timing was impeccable. Every strike landed exactly where she intended. But I was stronger now. My hidden stats versus her legitimate A-rank training. I was closing the gap. "You're tougher than you look," she admitted, breathing hard now. Sweat plastered her crimson hair to her forehead, and her pristine combat suit bore dust and scorch marks from where we'd collided. "You talk too much." I activated Shade Cloak. My bravado dissolved into shadow. 1 second of intangibility, just enough to slip through her guard and reappear behind her, my bat already swinging toward her bravado. She sensed it somehow, twisted midair, bringing up a palm that crackled with electricity. The lightning hit my chest point blank. Lightning rod drank it down like water, absorbed the entire discharge without even a tingle. Then I released it. All the electricity I'd been storing since the fight started. Every marionette, every bolt she'd thrown, every spark she'd summoned. I channeled it back through my palm in a concentrated beam that lit up the entire arena. The lightning struck Reina full in the chest, lifting her off her feet and throwing her backward across the sand. She hit the ground hard, rolled, came up on one knee with smoke rising from her combat suit. The crowd noise peaked, deafening, but she was smiling, actually smiling, a thin red line at the corner of her bravado. Now we're getting somewhere. She stood, electricity arcing across her in visible currents. Cinchuredo, testing my limits, seeing what I could do. Now the real fight was about to start. Incoming, nel whispered urgently. She's about to. Reina's aspect exploded outward in a storm of crimson lightning that turned the entire arena into a war zone. Not marionettes anymore. Not simple bolts. A full manifestation of her power, electricity pouring from her body like she'd become a living Tesla coil. The Volt marionettes she summoned now weren't puppets. They were weapons. Humanoid shapes made of pure destruction, each one crackling with enough voltage to power a city block. They moved with her, extensions of her will, and when they attacked, it was with the coordination of a single organism rather than separate constructs. I dodged the first wave. Barely. Protection from arrows guided my movements, pulling me left when logic said right, dropping me into a crouch when instinct said jump. But there were too many. A fist of lightning caught my shoulder. Pain exploded. Kinetic absorption converted the force, but the electricity itself still burned, searing through my combat suit and leaving a smoking crater in the fabric. Another hit. My thigh. Another burn. Another. My back. I went down to one knee. The crowd noise rose to a fever pitch. She's winning. The Comet going to kill him. Someone stop this. I heard Natalia scream my name from somewhere in the stands. Felt her terror through Sovereign's mandate, a cold spike of fear that traveled across our bond. Reyna walked toward me through the storm of her own creation, electricity dancing across her skin, her eyes glowing with power. You put up a good fight, better than I expected. She stood over me, looking down with something that might been respect. But this is where it ends. Not yet. I stood. My legs shook. My arms trembled. Blood ran from my nose where one of her constructs had clipped me. But I stood anyway, because staying down wasn't an option. Reyna's expression shifted to frustration. Why won't you just quit? Because I'm too stupid to know when I'm beaten. I raised my bat, channeled every ounce of stored electricity through Lightning Rod's return to sender function. The power I'd been absorbing since the fight started, every marionette, every bolt, every spark condensed into a single point. Then I released it all at once. The explosion of lightning that erupted from my position was biblical. A pillar of pure electrical fury that shot straight up into the darkening sky, illuminating the entire island in stark white light. Reyna's storm evaporated. Her marionettes dissolved. The electromagnetic pulse from my counterattack swept across the arena like a shockwave, shorting out every piece of electronic equipment within 200 meters. Cameras died. The scoreboard went dark. Even the emergency lights flickered and failed. And in the sudden darkness, illuminated only by lingering electrical afterglow, I charged. Reyna barely had time to raise her guard before I was on her. My bat connected with her hastily summoned ice shield construct weight. Ice? When did the shield shattered. My follow-up strike caught her shoulder, spinning her around. She tried to create distance, but I was already there, matching her step for step, my accumulated buffs making me fast enough to keep pace with someone who'd been trained by S ranks. We traded blows in the darkness, fist to fist. No aspects, no tricks, just two fighters who pushed past their limits and were operating on pure spite. She caught me with an uppercut that rattled my teeth. I returned with a body shot that made her cough blood. She swept my legs. I pulled her down with me. We hit the sand together, grappling now, her nails scratching at my face while I tried to get leverage for a throw. You're insane. Probably. The emergency generators kicked in, flooding the arena with harsh white light. We separated, rolling to our feet simultaneously, both of us bleeding and breathing hard and grinning like absolute maniacs. The referee looked between us, clearly uncertain whether to stop the fight or let us kill each other. Reyna wiped blood from her split lip. Again. Yeah. We crashed together one more time, and the Crucible arena shook with the force of our impact. Chapter 478. This wasn't a reckless exhibition, Reyna and I crashed together one last time. The lightning from my counterstrike still danced through the air, static making my hair stand on end. Her fist connected with my jaw while my bat glanced off her bravado. We both staggered, off balance but refusing to fall. Pain flared down my chin. My ribs throbbed with every breath, each inhale sharp and punishing. But I was smiling. So was she. Had enough? Reyna's emerald eyes burned with challenge. I could do this all day. Liar. You're barely standing. She wasn't wrong. My legs shook beneath me, muscles quivering from exhaustion. The stat buffs from kinetic absorption were fading, leaving behind nothing but pain and a metallic taste. Still going to beat you, I said. Reyna laughed, a genuine sound of delight. I like you, stray dog. You're completely insane. She raised her hand, and lightning crackled between her fingers. Not a full-powered attack, she was running on fumes too, but enough to hurt. I gripped my bat tighter, ready for one last exchange. That's when Professor Takamura appeared between us. 1 second the space was empty. The next he materialized like he'd always been there. 6 feet of solid muscle and killing intent, his hand catching Reina's wrist with casual strength. That's enough. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. Professor Petrova materialized at my side in the same instant. I hadn't even seen her move. One moment she was up in the faculty stands, the next she stood beside me, the tip of her crystal stiletto pressing against my barato. Just enough pressure to dimple my already torn combat suit. Agreed. Her voice cut through the arena like a frozen knife. This exhibition has concluded. Exhibition? This wasn't a damned exhibition. This was war. With respect. Professor, Reina said, not sounding respectful at all, we haven't finished. You most certainly have. Petrova's blue eyes were glacial. Her stiletto pressed harder against my sternum. Unless you both wish to be disqualified from the tournament. Wait, what? That would be unfortunate, Takamura added, releasing Reina's wrist but keeping his massive body between us. Especially since you two are the frontrunners to lead your respective guilds. The crowd murmured, disappointed at the interruption. They'd been loving the blood sport, the savages. But Professor, I started. Enough, Mr. Nakano. Petrova's stiletto tapped my barato with each syllable. Your barato today was impressive. Surprising, even. But the tournament requires our star pupils intact, not broken from childish grudge matches. Star pupil? Me? What is she talking about? Petrova's eyes narrowed slightly, reading my confusion. Did you think this was about you personally? This was a test, Mr. Nakano. One you passed despite your unorthodox methods. I looked past her to Reina, who seemed equally confused. Both of you will report to the medical bay immediately, Takamura ordered. Then, once you're stable, President Vance wishes to speak with you. The president? Celeste's sister? Oh no. This duel is officially declared a draw, announced the referee, her voice amplified throughout the arena. The crowd bravado in protest. Money had changed hands. Bets had been placed. A draw satisfied no one. Petrova finally stepped back from me. Walk, Mr. Nakano. With dignity. You've made quite enough of a spectacle today. I managed 3 steps before my knees buckled. Only Petrova's quick reflexes kept me from collapsing, her arms suddenly steadying my weight. Pathetic, she whispered, but without real malice. You pushed far beyond your limits. Worth it, I muttered back. She almost smiled. Almost. Across the arena, Takamura was practically carrying Reina, who looked even worse off than I felt. Blood soaked one side of her combat suit where my bat had connected with her ribs. We locked eyes as the professors escorted us toward opposite exits. Reina mouthed something at me. Next time, I nodded. Count on it. The medical bay was a blur of blue light and antiseptic smells. Emmy waited for me, already prepared with her healing aspect activated. The moment the door closed behind us, she rushed forward. You absolute idiot. Look at you. Your ribs are shattered. You're bleeding internally, and your left arm has a hairline fracture. Her hands glowed with soft blue light as she pressed them against my chest. Warmth flowed into me, knitting bone and mending torn muscle. Hello to you too, sunshine, I coughed. Don't you sunshine me. What were you thinking? That I needed to win. It was a draw. Technicality. Emmy's eyes narrowed. The healing light intensified, almost painfully hot. Hold still. Yes, Mayam. Her fingers pressed harder against my ribs. Blue light seeped through my torn combat suit, illuminating the bruises and cuts beneath. Her closeness made my head swim, or maybe that was the blood loss. Either way, her scent filled my senses, strawberry shampoo and the faintest hint of vanilla. You scared me, she said softly, not meeting my eyes. When she hit you with that lightning, I thought, me fine. I reached up, brushing a strand of blue hair from her face. Lightning rod, remember? She couldn't hurt me with electricity. So you let her beat you to a pulp with her fists instead? Smart. I chuckled, then winced as something in my chest popped back into place. Strategy. MES healing light reached deeper, finding the worst of the damage. The bleeding in my lungs stopped. The fractures in my ribs began to seal. The torn muscles in my shoulder knit themselves back together. Some strategy. Natalia nearly froze the entire section when you went down. Speaking of Natalia, I reached out through Sovereign S mandate, feeling for her. She was close, very close, and absolutely furious. The door Barato opened. You, absolute moron. Natalia stormed in, violet eyes blazing, frost trailing behind her like a comet's tail. The temperature in the room plummeted 20 degrees in seconds. Nice to see you too, Nat, I said weakly. How do I look out there? Like an idiot with a death wish. She stopped beside the examination table, arms crossed, frost creeping up the metal legs. You let her hit you. Repeatedly. It's called kinetic absorption. The more she hit me, the stronger. I know how your stupid ability works. Ice crystals formed on her eyelashes. That doesn't make it any less moronic to let an A-rank fighter use you as a punching bag. Emmy's healing light flickered. Natalia, please. I need to concentrate. Patch him up so I can finish this myself. Despite the pain, I laughed. Missed you too. Chapter 479. Refreshingly honest, at least Natalia's fury cracked. Just barely. The corners of her mouth twitched. You're impossible, but effective. It was a draw. A technicality. Emmy finished her healing, the blue light fading as she stepped back. She swayed slightly, the effort clearly taxing her reserves. You need to rest, I told her. So do you, she countered. But the president is waiting. Right? That. Natalia helped me off the table, her touch gentler than her words suggested. Skylar said to tell you it was entertainingly stupid, which from her is practically a declaration of love. And Celeste hasn't said a word. She's been sitting with her sister since they pulled you off the field. I stood carefully, testing my freshly healed frame. Everything hurt, but in a distant way, like pain remembered rather than actively felt. Emmy's healing was incredible. Thanks, I said, squeezing her hand. She squeezed back. Don't make a habit of this. No promises. President Vance's office occupied the top floor of the administration tower, offering a panoramic view of the entire island. The sun had set completely now, and the city lights twinkled beneath us like fallen stars. Serafina Vance sat behind an imposing black desk, her silver-white hair pulled into a severe bun. She looked like an older, harder version of Celeste, with the same piercing blue eyes, but none of the hidden warmth. Raina stood before the desk, her combat suit replaced with a clean Olympus Rising uniform. She'd even patched up too, though she still favored her left side. Celeste sat in a chair to the right, her expression carefully blank. When our eyes met, something flickered across her face too quickly to read. Mr. Nakano, President Vance said, not standing. How kind of you to join us? Her voice dripped with Arctic frost. I immediately understood where Celeste got her Ice Princess routine. Sorry for the delay. Had to take care of something unpleasant. Raina snorted. President Vance did not. Seat. Set. Let me be clear, she continued. What happened today was unacceptable. The Crucible is for controlled combat exercises, not blood feuds. With respect, Madam President, Raina said it was a sanctioned duel, which nearly resulted in 2 top prospects being sidelined before the tournament even begins. Vance's gaze cut between us. Do you have any idea how many sponsors were watching today? How many professional guilds? Actually, I hadn't thought about that at all. I'd even too busy trying not to die. The tournament, Vance continued, is our premier recruiting event. It showcases the best talent this academy has to offer. Talent that should not be wasted on personal vendettas. It was personal, I said. Vance raised a perfect eyebrow. It was professional, I clarified. She challenged me formally. To what end, Miss Cabana? Raina straightened slightly. Intelligence gathering. Explain. I suspected Nakano was hiding something. His registered stats didn't team match his combat performance. I needed confirmation. Vance's eyes narrowed. And did you get it? Yes. Raina glanced at me. He is much stronger than he appears. Vance steepled her fingers. And you, Mr. Nakano, what was your objective in accepting this challenge? I thought about lying. Considered some nonsense about honor or proving myself. Forget it. She pissed me off. Celeste closed her eyes briefly, as if praying for patience. I see. Vance's bravado tightened. Refreshingly honest, at least. She stood, circling her desk to stand before us. Here's what will happen now. The tournament begins in 3 weeks. Until then, you will both focus exclusively on preparation with your respective guilds. There will be no further unsanctioned duels, no confrontations, no intelligence gathering. Is that clear? Yes, Madam President, Reina said smoothly. I nodded. Crystal. Excellent. She turned to Celeste. Would you escort Mr. Nakano back to his dormitory? Ensure he actually makes it there without further incident. Celeste stood gracefully. Of course. Ms. Cabana, stay a moment. I'd like a word about your sponsor's expectations for the tournament. As Celeste led me toward the door, Reina caught my eye one last time. That same sharp smile played at the corner of her barato, but now there was something else there too. Respect, maybe, or ambition. Celeste didn't speak as we rode the elevator down. Her silence felt heavier than Natalia's anger or Emmy's concern. When the doors opened on the ground floor, she finally turned to me. How much pain are you in right now? Not much. Emmy fixed me up pretty well. Liar. She pressed her palm gently against my chest, right where her sister's stiletto had rested. I can feel your heart racing. That might be for other reasons. Her lips curved slightly. Always the charmer, even half dead. We walked through the empty administrative building, our footsteps echoing on marble floors. The campus beyond the glass doors was quiet, most students having returned to their dorms after the spectacle at the Crucible. Was it worth it? She asked suddenly. What? Nearly dying to prove whatever it was you were trying to prove. I considered the question seriously. Yeah, it was. Why? Because now she knows. Knows what? That I can't be pushed around. That I'm not what I seem. I looked down at Celeste, at her moonlight hair and perfect features. That I'm someone worth taking seriously. She stopped walking, turned to face me fully. Is that so important to you? Being taken seriously? When you've been overlooked your whole life? Yeah, it is. Something in my voice must have hit a nerve. Her expression softened. For what it's worth, she said quietly, I've always taken you seriously. From the first moment in that black gate. Before I could respond, she rose on her tiptoes and hugged me close. Not a quick hug like before, but a warm, lingering barato that caught me completely off guard. It lasted only seconds, but left me barato breathless than rainous lightning. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed pink. Don't do something that's stupid again. No promises. She sighed, shaking her head. Of course not. That would be too easy. She took my arm, guiding me toward the door. Come on, stray dog. Let us get you home before Natalia sends out a search party. As we stepped into the cool night air, I caught sight of a figure watching us from the shadows of a nearby building. Crimson hair glinted in the moonlight. Reina. Our eyes met across the distance. She nodded once, then vanished into the darkness. Chapter 480. My fight, my stray dog Reina's phone buzzed again. Veronica's name lit up the screen like a warning beacon. She answered with a growl. I swear to God. Vero, if you're calling to gloat. Que onda, Hermanita? Did you actually break a sweat against that stray dog today? Her sister's laugh carried through the speaker, rich and musical and infuriating. Porque I watched the whole thing. You looked like you were fighting for your life instead of putting on a show. Reina's grip tightened on the phone. He was the #1 prospect at the entrance exams. Remember that little detail? Maybe you were too busy signing endorsement deals to notice. But you're La Serena, the Crimson Comet. You don't draw with C-rank nobodies. He wasn't Reina, caught herself. Her jaw worked. Barato it, Vero. You didn't see what I saw. That guy absorbed my lightning. Absorbed it. Like he had some kind of electromagnetic black barato built into his barato. Silence. Then Veronica hummed thoughtfully. Interesting. Don't start. What? I'm just saying, a C rank with that kind of counter ability? That's either the luckiest manifested power in history, or there is something way more interesting going on with your stray dog. Yes, not my anything. Sure. That's why you're calling at midnight to complain about him instead of sleeping off the damage. Reina looked down at her bandaged ribs. Emmy's healing had fixed the worst of it, but dull aches radiated through her barato whenever she moved wrong. I wasn't complaining. I was stating facts. Right? Facts. Like how he moved faster than your combat recorders could track. Or how he tanked a direct lightning strike without even flinching. Veronica's tone shifted, losing the teasing edge. Ray, be real with me. Is this guy dangerous? To who? To you, idiota. Reina turned away from the window, overlooking the Crucible arena, where maintenance crews were still repairing the damage. I can handle him. That's not what I asked. Then what are you asking? I'm asking if you need backup. If this kid is more than you bargained for. Something hot and possessive coiled in Reina's gut. The idea of calling in reinforcements because she couldn't handle one smug jerk with a baseball bat made her want to punch something. I don't need backup. Veronica's smile practically dripped through the phone. So you want to mind if I swing by the academy next week? Maybe introduce myself to this Satoru Nakano kid? Give him some private lessons on advanced combat techniques. You know, as a gesture of goodwill between guilds. No, Nisete Otsuria, vero. I swear on every saint in heaven, if you come within 10 miles of this island. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. I will personally throw you into the ocean. I will freeze your endorsement contracts. I will tell Mama about that time you skipped the family dinner and went clubbing with the... Okay. Jesus, you're so tense. Veronica laughed again, clearly enjoying herself. Cinchuredo, I think you said you love me and wanted to have a wonderful night. Veronica, gotta go. Buenas noches, hermanita. The call disconnected. Reina stared at the blank screen, breathing hard. Her hands shook slightly, though whether from exhaustion or pure, white-hot fury, she couldn't tell. Pinch idiota. Her sister had no right to tease her like that. No right to suggest. The door to her private quarters burst open. Takamura stood in the doorway, his scarred face split into a grin. Get your ass downstairs, Reina. Team wants to see you. I'm fine here. Wasn't a request. Censurado la sirena. Diego Ramos jumped up from the couch, his ash-blonde hair catching the overhead lights. His earth manipulation aspect made him a tank in every sense, and he moved toward her with the unstoppable momentum of a landslide. You were incredible out there. I drew. You made that guy work for it. Kira Tanaka materialized from the kitchen, her shadow-walking aspect allowing her to appear from nowhere. She carried 2 beers and offered one to Reina. Seriously, I've never seen anyone push you that hard. Reina accepted the beer, but didn't drink. He shouldn't have been able to push me at all. But he did. Leo Vargas leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets. His gravity manipulation made him one of the most dangerous students on campus. But he spoke with the lazy confidence of someone who never needed to prove anything. Which makes him either very lucky or very interesting. Both. Takamura rumbled from his seat by the window. Kid has got something. I could feel it even from the observation deck. What do you mean? Reina finally took a long drink. The beer went down smooth, easing some of the tightness in her chest. I mean, he didn't fight like a C rank. Hell, he barely fought like an A rank. Takamura's eyes gleamed. He fought like someone who's died before and remembers it. The room fell quiet. Kira broke the silence. That's quite poetic, Professor, but what does it mean? It means Nakano's been through things none of us have seen. It means those stats on his registration are probably garbage. And it means Takamura looked directly at Reina. You just fought someone playing with cheat codes enabled. Reina's mind flashed back to the arena. The way Satori moved after absorbing her strikes. The way he degroaned faster the more she hit him. The way Lightning Rod had turned her greatest strength into his weapon. He had some kind of kinetic absorption trait, she admitted. Every hit I landed made him stronger. Diego whistled low. That S broken. And the lightning absorption? Part of his aspect. Or, she hesitated. Or something else entirely. Illégal augmentation? Leo pushed off the wall. Wouldn't put it past the hounds. They're desperate enough. No. The word came out harder than Reina intended. He's not the type. You don't know that. I do. The team exchanged glances. Diego's grin widened. Oh wow. You like him. I don't like anyone. You defended him. I stated a fact. Sure you did. Kira settled onto the couch arm. La Serena, the girl who has never been knocked down, just defended the guy who made her bleed on international broadcast. Reina's jaw clenched. I'm going to bed. Wait. Diego blocked her path. You can't leave yet. We need to talk strategy. For what? The tournament, obviously. Nakano and his little pack of misfits are in first place, which means every guild is going to be gunning for them. Diego's expression turns serious, which also means they're going to be gunning through us to take their spot. Leo nodded. Diego's right. The Hound survived a Black Gate and 2 A-rank encounters. They've got momentum. If we want the sponsors to notice us, we need to do better than second place. Then we train harder. We're already training 15 hours a day, Kira pointed out. Then we train 16. Takamura laughed, a deep rumble. That's the spirit. Though maybe focus on not getting your ass handed to you by street rats with baseball bats first. Yeah? Reina shot him a murderous look. He raised his hands. Just saying. If you can't put down Nakano, how are you going to handle Petrova as perfect little soldiers? The Sentinels are weak. Individually, maybe, but they move like a machine. And Julian's been stewing about his public humiliation for weeks now. Takamura stood, his massive frame casting shadows across the room. Tournament's going to be a disaster. Multiple guilds, multiple objectives, live broadcast. Everyone's going to be desperate. Good. Reina smiled, sharp and cold. I fight better when people are desperate, when they're trying to survive instead of showing off. She met each of her teammates' eyes in turn. The Sentinels will crack under pressure. The Vipers will overthink and second-guess. The Strikers will try to play it safe. And the Hounds? Her smile widened. They LL come at us like we're standing between them and freedom, which means it LL be fun. Diego laughed. You're insane. EM competitive. Same thing. Takamura clapped once. All right. Meeting S over. Get some sleep. We start weapons training at 0600. The team dispersed. Kira vanished in a shadow. Leo ambled toward his room. Diego followed, still grinning. Reina stayed behind, staring at the frozen screen. Satori's face filled half the display, his expression caught in the moment before impact. Blood streaked his jaw. His eyes blazed with something that might have been rage or joy or both. You were thinking about him. She turned. Takamura hadn't left. He stood by the door, studying her with those sharp eyes that saw too much. I'm thinking about the tournament. That's not true. You were thinking about how he didn't T-fold when you hit him with everything you had. How he absorbed it and kept coming. Takamura's expression became unreadable. Be careful with that one, Reina. Boys like Nakano don't break. They burn. I'm not afraid of fire. Didn't T say you were? So be careful. There's a difference. He opened the door, pausing halfway through. Get some rest. Tomorrow we figure out how to beat the impossible. The door closed with a soft click. Reina stood alone in the silent common room, the beer forgotten in her hand. Her phone buzzed again. Veronica, probably calling to get in one last joke. She ignored it. Instead, she pulled up the Crucible footage on her own device, watching the fight from the beginning. Watching Satoru move. Watching him adapt. Watching him turn her own power against her with that infuriating grin never faltering. Cabron. Chapter 481. The Winter Queen's Christmas movie. I collapsed onto my bed face first, body still aching despite MES healing. The duel with Reina had taken more out of me than I wanted to admit. My muscles screamed with every movement, and I was pretty sure at least 3 organs were still figuring out where they belonged. You look pathetic, Nell whispered inside my head. Get lost, I muttered into my pillow. Such eloquence. The audience is truly getting their money's worth. I rolled over with a groan. The room spun slightly before settling. Maybe I had a concussion. Probably should have mentioned that to Emmy. A soft knock at my door interrupted my pity party. Come in, I called, not bothering to sit up. The door opened, and Celeste stepped in. She de-changed out of her formal clothes into something I'd never seen her wear before, simple gray sweatpants and an oversized white sweater that hung off one shoulder. Her silver-white hair fell loose around her shoulders instead of her usual perfect updo. She looked normal, beautiful but normal. You're supposed to be resting, she said, closing the door behind her. I am resting. Horizontally and everything. She approached the bed, her bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. Your definition of resting involves talking to yourself? I have a rich inner life. A small smile crossed her face. I imagine you do. She hesitated at the edge of the bed. It's my night, right? The ridiculous schedule the girls had worked out. Wednesday was Celeste's night. You don't have to. I started. I want to. She sat on the edge of the bed. Unless you're too injured? I sat up, ignoring the protest from my ribs. Me fine. Liar. She placed a cool hand against my cheek. Natalia told me you had 3 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and a hairline fracture in your arm. That being the operative word. Your sister's healer patched me up. Celeste's fingers traced down to my neck, finding my pulse. Your heart is racing. You have that effect on people. She smiled again, wider this time. Charming even when half dead. It's irritating. Part of my appeal. She shifted closer, her barato brushing against mine. Centurato Winter Queen? Her eyes lit up at the question. Actually, I brought something. She reached in her sweater pocket and pulled out a small data chip. Pre-rupture movies. Real classics. I thought we could watch one together. Movies? That's what you want to do with your night. She looked down, suddenly unsure. I never got to do normal things growing up. No sleepovers or movie nights or... She shrugged. It's stupid. Something in my chest tightened that had nothing to do with my injuries. It's not stupid. What movies did you bring? Her face brightened. Several options. An action movie about a cop in a tower at Christmas. A romance about 2 people meeting repeatedly over decades. A science fiction film about a computer taking over a ship. Die Hard. I said immediately. We're watching Die Hard. Is that a good one? The best. Trust me. She smiled. Centurato, is this okay? She asked, hovering awkwardly. Come here. I lifted my arm, inviting her closer. She nestled against my side, her head resting on my shoulder. She was cool to the touch, like always, but not uncomfortably so. It felt nice against my overheated skin. Comfortable? She nodded, her hair tickling my chin. Very. The movie started playing, the familiar 20th Century Fox logo appearing on screen. Celeste watched with rapt attention, like she was studying for an exam rather than enjoying entertainment. You can relax, I told her. It's just a movie. Sorry. She consciously loosened her shoulders. I'm not very good at this. At what? Normal things. Being casual. She glanced up at me. That hit harder than it should have. I tightened my arm around her. You're doing fine. We watched in companionable silence as John McClane arrived at Nakatomi Plaza. Celeste gradually relaxed against me. Centurato and her hand rested near my barato. It was surprisingly nice, comfortable in a way I hadn't expected. The peaceful moment was shattered by my door bursting open. Hey, I'm bored and lonely, and Maki froze in the doorway, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Celeste sitting close beside me. Oh, for goodness sake. Maki stood wearing nothing but one of my t-shirts, her cat ears perked up and her 2 tails swishing behind her in obvious agitation. Her golden eyes locked onto Celeste with intense focus. You're the ice one, she said. Celeste stiffened beside me. And you're the familiar who prefers to skip the armor. Centurato. And I didn't show myself to the regular humans. Congratulations on doing the bare minimum, I said. Now go away. Instead, she climbed onto the edge of the bed, moving with unusual grace. I want to stay. Maki, it'll be quiet. She settled down nearby, her tails wrapping around her legs. Promise. Celeste looked at me, one eyebrow raised in silent question. I sighed. Fine, but actual quiet, not Maki quiet. Maki grinned triumphantly and settled down, her eyes flickering between us and the movie. I unpaused the film, and we returned to watching Bruce Willis crawl through air ducts. It lasted almost 10 minutes before Maki shifted in her seat. Celeste grew quieter, but she said nothing. Then Maki yawned dramatically, repositioning herself a few inches higher on the bed. By the time McClane was saying yippee-ki, Maki had somehow worked her way up beside me on the opposite side from Celeste. This is a good movie, Maki said, leaning in close. Very exciting. Maki, I warned. What? I'm watching. She leaned her face against my barato. You smell nice tonight. Celeste cleared her throat. Perhaps your familiar would be barato comfortable in her cat form. Maki hissed softly. Perhaps the Ice Princess would be Barato, comfortable somewhere else. Chapter 482. Acclamation to chaos, it's my night. Celeste said, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. I explained quickly. It was bribery. Oh, so you bribe all your Barato with affection? Celeste's voice was icy. Not a companion, Maki corrected. Familia. Bond partner. Future caretaker of his cats. Absolutely not, I snapped. Maki shrugged. Well, see. Celeste stood abruptly, the temperature in the room plummeting. I should go. Cell, wait. I grabbed her hand. It was like touching an ice cube. Don't let her ruin this. Celeste looked down at me, conflicting emotions playing across her face. She glanced at Maki, who was now smugly sprawled across the spot Celeste had vacated. It seems I'm interrupting your feeding time. She's messing with you. On purpose. I gave Maki a hard look, and she's about to transform into a cat and sleep on the floor. Maki made a face. Make me. I sighed deeply. Final warning, Maki. Her ears flattened against her head. You're no fun when the Barato is here. Transform. Now. She held my gaze for a moment longer, testing my resolve, then dramatically sighed. Fine. Her form blurred and shrank, golden light enveloping her until a small black cat sat on my bed, twin tails lashing with irritation. Better. I patted the bed beside me, looking up at Celeste. Come back. She hesitated. You have a very complicated household. Tell me about it. Slowly, she sat back down, maintaining a careful distance. Maki immediately stood and patted across the bed, deliberately stepping on my lap to get to Celeste. To my surprise, she curled up in Celeste's lap instead of mine. Celeste froze. What is she doing? Being manipulative, I said. She's trying to get on your good side now. Maki blinked innocently up at Celeste, then began to purr, the sound rumbling through her small body. Despite herself, Celeste's lips twitched upward. She's rather cute like this, she admitted. Don't let it fool you. She's a menace in any form. Maki purred louder, kneading Celeste's thigh with her paws. Celeste cautiously stroked behind Maki's ears, earning an even louder purr. See? I said, moving closer to them both. Much better. Celeste relaxed slightly. She's very warm. Side effect of the lightning magic. We settled back in to watch the movie, Celeste leaning against me once more, Maki curled in her lap like the world's most innocent creature. I knew better, but I wasn't about to look a gift cat in the mouth. As the movie progressed, Celeste's hand found mine, our fingers intertwining. She tilted her face up to mine during a quieter scene. Thank you, she said softly. For what? This. She gestured vaguely at the tablet, at our position, at everything. Normal things. I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You deserve normal things, Cell. Her eyes softened at the nickname. She leaned up, she leaned close, her smile warm in the dim light. I like when you call me that. What, Cell? Not Winter Queen or Ice Princess. She shook her head. Just Cell. Like I'm a real person, not a title or a position. Something tightened in my chest again. You're a real person, not to most people. Her gaze dropped. To my sister, I'm the heir. To the VHC, I'm a resource. To the public, I'm a symbol. I tilted her chin back up. To me, you're just Cell. Her smile was small but genuine. And what is Cell to you exactly? That was a dangerous question, one with too many possible answers, most of them complicated by the 5 soul bonds and the system's machinations. But looking at her now, vulnerable and open in a way she rarely allowed herself to be, I couldn't give her anything but honesty. Someone important, I said. Someone I want to protect. Someone who makes me think maybe I'm not as much a scumbag as I thought. Her eyes widened slightly. High praise from a stray dog. Don't let it go to your head. She laughed softly, then leaned in and embraced me again. She rested her hand behind my head as she pulled me closer. I wrapped my arm around her, careful of my still tender ribs. Maki made a disgruntled noise between us, squished by our proximity. She jumped off Celeste's lap and onto the floor, then transformed back into her human form with a shimmer of golden light. If you're going to be boring and just stand around, I'm leaving, she announced. Call me when you get to the good part. and go to Natty's room. She sauntered out of the room, her tail swaying behind her. Celeste stared after her. Yes. The worst, I finished. Actually, I was going to say growing on me. Celeste's mouth curved into a small smile. Yes, very direct. It's almost refreshing after a lifetime of political doublespeak. Don't tell her that. Yes, insufferable enough already. Celeste laughed. The sound light and musical. She settled back against me, her head on my shoulder. Now, where were we in the movie? I unpaused it, but my attention was divided between the action on screen and the woman in my arms. Celeste traced lazy patterns on my chest as we watched, her touch gentle and oddly soothing. By the time the credits rolled, she was half asleep against me, her breathing slow and deep. Did you like it? I asked quietly. She nodded. It was wonderful. She tilted her face up to mine, eyes heavy-lidded. Would you mind if I stayed? Just to sleep. I thought about my ribs, about how moving would hurt, about how 5 separate women would have opinions about this development tomorrow morning. Stay, I said, pulling her closer. She smiled sleepily and settled against me, her head tucked under my chin. Thank you for tonight, Satori. Anytime, Winter Queen. She pinched my side gently. Sell, she corrected. Anytime. Chill. Chapter 483. Consequences of a Saturday morning. I woke up with the first rays of sunlight filtering through my blinds. Something felt off, warm and wet. I blinked away the sleep fog, confused by the rhythmic feeling against my oh no. My eyes shot fully open. That was definitely a cat, grooming me, moving with enthusiastic purpose. I looked down at Celeste, still sleeping peacefully beside me. Her silver-white hair spilled across the pillow like moonlight. Her hand rested innocently on my barato as I carefully slipped out of bed to start the day. So who the heck was... 2 black tails stood straight up from under the comforter, swaying slightly with the rhythm of whoever was working downstairs. I didn't need 3 guesses. I carefully moved Celeste's arm and leg off me, trying not to wake her. She murmured something in her sleep and turned away, curling into herself. The Winter Queen could probably sleep through an earthquake when she was this exhausted. Good. I needed to handle this quietly. I lifted the comforter slowly, dreading what I'd find. Golden eyes stared back at me, gleaming in the shadows. Maki's barato brushed against mine, and in that moment, everything else faded away. She focused intently on her task with a determined expression. When she noticed me watching, she didn't look away. Instead, she met my gaze and continued with a confident look on her face. I clenched my jaw. What on earth are you doing? She pulled back with a loud smack that echoed in the quiet room. Getting breakfast, she whispered, wiping her barato. The cereal tastes so good. Couldn't help myself. Are you insane? I whispered back furiously. Senchuredo Maki looked up at me with a playful grin, her tail swishing happily behind her. Stop it, I muttered, trying to sound firm but failing. She ignored me completely. I reached out and tugged gently on one of her tails to get her attention, careful not to pull too hard. Senchuredo. She blinked up at me, eyes wide and pleading. You'll be a quiet, good girl. Promise. Those sweet kitten eyes. If she were actually a cat, she'd be making that weird chirping sound they do when they see a bird through the window. I checked Celeste again. Still asleep, her back to us. The Winter Queen was many things. Senchuredo, she'd just get more persistent and probably wake Celeste on purpose out of spite. Fine, I whispered darshly. But if you make a sound any sound, this stops immediately. And I swear to God, Maki, I will never give you another treat again. Her eyes lit up with victory. She knew she'd won. Good kitty gets good treats, she said softly. I sat up carefully, moving to the edge of the bed where I could keep an eye on Celeste while dealing with my familiar-ass sudden barato. Maki stepped down to the floor in front of me, looking up with those unervingly bright eyes. Hands, I said. She tilted her head questioningly. Give me your hands. Senchuredo, Senchuredo, Senchuredo. She tapped her fingers on the table with anticipation, a hint of a smile on her face. She nodded at my approach, clearly pleased by the surprise gesture, and accepted it with little resistance. Her eyes lit up, and she let out a soft laugh of excitement. I held her hands gently in warning, and she nodded in agreement. Senchuredo, Centurato, making a show of looking over at Celeste. One barato chance. Relief flooded her face. She nodded vigorously. I continued speaking with her firmly, maintaining my pace. For all her bratty behavior, she was clearly relieved to be given another opportunity. Centurato. I took a few tissues from a nightstand to tidy up the area, carefully checking to make sure Celeste was still asleep. Somehow, she hadn't stirred at all. Maki nuzzled against my leg like an actual cat, then transformed back into her feline form in a shimmer of golden light. She looked up at me with those same knowing eyes, stretched lazily, then padded across the floor and out the partially open door without a backward glance. I shook my head, adjusting my shirt, and carefully climbed back into bed. Celeste immediately rolled toward me, seeking my warmth in her sleep. I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her against my chest. She murmured, still mostly asleep. "You're warm. Go back to sleep," I whispered, pressing a kiss to her forehead. She nodded drowsily, her breathing already evening out again. I stared at the ceiling, trying to process what just happened. Centurato, just wait until the Ice Princess finds out you messed up her royal bedchamber with the cat. She's not going to find out, I insisted. And this isn't her royal bedchamber. It's my lousy dorm room. Details, ne dismissid. The point is, you're turning into quite the entertaining protagonist. I ignored her, focusing instead on the woman sleeping in my arms. Celeste's face was peaceful in sleep, all the sharp edges of her public persona softened. She trusted me enough to let her guard down completely. The knowledge settled uncomfortably in my chest. I was playing a dangerous game. With all of them. Natalia, Skylar, Emmy, Celeste, Akari, each of them connected to me through the system's bonds, each of them believing they understood what they were getting into. And now Maki adding her own chaotic element to the mix. How long before it all came crashing down? How long before one of them realized exactly what kind of monster they tied themselves to? Ugh, the brooding is boring, Nell complained. Go back to the hot cat girl action. I'm having a moral crisis here. No, you're having second thoughts, which is much less interesting, Centurato, her silver white hair tickling my chin. She slept with her barato slightly parted, looking younger and far less intimidating than the Ice Princess everyone feared. Memories of last night's encounter with Maki flooded back. My familiar had ambushed me for a quick training barato, while Celeste slept inches away. Centurato, who made an adorable little noise of protest before burying her face in my pillow. I slipped on sweatpants and a t-shirt before cracking open the door. Isabelle Okoye stood in the hallway, already dressed in full battle gear-black tactical pants, reinforced chest plate, her spear collapsed to transportable size and strapped to her back. "Nakano, you're alive. Good." She spoke with that regal cadence that made everything sound like a royal proclamation. "Barely. What time is it?" 7:30. "We need to talk." I glanced back at Celeste's sleeping form. "Give me a minute." I quickly brushed my teeth and splashed water on my face before stepping into the hallway, quietly shutting the door behind me. Isabelle's crimson eyes assessed me with that penetrating gaze that always made me feel like she was cataloging my weaknesses. "You look less dead than yesterday. Impressive recovery. Thanks for the medical opinion document. Your sarcasm remains intact as well." How encouraging. Her lips quirked slightly. "Walk with me." We headed downstairs in silence. For someone carrying a collapsible spear, Isabelle moved with eerie grace like a queen gliding through her castle. The common room was mostly empty except for Juan, who had somehow managed to fall asleep standing up against the wall again, and Marco brewing coffee with the intensity of a man performing brain surgery. Isabelle led me outside onto the back porch overlooking the forest. Morning mist still clung to the trees, giving everything an ethereal quality. "I need your assistance," she said without preamble. "With? A gate run. You blinkte her. You want to do a gate? Now." "Precisely." She leaned against the railing. "My usual team wishes to rest. Something about being traumatized, watching you nearly die on live broadcast." "Fair enough." but I cannot afford to waste a day. She turned those red eyes on me. Neither can you. Why me specifically? I asked, already knowing I'd agree. Isabel never asked for help. This was basically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You proved yourself capable yesterday, despite your unorthodox methods. She studied her nails, which were painted a deep wine red. And it seems we Haven T had much time together with you, so busy with your women. I started automatically, then caught myself. Fine. What S the gate? C-rank blue in the Eastern District. Standard clearing operation. She straightened up. The VHC expects minimal resistance, which means we should prepare for anything. When do we leave? 20 minutes. South Dock. I'll be there. Isabel nodded, then hesitated. One more thing, Nakano. Yeah? Bring your bat. Her mouth curved into something almost like a smile. It seems to be surprisingly effective. She turned and walked away, her posture never dropping an inch. Even in casual conversation, Isabel carried herself like royalty in exile. I headed back upstairs to grab my gear, wondering how I'd explain this to Celeste. Or worse, Natalia. My mind raced through possible scenarios, none of them ending well. You could just not tell them, Nell suggested. That's your solution to everything. Because it works. When I opened my door, Celeste was sitting up in bed, hair mussed and eyes still heavy with sleep. She looked at me, then at my hand on the doorknob. Going somewhere. Her voice was soft but alert. Gate run, I admitted. With Isabel. Isabel? Her eyebrows rose slightly. That's unusual. Her team is taking a rest day. Celeste nodded slowly. And you're not? Fast. Yes, she agreed. Unnaturally so. The moment stretched between us. Celeste was too smart not to notice the inconsistencies in my stories, in my abilities, in everything about me. I wonder how long before she put it all together. She slid out of bed, still wearing my oversized t-shirt. Be careful, Satori. C ranks can still kill you if you're careless. How did you know it was a C rank? Because that's what S available today, according to the guild board. Her smile was slight, delicate, like the first snowfall of winter settling on glass. I do pay attention. She crossed the room with unhurried grace, her bare feet silent on the wooden floor, and kissed me softly. The gesture was simple, chaste even, but the warmth of her lips lingered like the phantom heat of summer sunlight after dusk. Come back in one piece. That's the plan, I said, my voice rougher than I intended. Her fingers remained on my arm for a heartbeat longer than necessary, the touch light as snow, yet somehow weighted with unspoken concern. Natalia will be upset. I know. I'll handle her. Celeste moved toward the bathroom, her hair swaying like liquid moonlight with each step. Before she disappeared through the doorway, she glanced back at me over her shoulder. You owe me for that. Add it to my tab. I quickly changed into combat gear, each piece of equipment snapping into place with the practiced efficiency of routine. The regenerator brace went beneath my shirt first, the metal cool against my skin, then the reinforced vest, the arm guards, the knee and shin protection. Finally, I picked up my bat. The weight settled into my palm like an old friend returning home, familiar, balanced, perfect. The thing had been through every battle with me. Multiple gates, the Hydra, Rhaenys Lightning. Celeste's ice. It wasn't T fancy or magical, didn't T glow with divine power or hum with arcane energy. But it worked, and that was enough. After one final check of my gear, I headed downstairs again, my boots thudding softly against the wooden steps. The common room had filled up slightly since I first passed through. The morning energy of the hounds slowly built as students emerged from their rooms. The smell of cooking drifted from the kitchen butter, burrito, and something sweet and warm that made my stomach clench with burrito. I didn't have time to indulge. Emmy stood in the kitchen doorway, her blue hair pulled back in a ponytail that made her look younger somehow, more innocent. She wielded a spatula in one hand like a weapon of domestic warfare, and her face lit up like someone had flipped a switch the moment she spotted me. Satori. Her voice carried that perpetual note of sunshine that somehow never grated on my nerves the way it should have. I'm making pancakes. Can't today. Gate run. The brightness dimmed immediately, her smile flickering like a candle in a sudden draft. But you just fought yesterday. You should rest. Her brows knitted together, genuine worry creasing her features. You get hurt if you're tired. E fine. I didn't have time for the full Emmy worry cycle, the spiral of concern that could trap you for 15 minutes if you weren't careful.